Mic check. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me on YouTube, Facebook, and I think we're also live on actually LinkedIn today. Stretching out a little bit over there to the LinkedIn family. I'm just, using these links. Some people over there every now and then they will message me and ask me, "Hey, let us know when you go live a little bit." But either way, peace, power, and profit to everybody. Hope everybody's having a great Saturday. Shout out to everybody who's out there enjoying themselves, partaking in the usual, building, right? Building bridges as opposed to tearing bridges down, right? The entrepreneurs, the go-getters, right? The investors and the traders, of course. That's need not be even said. So shout out to you all today. Hope everybody again, is making the best of their situation wherever they are on the planet, right? So as a few family come into the building, we already have, the resident, family already in the house already. We have Ober Chris in the building, right? Brother Matt is in the building, right? We have our brother Mateo in the house today. We have Old Ghost Alchemist in the building today as well. Happy to have you guys tuning in. And anybody that may be on the Facebook side as well. Of course, I'll be flip-flopping back between both the platforms because sometimes I just can't see what's going on over there. Y'all know how it is when I get busy. I get the cracking charts open and posting videos. I forget I need to go over there and check in on the Facebook side sometime as well. But with that being said, of course, I just want to come on briefly to discuss basically what we saw out of the market Friday. And we know to the extent of why the market had pretty much a 180 reversal pivot, it wasn't what most people thought it was, right? A lot of people were speculating because somehow the news slipped underneath a lot of people's radar. Oddly as it is, but by the time they figured out what was causing the market reversal, it was almost but obvious that they were trying to play catch up, in terms of the trade, or liquidate some of their positions. Of course, if they was hedging, or not necessarily hedging, but they was trend trading the market to the downside, they had to do basically a hard reversal, right, or cover their positions, right, or some sat in it and said, this is fool's gold, and I'll just ride it to zero if necessary because I don't believe in this pump, right? Because they were looking at the government side of things, right, the infrastructure bill and the debt ceiling raise. But what they failed to realize was, all this Merck news that was happening behind the scenes that was driving a lot of the cyclical trades, which woke them up, which also helped bring more esteem to the broader market. That's what caused the market to really turn and pivot and just kind of grind up to the upside. Again, if you watch the chart throughout the day, especially on the hourly or even shorter time frames, it was just a slow, methodical grind back up, right? Especially when we crossed over a certain point where we, the previous day closing, and the volume kind of stayed consistent. We're gonna look at that when we crank these charts up a little bit. But it was obvious that the markets were signaling, for now we have a stop loss in our favor, right? Because they're not, the bleeding is just too much. We dealt with too much of pullbacks to the degree where we know it's not corrected to the level it needs to be corrected, meaning the market overall. But when you're dealing with a spoiled marketplace where people are not familiar with 2% pullbacks, 1% plus pullbacks, there's this entitlement that comes along with this marketplace when they're thinking the Feds is going to have their back all the time, even though the Fed's been getting grilled all last week. We'll talk about that too, right? Jerome Powell been getting roasted, right? And notably so, right? He deserves his fair share of criticism and blame for a lot of the imbalances on the, the macroeconomic side of things when it comes to America, right? And even internationally, because again, it sets the precedence that most people watch our central banker and Jerome Powell more so than they watch, Mario Draghi or Christine Lagarde, right? She's the ECB central banker, right? She used to be IMF head. Now she's over there at the central bank since Mario Draghi left, right? Which is odd because she has a dirty track record. I'll leave that alone. All right. Of course, you got Kuroda in Japan, right? You got some players, that are well known in terms of the central banker space. Now, with that being said, again, what caused the market to pivot was something that was just, it seemed to be a given, but the relevancy of it did not really relate to a lot of traders who are more concerned with the infrastructure scenario, right? The debt ceiling raise. So what happened was, that was again a scenario where if you were, you had the thinking caps on, you were able to read that pivot, you walked away with a nice bag Friday, right? You walked away, especially if you looked into a lot of those cyclical trades, right? We're gonna get to that, right? Those value orientated trades, right? They woke up out of nowhere, right? What do I mean by value orientated trade, right? So this is the part where I kind of get the family, involved, right? So all the family that's, that's maybe listening in on the YouTube side, but maybe even Facebook, possibly even LinkedIn. When we speak about value stocks, right? What are some of the stocks that come to mind to you, right? When you think about a value stock in this, current market climate, what do you think about, right? What are some of those companies, if you will? So if you want, you can post them in the back chat, post them on Facebook, wherever. And when you think about a value company, all right, a value orientated company, of course, we know there's growth stocks, there's value plays, and there's legacy, right? Then there's a new one that we, deemed and coined the momentum plays, right? Right. Really surrounded around a lot of the meme stocks, right? But value stocks, right? Cyclical trades, right? Uh, Again, implying the word cycle, right? They move, seasonally during certain times where, they give you that kind of, okay, well, this is our moment, right? This is, our ducks are aligned in a row. It's time to make it happen, right? It's time, it's that kind of, mentality when you start thinking about a cyclical trade or a value orientated trade. Right. So my brother Ghost got JP Morgan. So you think about financials. Financials are a funny one, right? Why do I say that? Right? Because financials they're pretty much, indebted to who? Interest rates, right? Their whole business model, business prowess at this point, because that's why a lot of people are leaving banks now. Not telling y'all to leave banks, but for the most part, their business model is pretty much straightforward. And until they learn how to innovate behind that, because right now fintech is kicking the bank, or traditional fund banks, and not necessarily fintech, but excuse me, the original banking structure scenario in itself is starting to wane a little bit, right? People are moving more towards broker, right? Again, y'all know my perspective. FDIC versus FINRA, right? Who wins that race, right? FDIC versus FINRA, who wins that race, right? So yeah, but with the finance sector, even though you can consider them somewhat of late to be value based because of the fact that they are somewhat a hedge against a lot of the, let's see, the frothy value of people hiding out in tech because they're just not comfortable with being in places where there's low interest rate values, where people can't really make money on loans, meaning the banks, right? Money market accounts like that. So they're here to miss, but of late they had woke up. Why? Because the 10-year yield had started popping again, right? So with the 10-year yield starting to pop again, meaning bonds were starting to be dumped, right? Because now we know that the Feds, even though they're buying bonds, but they have been buying bonds, excuse me, that ideal of tapering is starting to spook a lot of those investors, right? Who are somewhere that were just hiding out in a lot of these, overpriced growth stocks. Some people say, "What do you mean overpriced?" If the pandemic didn't happen, we'd probably be here. We'd probably be there. Well, that's speculative, right? Everything is speculative to that nature because that is an and or clause, right? Or and if, right? Or whatever, right? Like writing code, right? But that's just the reality of things. We don't know, right? Because again, a lot of this growth as well, be it stifled by, by COVID or whatever, it has also been problematic because of over liquefying the marketplaces, right? You got all this funny money coming in. It's basically what it is. It's paper money that's not worth nothing being used to buy real hard tangible assets. And by doing so, you're diluting the monetary value, which also drives the prices of commodities a lot higher when you don't have proper labor to balance out that debt to equity ratio. So you have an over surplus of funding money and not enough labor, to work off that value of money or circulation, right? So obviously, in hindsight, that causes inflation, right? Right? Price of goods and services go up, right? Because there's not enough people balancing out that, the funding money in layman terms, right? So, but again, when you think about the bank, like again, JP Morgan, those type, Goldman Sachs, whatever, Citi, BlackRock, they're playing, the interest rate yield games, right? They're right now, to be honest, even though they love the idea that the Fed was pumping money because that gave them, because they do other stuff besides their natural practice of banking. They also make investments, right? So yeah, they were trading stocks, right? They was investing in ETFs and mutual funds, so they was getting their share too, right? Regardless of people's coming inside the door or not to get loans or whatever, even though they bank on that, but still, they were still, eating off that. And then even more so, let's say after the Jackson Hole meeting that the Feds had, when it became, apparent that, we're going to move towards the ideal of thinking about tapering. Now it's almost kind of obvious that we are going to taper, since the last meetings of the FOMC and, Jerome Powell speaking before Congress, Senate, whatever. Yeah. So interest rates are starting to say, okay, yeah, it's about time y'all put some respect on our name, right? So that 10-year yield is starting to pop again, right? And rightfully so. It bottomed out around about 1.28, 1.27 area. It started to build nice support down there. And then here we go. We bouncing, right? And again, technicals matter. So in the same breath that we have a fundamental story, technicals do also matter, right? So let me make sure I put that out there because, yeah, if you were at that pivot point of 1.28 on the 10-year when it started bouncing, got above at least 130 as a whole dollar mark or a whole number mark that shows that, there's a sentiment starting to brew behind this. Well, guess what happened? People start buying up the financials. In that case, brother Ghost Ackerman is 100%, right? That value play became, very valuable, essentially, right? Again, the ETF, right? XLF, right? They bought the XLF up. They started buying it because those yields started going up. They start rising, right? When bonds get dumped, yields rise, right? Yields go up, right? No matter how many bonds that the Feds are trying to buy, because they're literally trying to taper a lot of the they're basically hedging a lot of the debt, right? Artificially suppressing interest rates in hopes of giving people the ability to keep borrowing cheap money at wildly low prices, but yet still nobody's working to work off that debt. You see how that works? Everybody's over leveraged in credit, but they're not being able to work off the debt. So what does that mean? That's a ticking time bomb. Let's keep it 100, right? Let alone before we even get into the housing scenario, right? Oh, this housing market is booming. Real property value, yeah, but people being able to pay the mortgages, that's not booming, right? The moratorium proved that, right? A lot of people were not paying, and so they got all that money now being just piling up. Basically, that overdue debt in itself is compounding. Now, there's no interest rates attached to it. Just because of the moratorium, it's a stop pace, so essentially. But now that the moratorium is pretty much gone, all that money is due like the next day, right? People who own property want their money like the next day, not a portion of it, right? A fraction of it. They want all of it in most cases, right? Some of these, mortgage, these holders are not necessarily, hey, conscious, man. No, I need my money. And so, of course, with the money that they had that's supposed to be dispensed out to the American people to help them with their mortgage, right? Mortgage forbearance and all these kind of things like that, forgiveness, whatever. Well, it turns out a lot of the states were just sitting on the money, right? Per the studies, states were sitting on the federal money that was supposed to go to help renters and also people who own homes to be able to, pay their bills. Essentially, states were playing, we got all the juice, and you got to be on time wheel. So, like anything, they played the slow paperwork pushing game and caused people to have a massive default, looming over their situation, and that's essentially what happened. Right? So, yeah, when you look at the overall macroeconomics of things, markets out there are looking very crazy, and yeah, there's a case for a bull case, still, of course it is, but you have to make sure you keep in mind all the underlying factors that also are now starting to cause people to have pause or pivot in their trading strategy, right? When they're looking at the broader market, right? What's going on, family? Brother Snotball came in the building, and Oba Ali Dawu Ale in the building, Black Soul Farm in the building, right? Go subscribe to his YouTube channel. Again, the brother out there doing the agriculture, the horticulture, right? Thing at a high level, right? 100% all sustainable. Again, love to see entrepreneurs making big moves. So brother Ali Dawu Ale in the building. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel. Go look him up on the Black Soul Farm. That's soul spelled with the S-O-L, right? Go check him out, right? As well. So we love supporting the family over here, right? Another, again, entrepreneurs matter, right? I just say that. Entrepreneurs do matter, right? So yeah, so that's what we're looking at, guys, in terms of the broader market, in terms of the value plays, right? So we're trying to find these value stocks, right? That I was discussing, like that's what woke the market up literally Friday. A lot of people, again, they were still, feeling very strong about markets coming down because, right, all the doom and gloom behind the debt ceiling not getting, passed and whatever, right? The Democrats play hardball, Republicans play even harder ball, and both of them are equally responsible for the carnage that happened with the markets, right? Well, we know that Wall Street tried to bid the markets up in favor to give them room to iron out their petty differences, and they did not, right? So the market said, okay, we're out of here. Like always, we're gonna pull cash, or pull money and kind of move back more towards cash positions, right? Get out of this margin, right? Because that could be dangerous if the market begins to fall even more so, which it was showing the signs of that when we kind of, looked at that in our training sessions and, kind of just naturally conversating about it in the different Discord rooms and groups or whatever, right? These are some of the pivot levels that we had to look out for, right? So, we were right in exact for the most part. We saw that 426 area down there as a pivot, 428 area, and the market basically, looked at that as being a temporary pseudo, support. And, they needed an excuse to get it up off the support. The markets were already, starting to fall literally Friday morning, down in the 427s and potentially go to break that 426 support. And lo and behold, turns out that the company Merck, which we're going to talk about today, right? The company Merck was sitting on some news that they had since, and I did a little research. They were sitting on this news about this new COVID pill since June, right? Of course, they knew about it before then, but that's when it became airing apparent where there were excerpts of that potential COVID pill was already starting to be circulating around some of these, I don't know, these little backdoor portals. They were sitting on that news since June. And then all of a sudden they chose to release it literally on a moment when the market was getting ready to plummet. See how that worked? Again, Wall Street had got exhausted with, it got headache, I got a headache with dealing with the whole back and forth with the, the debt ceiling scenario with the Republicans and Democrat. That's like, okay, forget that. We out of this. It's a week, it's a Friday, it's the beginning of the month. If we're gonna play this game at the beginning of the month, especially how we close the month, the previous month, then we're just gonna take our profits and we're gonna move on. We're gonna let y'all sort this out. We'll just get in at a cheaper price. But somehow somebody got a phone call, I'm guessing, right? Somebody got a phone call. Do y'all have any news out there we can use? Do y'all have anything out there that can really, maybe stop the bleeding? And lo and behold, Merck comes out with this report, this news about them having this this after COVID pill. I call it the morning after COVID pill. That's what I'm dubbing it. It's called the morning after pill for COVID-19. They dropped that news and the market just said, oh, and we knew that it was something of magnitude because even though we saw a lot of candles that were just streaking up to the upside, a lot of times we saw these big bullish and gopher candles that came out of nowhere because of the algos trying to flip, market makers trying to delta hedge, right? And so you would have that. You like, oh, that's just market makers trying to spook people out of trade. We know what's going on, right? But no, this time it actually was. It was real. Now I'm gonna say this: it was as real as we know that they were, doing what they typically do, right? The funny money side of things, right? Where they're trying to spook those who have been riding puts down since like forever, especially since the 200 moving average, got breached again. They were trying to shake those guys out of those positions. But that news that that came out was just like, okay, this was a breath of fresh air, right? This was a breath, a mighty breath of fresh air. So real quick, let's run over there real quick and look at that, and then we'll come back and drop the link, guys. If you guys want to come on and speak about this whole idea with the whole Merck scenario, right? I got some articles pulled up. I did a little work research on it. As soon as I got the news on it the other day, I was like, oh, okay, what this is about, all right? And obviously, people don't. What's really interesting is that y'all know Merck is one of the biggest pill pushers literally on the planet, besides Bayer and some of the bigger names, right? Merck, the company, right? They actually, they bowed out of the vaccine race early in the game. They bowed out last year. Of all companies, Merck. Now, let that marinate. And then all of a sudden today, they wake up, oh, well, we're going to push the therapeutic side of things. Well, what they realized that therapeutics, obviously, that's an ongoing, regimen. In most cases, there's more money to be made in therapeutics. Again, Regeneron, Gilead, Remdesivir, right? Some of the other players like that on that level, right? The monoclonal scenarios, right? So the cocktails, basically, the cocktail stuff to kind of keep you, keep your vitals and all that stuff, fired up. But all of a sudden, again, out the blue, they dropped this news, and then, they back in the game now in terms of as a vaccine, purveyor, right? They've been doing this kind of scenario, right? We've been doing this. No, they start looking at that money that was starting to really make a lot of financial sense to companies like Moderna, right? We know Moderna stock has been on fire. Even Pfizer, right? Pfizer being the first to get FDA approved, of course, it was forced. I'm just gonna go on and say it. People might not, like that. They may come from it. That's good. We know it was what? It was forced, right? We know that FDA approvals was forced, right? You had two of the top FDA scientists quit because of that FDA approval, because they know there was still a lot more data that needed to come out. Period. You can't, be for science and then cherry pick science, right? You can't be for science, then cherry pick science. If efficacy rate obviously details that you need a little bit more time to compile side effects and different scenarios, and you need time. You can't rush that, right? It's like baking a cake and taking it out the oven too soon. You know it's gonna fall, right? But either way, neither here nor there, right? But again, looking at the S&P 500 again, clearly we see what's up here, right? We broke the low, right? We broke that 428. After that, we were starting to eyeball, at or around, particularly, right? Down towards that 426 area, right? Because we have a small gap down there too, right? Let me bring it over here, right? We got a small little gap area, even though it got closed and feel all that stuff. But we know markets, they love searching for air pockets, as they call them, right? They love searching for those air pockets, right? And so we were already seeing that if we broke, below 428, as you see here, well, that candle right there, that long bullish engulfing candle one right here, this guy here, guess who was all sitting in that trade? Right. A lot of FOMO buyers that when we lost 20 moving average right there on that particular dip and saw that money there, look at those two big bullish engulfing candles there. You see that there? That was the candle that I was sitting around doing the Birdman hand rub. Matter of fact, let me cut I ain't even got my camera on. I just noticed that. I'm just going in, right? I'm doing the talk show thing today, right? Y'all probably can hear me a little bit more clear now. All right, I went and upgrade my sound system, right? I said I was going to do it. I said, you know what? I'm going to do it, right? So, what's going on, everybody? So, I got the swanky sound system now, right? All right. So the boom arm, the whole nine, right? The nice little expensive microphone, I guess if you want to call it that. Courtesy of S&P 500 puts, right? This message has been brought to you by S&P 500, right? Put buys over the past 3 weeks. Thank you for the endorsement, all right? Because we definitely been getting the bag, right? We didn't clean the register out several times, trading the SPY, all right? But no, so let's go to this real quick, right? Y'all guys can see this here, right? This was the market at around 427. When you got down to 427, 70, 60 some area, that's when they knew that they was in trouble. Because see, this candle right here, was the candle of interest that was about to get liquidated. All those people that were still sitting in that one there, of course, along with the algo monies and all that. But those guys were going to get liquidated. See, if that candle would have had a runoff or stop loss runoff on trigger that, the market could have plummeted literally from 427 all the way down to 424, down in 423 in a matter, right, of minutes to an hour. See, that's why it became important at that point, because I got to show y'all this, right? Because y'all know I love looking for patterns and trends, and I be trying to put the market into the bubble, right? See right here, I'm not making this up. See that counter right there? Couldn't make that stuff up. Y'all see that thing almost to the T? That is almost to the T. Let me pull it over here so y'all can see. Matter of fact, let me do this here. Let me T-line it, right? I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. See, this is why you got to be a student of the game, right? You have to be a student of the game. You got to see things for what they are, and in doing so, you truly upgrade your skill set, right? Let me thin that line out. Let's change the colors, make it white so you guys can see it very adamantly here. Look at that. So how they hit the brakes on it? They hit the brakes on it right at that here on the fall and right there on the pivot. See right here? That was the top of that candle there, right? Old support, old resistance became new support, right? Old resistance at this point over here became new support, right? They pivoted the market from there, and after that, it was lights out to the upside, right? Off this pullback when we lost 200 moving average back on that scenario, right? During this scenario back in July, right? Doing that, mid-July, we know what was going on during that time frame too to cause the market to pull back a little bit, right? There's several moments like that where we saw those little pullbacks, correction about 2-3%, if that, and then the market just rallied back, right? Just greedy, right? Wall Street greedy, and Wall Street is spoiled, right? So based on 436 down to 420, pivot out of there, right? So they knew if we lose 420, it's really gonna get ugly in the S&P 500. It's gonna get ugly. So that was the pivot, clear as day. Y'all see it here. This candle right here. This is the candle they're protecting right now, right? Would you protect this house, right? Like the Under Armour commercial, right? That's the candle right there, right? Come back over here to the current day scenario. Look where you at. You pivoted off that to the T, literally to the T, right? For the T, right? To the T. Look at this. So I saw that and I saw the pivot. I was like, oh, is that just because it's support bounce, or is it deeper? Then I start, let me check, right? Because I saw that candle where it spiked up. I said, whoa. That's not the basic algo scenario, right? Because that's the stuff I was seeing before that, like that type of algo stuff, right? Those types like that, that's them just trying to save the market from falling. But that type of candle like this here, matter of fact, let's go and show the time frame. You see exactly what I'm talking about, right? Make it make sense, brother AfurakanEmporium, because you need to see this. Let's show you what it looks like on a 5-minute scenario. So you see the brevity of this, right? The enormity of this. Look at that candle right there, right? Look at that candle right there. That one, right? That candle right there. Let that marinate for a moment. That candle right there in itself, in 5 minutes, gained near 0.5% on a 5-minute candle. Sometimes the S&P 500 don't move 0.5% in an entire day. That candle right there was able to amass for 0.47%, of course, near 0.5, rounded up, percent move in one candle. Let that marinate for a moment. You had a open of 428.34, right? A high of 430.55. That entire move was a $2 move. Y'all know how much money that is, especially in the option contract. Oh, we ringing the register, cha-ching, right? Anybody that bought that dip at the point there where they were just revenge trade because people still emotional about trying to buy the dip, right? But that candle right there was all she wrote. I've seen this picture before. I'm used to that, right? I've seen that before, right? Right. I know what's going on when I see that. That's a Look at this candle right here in relation to everything else on the 5-minute chart. Do that not look abnormal? This candle right here. Look at everything else. Now we can say that for stuff that's falling because yeah, people panic sell. That's the only thing that really causes those kind of candles on average. When people panic sell, that's the idea why short sellers are notorious for making more money than people who trade bullishly when markets are actually falling, because things go down a lot faster than it takes for markets to go up. That's how that works. So for the market to go up like that, that means, you know, Jesus got to return, right? Have had return, or Muhammad or somebody, right? No slight at anybody religion, but y'all know what I'm saying. People got to get excited for something. After all this fear here, the market's pulling back, pulling back, pulling back, pulling back. Now we at the point of near capitulation. Down here, we were definitely near capitulation, and they know it. They know it. They knew it, and they know it. And I knew it too, because I was like, if we break that point there, oh, we finna get paid, right? If you had any put still lingering at that time, at that point, I was sitting on what? About 5, right? I was sitting on about 5. I had a 434 call that I bought for the bounce for the, you know, the previous day, from Thursday into the Friday. I had a 430 with the 434, 432, and I actually made a little money on them, right, during the initial bounce, right? And then, you know, what weirdly so, right? I sold those for a profit. I held my put, right? I held my puts, right? Because look, see right here, we made that bounce coming out yesterday and well, Thursday into Friday. We got a wick out up near about 431.55, right? Those calls were banging, right? They made some money because I bought them, you know, down here from the previous day, you know, for the bounce, essentially, right? So you see that from there to there, right? And then after that, it, you know, like everything, that first hour of the market, right? Y'all know we've been training on that. That first hour of the market, what happened? It deflated. It made that initial spike, and then it gave up the ghost. After that, I said, guess what? Game on for my puts, because I had swing points too. So I had I was doing what they call my, I think it was like my 2 up. I think I had 3 up. No, 3 up. I had 3 up and like 5 down. So basically 3 call buys, and I had 5 puts that I had swinging into, you know, Friday, right? So I was able to get out of the calls, right? Squeaked out with a little bit of profit, and then after that, those puts just went to banging, right? Because what happened, the market started falling, as you see clearly here, right? There's your somewhat your lower high starting to print. You see what's going on there, unless your lower high, and then after that, that big bearish engulfing candle right there, that was the one that sealed the deal. It was like, oh, we finna ride, and lo and behold, look right there, 427.60 area, right? At around that pivot point, see there's the double bottom. You had that over under there, that overarching point there. That was your double bottom. All of a sudden, the Merck news comes out. Merck dropped that news literally, and then the market said, "Oh, morning after pill for COVID-19. You mean I don't have to necessarily possibly even get the vaccine? I could just take this pill." I'm just paraphrasing, but we're gonna get into that about this pill. Oh, so that means we could be a little bit more lenient on our customers in restaurants, and people want to get on cruise ships, and people want to get on the airplane, and yeah, they just take the pill, right? Oh, but there's other stuff with that, of course. I'm just paraphrasing, but I'm thinking like how the markets are thinking, right? That's what I do. I try to get in the mind of the market, right? Again, market whisper, right? That should be one of my old little handles back in my, egregious Discord day when I just live in the Discord room. I just call myself the market whisper or the bottom fisherman, right? You call me dip by King dang near, right? I just tear the brakes off them, but I would take dip buys. But essentially, that was what it was that caused this market to pivot. Again, might have been planned news or not, time news or not. All I know is that news was known back in June, and they kept it on the hush much as possible, and they pulled a get out of jail free card. And market said, "Oh, we back, Mortimer, right? We're back. And what happened? Look at that grind. When you see markets move like this here, especially like this here, you know it's control when it gets like that. See, this right here was just getting the market off the lows, getting it back to that point where we had that equilibrium point around this point here. We hit that area. Obviously, it was clear support, resistance at that point at the top of the linear regression band, and all. Look at the line, tapping it. You straight lined out a little bit. Everybody got their bearings and said, "Oh, it's not, what we thought it was. It's actually the details, is in the Merck scenario that's really causing this. because the value stocks had woke up again. Airline, cruise lines, some restaurant stock, they began to start waking up, because they're most affected by not having patrons come into their business or use their services because of COVID, right? With or without a vaccine. So it was clear and apparent what was going on here. You can see it here from the chart. Again, you couldn't make this stuff up, as they said, right? Not make this stuff up, right? Couldn't make this stuff up, right? So that's important. Can you explain the strategy? Say fund the resource. Yeah, I'm gonna get into that. Right, got a little message there, right? So yeah, that was just, it was just like, it was almost but a given at that point, right? It was almost but a given at that point, right? So when I saw this calendar here again, I'm just telling you what I, from just pure experience. When we start flushing down here, I really got excited because my puts start really perking up. And then I saw this calendar here. I said, oh, that's the Foods Gold calendar. That's the one where they try to get you, right? They try to set you up with this guy right here. You had an initial little pop back up, right? They try to shake you up out of it, right? I said, no, I know what's going on. I see you, Al-Qaeda. I see you, right? Y'all ain't gonna get me, right? So I was like, I'm gonna hold my guns. I'm gonna hold my guns, right? At that point, I was still sitting on 5 puts. I didn't even sell one down here. I should have, right? But nonetheless, shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? And then it spiked up again on this calendar here. I said, okay, we just finna run back to resistance at this point right here. Literally, that's what I was thinking. Right, we're finna run back to that line of resistance. Look here, resistance. See them candles there? All that almost in a straight line, right? Right. So I said that's just them. They just cutting up, right? They just cutting up, trying to shake traders out, right? Paper hands and toilet paper hand. They're trying to shake them out of there. And then it did what? It hit that point right at near that moving average and roll back down. I said, oh, here we go. Now we back. Right. Now we back. All we did is made another lower high here. Right. That's what I was thinking to myself. I see what's going on here. This is just another lower high. Y'all ain't finna get me. Right. I know this picture, right? I've been doing this, for quite a while now. I know what's going on. And lo and behold, we began to roll back as right here at that pivot point. Again, looking back to the left here, we got it back down like 428.30, right? At that point, I start seeing the volume just coming in out of nowhere. I just like, it was just something out of a movie. It just started spiking, right? Meaning the volume just shot this candle like way up and caught a lot of people off guard. And it went up halfway a little bit, pivot, came back. And when it pivot back down near that point there, I sold all my puts. And essentially right at that point, around about 429.30-ish, 40 area, I bought calls. I bought 4 calls. I bought 3 in my Tastyworks and I bought 1 in the Robin. I should have bought more because, hindsight 2020. But again, I had not, or I was not really aware of the extent of what caused the market to kind of make that kind of level of a bullish move, right? I knew about the Merck news, but I didn't know this, the depthness of it because I was doing a lot of other stuff. I was multitasking. Just one of them days I was like, yes, I was multitasking. It is what it is, right? So clearly, when I began to dig a little deeper, I said, oh, whoa. This is finna be crazy, right? So now I didn't buy all those calls at once. Now, for the sake of transparency, I bought 2 in my Tasteworks around about 429.30-ish area. I ended up buying another one when we crossed over 430. When we got over like 430, I think like 430, 20-ish area, I bought that third one in that one. I bought the Robinhood call once we kind of eclipsed around about that 430, it was like 431 and change, right? Around about 431 and change is when I bought the one in Robinhood, right? All these like 434 strikes, right? Literally, I bought the same strike. I just want to make sure I have a equal ideal in my head what I need to do, right? After that, the market just rolled out all day long, just grinded it to the upside. And typically, what we saw from the previous days, the market would grind up a little bit, right? And then it would dump at the end of the day. See right here? This is what it did here. It pulled back, and then it grind back like it was gonna make that, make that charge back to the upside. Bulls got excited, and guess what happened? Doof, they dumped it on them right here, right? Flushed it on them, right? Right? They dabbed on it, right? Cam Newton style. So a lot of people were expecting that. See, that's how markets get you. They get you all emotional, revved up about, again, happened the previous day before that. Look right here. See, same thing. Market kind of went sideways, pulled back like it was when you were ready to bottom out. It ran it back up, got the bulls excited. Oh, we're finna make a rally at the end of the day. And guess what happened? End of the day, doof, dumped on them again. So markets have a very, look, markets don't care about your feelings, right? They be like, forget your feelings, right? You need to be aware of understanding how to read these tea leaves properly, all right, and how to stay, of the mainframe that you what this is a risk. Look, this is what they call risk management 101, because you're in a volatility laden environment now, right? When volatility creeps back into the market, like day traders who've been around for a while, we love volatility, right? This is what we live for these days. We are born and bred for these type of days. We love these hard pivots and expansion moments when markets are opening up finally, right? Because that's when the money is made. You can literally buy a premium outright, right? You only sell a premium when the markets are kind of tight, constricted, and controlled, right? But when markets open up like this, you can buy a premium for base of pennies on dollar and make tons of money. Essentially, what we did, right? All right. We grew at got 211, 212, somewhere around there. Could make this stuff up over like 16 grand, right? Could make this stuff up, right? Trading, expansion, right? Buying premium outright. So this is what we're left with now, where you're saying, okay, despite that of what we're dealing with for us, the debt ceiling talks and this, that, and the third, markets are starting to feel like after this news, oh, we'll let them play around with that mess over there. We got something a little bit more bigger than even that the idea of the debt ceiling issue. Why? Because businesses, in their mind, they feel like we can open up a little bit more now because people got a backstop to not necessarily getting the vaccine. They could just take the pill. It doesn't make them less contagious or any any more necessarily really, I don't know, Superman when it comes to their immune system to that regard or not, but just for the idea that there's a pill that you can pop that can resist death to a degree. It's speculative because we're gonna get into that too. But nonetheless, Wall Street don't care about all that, man. These people look, them people got it. When you got millions and millions and billions of dollars, I cheat death best I can. I could buy my way out of death. I couldn't make this stuff up. That's how they think. All right. So, but the average American, of course, that's not reality for a lot of people. That's not reality for a lot of people. So again, the asset side of things, the asset game, right? The financial, side of the house, financial industry, over here, you get to see everything firsthand. Period. Everything goes down over here. And then you hear about it weeks, sometime later on the Main Street side. So they always playing catch up to what already has happened that have happened actually on Wall Street side. So we're privy to all this data. And from there, we can make better decisions sometimes because, again, we're seeing what these companies are doing, how they're presenting information, around the government, how they're benefiting off of it too. Look, I always tell people, even if you're not avidly investing to the stock market like a lot of us do, it's good that you hang around it much as possible. Why? Because you get better news and information out of this than you can get every or any day sitting around waiting on your 6 o'clock news company to come on to give you some more, backstory to something that's already didn't happen with a spin on it, right? See, over here, it's a numbers game, right? Where they say numbers don't lie, we're dealing with numbers, right? So people, either hooking and cricking or they just really got something. But for the most part, the numbers are definitely going to be in play where you can understand, again, the gravity of how important it is, right? So that's why being over here, collecting the data, using the data is a win-win for anybody who wants to learn anything about the global markets as a whole, because you learn everything: science, you learn agriculture, horticulture, you learn technology, you learn the commodity side of the house, you learn all these different sectors that make up literally the global markets just from the palm of your cell phone, laptop, computer, tablet, whatever. In passing, literally, you learn essentially how the world works, business-wise and natural, because a lot of these stuff affect these little companies and these little countries that produce these stuff. You should get a chance to see exactly how these people living, or what is their staple good or crop or product that they may have, they offer up on a national level that benefits their country, their GDP, and even some cases their currency, of course, if you're a forex trader. So that's why I say this information over here is like man, this stuff over here is it's that drip, right? The information you get out of the stock market is the drip. Because again, if you want people's attention, affect their money. affect their money, you'll get their attention. I guarantee, because it's it's a survival tool. Essentially, it's survival. It's a survival tool. It's a resource that has purpose, purpose behind it, right? So again, that pivot was just like, okay, one of those kind of rip your face off rallies, but it was done very controlled in a way where shorts, that didn't take profit anywhere down in those areas there. They sat there and said, "Oh, this thing gonna roll back over. We're just gonna go back up to the resistance here, and then it's gonna roll back over." So they let the position basically go, to dust, trying to trade that kind of, it's gonna do this kind of move over here like it did over there again. Bro, this in the late in the day. You after 12 o'clock going into 1 o'clock, you still sitting there, puts things in the market gonna roll over at this point when the market just gave you that kind of candle right there. This guy right here, that candle right here, this joker right here, right? When you see stuff like that, and that's a 5-minute candle. That's a 5-minute candle, right? Let that marinate for a moment. That's a 5-minute candle that went up 2 points. 0.47%. That was almost 0.5% move in one candle. Right, let me pull the volume up so you can see it. Right, let me stretch the volume up, and it's gonna look unassuming. Why? Because y'all know how Wall Street works, right? Wall Street works also through what? Dark pools, right? They also work through dark pools. The volume looks very unassuming at that base of that candle. Look at it. I'm not making this up. It was only in terms of what we see on this side. It was only what? Around about what? 130,000 what? Shares. That's a lot. But look at it in relation to all the other ones at around that same area. See right there? They look about the same in height. People see that like, well, how is that possible? Well, it is possible because there's a dark pool. The dark pool machines cut on like gangbusters. I'm gonna show you that, right? They start buying the dark pool like crazy, and also the options market. See, that's the other underlying hidden figure. Option contracts start coming in like gangbusters for calls. So this volume here misleading for the extent, the level of that candle. No other candle is that size anywhere on this chart you see. Actually, some of them bigger over here. Look at this one here, bigger. That's them turning the market course. That one there was the one that kind of tipped me though. In a lot of ways, I said, "Oh, this is crazy. They're trying to play this bottom here. They're trying to pivot here because you got the little bounce there. They're trying to get it market off the low. So, unless something happened on this infrastructure bill, debt ceiling, yeah, let me keep an eye on that basically, right? And then after that, again, lights out. It was just lights out, right? So, if people were wondering what caused this move, now it was clearly on the news that Merck put out that information about that morning after pill for COVID-19. As game changer as it is in terms of how it seems on paper, guess what? Wall Street looks at that as like, oh, we finally got a stopgap now. We got something that we can use, right? Where companies can say, okay, we might be a little protected. And again, this whole war, civil war, quote unquote, with people who are vaccinated, not vaccinated, they're making a civil war. Yeah, I said they're going to do that eventually, and they did. They were leading towards it. This, I don't know if it's fool's gold or not, but it really gives people who are not vaccinated what solace that they don't necessarily need to get the jab now. And that's going to be the target points. Y'all know that's what it is. It's already circulating that way, right? That's coming from the heads who, not just people on the grass level. That's coming from ex-FDA commissioner Scott Gottlieb, of course, Dr. Fauci, a lot of other people on that level. And we're gonna pull up some excerpts of those people talking too about this whole Merck pill. But that's the talking points. So the people that was on the ivermectin side of the house, right? What's the other stuff? The one Quinn. I forgot the name of the thing on. It's coming to. But the people who are doing the alternative, therapeutics, right? The ivermectin and the other crew, the Quinn crew, right? I'm not going to say the Oleander stuff. Definitely don't even think about the Oleander stuff. That was that my pillow guy. Oleander will mess your life up. Oleander is definitely poisonous, right? Don't look. I'll be the first to tell you, don't stay away from Oleander like that. But anyway, that was that again, false sense of security. That was the false sense of security. People were like, oh, we back. I just take the pill. Right? I popped the pill, bro. I went to the party last night. We were out there, no masking, right? I was out there contracting all kind of, breath, right? Literally, that's how you're gonna be saying it now. That's how people gonna be talking about. I was out to the party last night contracting all kind of breath, bro. I was out there getting my breath on, right? So I just took the COVID, the Merck pill the day after, right? The next day. But you know, you got COVID out. I'm just gonna take the pill. I just took the pill just in case. I mean, that's literally how people are gonna be looking at this. Right? That's how they're gonna be positioning their mindset to deal with this. I'm just putting all the talking points out. I already kind of ran a lot of these talking points around in my head and was thinking to myself, how are people really gonna dissect this new? And keep in mind, this pill, which we're gonna get into that part right now too. It ain't really on paper, on terms of stat value. It really ain't all that, but it just sound good, right? It's tens, right? But I just keep them clean. It has a 50% efficacy rate. Yeah, it's better than 49. Yeah, but it's 50%, right? And of course, they're gonna say it's not a replacement than that of the vaccine, but in a lot of ways, it is. Why do I say that? Because people are going to say, well, why should I even get the vaccine? Because at the rate of people having to get vaccine, they're gonna have to keep getting booster shots from here on in, right? Because these viruses are eating as vaccines. So I mean, dang if I do, dang if I don't. Literally. Again, I'm just putting all the talking points out there. These are not necessarily my personal opinion. I'm just playing, I'm playing the middle in terms of commentating through talking points. Dang if I do, dang if I don't. If I take the pill, that still reduces my chance of death, or have access to that reduces my chance of death. And they can say, okay, then I'll allow my natural immunity to still turn around and do its part too, because of course there's studies on that too, right? Whether you for or against it, again, I'm just playing the both sides of the talking point, right? That study that came out from Israel that shows that natural immunity people who were not vaccinated obviously deemed to be stronger and fending off reoccurrences of contagion than that of those who actually had the vaccine. I'm not making up that, just for the study, right? But that's the argument on both sides. Then the vaccinated people say, well, you know what? But that's false sense of security too, because guess what? You walk around here as a potential carrier or a spreader, you can be just as much as responsible for affecting a lot of people, right? Or spreading it to a lot of people who may only just had their first shot or their second shot. But again, they are spreading it too. That's what makes it crazy. All right. Anyway, y'all get it. All right, let me move on. Move on, brother. Move on, brother. Afurakan. Right? Because you're gonna be like, look, bro, you moved in some dangerous territory here with this vaccine. And I know I got to tread lightly because y'all know YouTube been shutting a lot of channels. Meaning they deleting a lot of those kind of talking points, right? And people talk about it, but this is strictly in the essence of market analysis, right? Because that's what I got my disclaimer down there. Fair use act. I'm just strictly using it as disclaimer for the value of the conversation, right? Because these things are important. Why? Because we are investors. We are looking at what's the bottom line, what's the driving catalyst, right? What's the what are the parameters that we have to look at now to deal with markets trying to factor in and pricing and all this this new news. Seriously, again, right? Seriously, right? Man, so I'm just trying to, as a responsible person for people who are definitely within my circles, right? Look, I'm just trying to make sure we all stay even-minded and not emotional through all of this, because again, dealing with this coronavirus scenario has been very emotional and taxing on everybody. Period. Everybody globally, for the most part, who are in those right areas to be affected by it. Now we know our family down there on the Andaman Islands, right? The Sentinelese people, right? They like, what COVID? We ain't got that over here because we don't allow y'all to come on our island, right? So shout out to them people, right? Shout out to everybody on the Sentinelese and in the Andaman Islands, right? I just call them that, right? Let me pull up, right? Because they ain't finna be dealing with none of this stuff that everybody else dealing with right now, right? All right, all the family over there. These people right here. Let me do this real quick on GP. I gotta have a moment of comedy here in a good way. This is good though, because again, it shows you how, everything that the world is trying to push in terms of how they want everybody to accept their ways, right? A lot of this Western stuff. A lot of people ain't with that foolishness, bro. Just keep 100, right? And it's shame on you if you're trying to make everybody fall for that. These folks right here, these people right here, bruh, right? They like, what COVID, right? What's that? These people living they best life, right? As natural as they are when it comes to earth children, they living their best life, isolated, got unlimited, fresh air and good breezes. And I mean, look, and people been trying to infiltrate the people for years, right? For years they've been trying to infiltrate these people. And then people like, no, anytime you come here, right, we're gonna put the bow and arrows across your back, right? Or hit you with one of these hatchets or something, right? They're like, what COVID? What monoclonal therapy? We don't need none of that stuff. What vaccine? What's that? Now they have a very I should say a very organic immune system. And it probably would be a problem if they get in contact with a lot of jokers, like some of y'all, man, y'all breathing on people, man, jack them people up, man. Right? We got that melting pot bacteria virus, gang inside of our bodies over here, of course, or Western scenario, because we travel and all that. But the people right there, they're like, bro, we organic over here, right? We organic. Y'all GMO, we organic. Don't come here with that virus, right? Don't come here with that Rona, right? But again, in all fairness to the idea, so science is unique. It has its place, right? It has its place. Markets are trying to play the role of detective every day, right? Globally, is trying to price in, what are the issues, so we can tackle them, one at a time, right? As the saying goes, markets love climbing the wall of what? The wall of worry, right? Markets love trying to climb the wall of worry. That shores up, the ability for cash to come in that is new, that shores up the opportunity for people to continue to innovate, to try to go after their competitors, right? Or they're using some of their business model and redoing, reverse engineering and doing their own thing. That's how the market works. That's the game, right? Period. That's how this stuff works. Everybody's trying to build a better mousetrap. That's the rolling consensus theoretical thesis or whatever that Wall Street lives by, right? Everybody that comes into the market as a publicly traded company is either, saying that they got a better mousetrap, or they're essentially trying to use public money to build, in their mind, a better mousetrap. And if it's, seemingly a decent enough business plan, Wall Street to get behind it. They'll pump money into it to the degree where they feel like, okay, if it ain't going nowhere, then yeah, we'll just we'll get up out of here. Yeah, but for now, it's working, or it may be working. We just gonna ride this thing till the wheels fall off. They don't care if it's, at the end result. Really, a lot of cases, seriously, they don't. Right? So you have to be able to see this for what it is, act on it naturally, keep your emotions in check, and then again from there, go out there and make good decisions, financial decisions, right? Good financial decisions. So markets, again, always signaling to you a lot of different things, right? So when those things happen, breaking news notifications, those breaking news notifications are lifesavers if you are in a volatile marketplace. Why? Because if anything happens on a spur of a dime or a pivot of a dime, you got to be privy to be able to get that information, because you may be heavy, biased on one side. Something happens, you distracted, or I don't know, looking into your boo eyes or whatever. You're like, oh, I love you. I made all this money today, and you forgot that you still them trades are still hot. Yeah, you can get reversed and go through a rip your face all rally and lose all your gains. Give it all back. So again, it's important, if you are of the craft, of course, we know this, you have to be solid in knowing that, if you have live trades on, through all intents and purposes, either you're gonna backstop those with a series of stop losses, or you're going to be right in front of those trades much as you can, right? Because again, at the end of the day, markets don't care what side you're on. They don't care. On the side they care about is the money side. Essentially, that's it. Bull, bear, whatever. Of course, I know it may seem like everything just been overly uber bullish lately because that's the name of the game, right? Bull market since whenever, right? Since forever. But yeah, that also breeds a false sense of security. Again, I said that many times. You have to be able to play both sides. No implicit biases. I repeat, do away with implicit biases, right? Implicit biases will, look, they'll mess your whole game up. It's not worth it. Don't do it. All right. Stay away from implicit biases, right? Because again, markets are not going to reward you trying to revenge trade. Again, markets can remain, irrational long as you can remain solid. If you that, hard to try to counter trade the market, look, all I'm saying, make sure you have a good little amount of money somewhere, and you're really trying to put forth a good thesis to make sure that you're front running the market. So when it does turn, if you accruing any losses at this point, you'll be able to get some of that money back, right? If, or not make a good little most of it, because it's just not a good idea, right? It's just not a good idea. All right. So yeah. So let's jump on into this right here. Let me see here. Blah blah blah. Come over here. All right. So yeah, again, the news of today, right? This whole Merck pill, right? We're gonna do a little segment on that, and I'm gonna get out here, right? Again, get out you guys' hair, right? But I just had to kind of go into that side of the spy here because I'm sure y'all saw like I did. I was just like, bro, I was like, bruh, right? Before you know it, I was up around about $800-900 on that, on my little swing calls that I bought on that pivot, right? And again, hindsight, you say I could have bought more, I should have bought more, right? Whatever, take what you get. I already did pretty well on the puts and initial calls, right? So again, you just playing the volatility. That's what we're doing. That's what we do when we trade. Again, I'm speaking to the traders out there now. When I say that, that's one of my talking points when I say I'm speaking to the traders, because I want everybody to think that that's how you should always be looking at markets, because we don't. We are definitely long-term minded traders, investors over here. First and foremost, it's a marathon, not a sprint. We're trying to build, we're trying to play catch up, number one, but we're trying to establish some kind of form of a linear growth in terms of our wealth value, right? People say generational wealth, whatever, call it what you want. I'm saying we're just trying to make sure we can, have access to money well into the future. All right, simple as that. All right. So let me get the link so I can get the link now and get, if you guys want to come on, I just want to make sure I get my little pre-conversation in. Let me get the link, guys. If you guys want to come on to the panel, discuss any of this news, the vaccine scenario, Merck pill, whatever, because we're going to get into the flip side of what happened also because of that Merck news, because a lot of the stocks on the vaccine producers, a lot of those stocks crashed. They went to crashing. Pfizer, Moderna, BioNTech, Novavax, them stocks start crashing on that news. You would say, well, why would they crash? That would be a net positive for everybody, wouldn't it be? Not for the vaccine producers, because they're planning people continuously getting the jab over and 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 over. And people can just pop a pill and not have to go wait in line to go through all this stuff. And they just buy a pill off the shelf, if that's the case. Well, hypothetical, right? Guess what? How many people gonna be lined up to get a jab? You got to make appointments for all that stuff. Like, bro, if I can do it, we'll pick that pill up. I do take the morning after pill. I take the morning after pill for COVID, right? Make it make sense, guys. This is what we're dealing with inside of a pandemic. Hey, everybody's different, right? So yeah, let me get the link here, guys. So guys, if you guys want to come on, discuss some of this here, you're welcome. And like I said, we have a little talking points about it, and we'll get out of here. Get out you guys' hair for the Saturday here. All right. There's the link for the StreamYard. If you want to come on to the panel, you're welcome to do so. All right. Let's post it over there. Let me post it over here. on the Facebook side of things as well. All right. Let me see. Oh, I'm trying to post it up. Man, Cape Side. That's fine. That's fine. All right. So let me go here. Get that link out just in case. All right. So yeah. So so again, the markets are just all over the place. So we don't know what's going to come out of this come Monday. Right? Anything can happen Monday. Right? Because there were some ugly parts about the bill stuff that came out after the market closed, right? This idea that the Democrats were unsuccessful at being able to rally their troops, meaning their troops, other Democrats, to come together with some kind of consensus of a number for this new this package, right? This next package, right? This next stimulus package, if you just call it what it really is, a stimulus package. So the infighting is crazy, but again, if anything, the market's got a small reprieve with that Merck pill news that these people feel really good about their situation. Meaning, if they feel like we could just stop the market from bleeding just a little bit, that's a positive because we were getting ready to go into some uncharted territory. I am not making this up. Y'all saw that chart like I did. And we would have broke that 427.60 area, 427.50 area with conviction. That entire candle I was waiting for. I was like, oh, I'm sitting there looking at my chart. This thing, if it run that candle there, we finna get paid. Closing out the week, right? We already was killing throughout the week, right? And the last 3 weeks, we've been crushing it. But that one there, I was like, yeah, we finna get it, right? We finna really get it. And lo and behold, boy, they turned that thing on the dime, right? They pivoted that thing, and it was just lights out from there. That's the game, right? What can you do, right? What could you do, right? Right? What can you do, right? But for the most part, again, it just proved to be something that we was already prepared for. We was already discussing hard pivots. We was discussing support points, right? Pivot points on the charts. That's why charting is important. That's why going through a myriad of different charting patterns and trend scenarios is good for your memory brain. When you see it, you know how to react to it, right? So that's why it's important to put in that chart time. As one would say, 10,000 charts, right? You haven't arrived till you really gotten to like 10,000 charts, right? It seems like a lot, but it really isn't if you learn how to really methodically put all the pieces together and just kind of move around, because you're just seeing patterns and trends. You're seeing this, that, angles, rounded top, rounded bottom. You're seeing all the different things that matter, right? In terms of peak to trough scenario, channels and accumulation, consolidation, expansion, right? Divergence, right? Convergence, right? And then divergence, right? Well, when markets are very volatile, you have more convergence or divergence. You have obviously more divergence, right? Because now they can't really keep the market kind of in a controlled environment. Is people panicking? You see what I'm saying? Markets start diverging, stop losses get triggered. A lot of people make a lot of money real fast if you shorten, right? If the markets are coming down. And in the same breath, if markets start to spike because of whatever odd reason, like it did Friday on that news, if you still thinking, oh, this is fool's gold, this spike when they come back down, if you ain't really understanding the nature of the news, you can get your face ripped off or give back all those gains that you were hard to get if you were short in the market. Essentially, what a lot of people did, they gave back a lot of their gains. Right? You had to be very poised to learn how to play these pivots. It's fire tested. It's a fire testing environment for a reason. But out of this, you become so much more built for the kill as an investor. An investor definitely, but definitely a trader. But even good for investors too, because you know why? You realize over time your nerves don't get rattled, right? You've seen this picture before. Oh, this is the dip I want to buy here. I'm a dollar cost average in here. They call it DCA. I'm a dollar cost average in right here because I see, okay, this is about 5-7% average value. Yeah, I'll add a little bit here. If we go a little lower, I add a little bit. But by conventional wisdom, the rules of engagement tell me when we have this kind of level of pullback, I need to be adding to these kind of level of position. See how that works? So yeah, knowing how the growth to value game works, to the value to the legacy scenarios work, to the dividend type trades, to the earning play, to whatever, you're trying to put it all in perspective, right? So Again, you guys got to love this stuff because it's the best drama on the planet. It's better than your favorite TV show. It's better than your favorite basketball, football. I know the sport family finna come from me. That's fine, right? Because all I can say, I'm gonna just say this here and crush that whole conversation. When you be talking about that's your team, my team, this, that, third, I'm like, show me a pink stub, right? A pay stub. Show me a pay stub. All right. Show me some dividends. Right. Show me. So if it's your team, I need to see some you getting paid from it. All right. You may bet your little cousin and brother every now and then, but yeah, show me a pay stub. Over here, I can show you a pay stub. I can show you a P&L. I can show you a ticket where we bought a put or a call or some trades, and here's the price now. See that right here? This is the money I made. See, we can show you that over here. So again, I'm just saying, don't come from me, guys. Don't come from me if you're a sport person. But y'all get what I'm saying. The markets are so engaging that there's so many things that happens in it or around it all the time. You'll always have something that you can look into, you can research, right? It's innovation, right? It's all that too. That's the great thing about it. Science, innovation. It's housing. It's real estate. I mean, I know it's the market. It's the global market. Why would you wouldn't want to learn that? Convince me how none of that stuff is important. How are those things not important in your day-to-day life? But constant, distraction because of this, that, and the third is, right? Or, shows or whatever. People like, I just need to decompress, bro. I know what, everybody like a little messiness here and there. But still, even with that, in our messiness over here, we get paid from it. Company acting stupid, right? They do an offering, a mixed shelf offering or something, or they had bad news on an efficacy level in terms of one of their drugs, right? They get a CRL letter, right? And the stock plummets, 20-30%. Then everybody come in and bomb on your stock. Say, we told you that we're gonna fail, right? Right, joke with all the emotion and come and we get to cursing each other out because y'all know money and love, two things to get people in their feelings very quickly. Money and love. Human emotions already go chaotic when those things are in play. All right. But again, that's the rules of engagement. So really quick, all right. The link is out there, guys. Again, like I said, if you are able to, I know some guys might be watching football right now. It's fine. We can do both, right? Multitasking. But I'm gonna look at a couple of these news pieces real quick, and then we get ready to get off here. I just want to come on quick to discuss what this whole Merck scenario about, right? So let's see here. This is look, they wide open, right? They wide open, and they ready to play ball, right? So now this is Roche is in there as well. Roche, if you say Roche. All right, let me cut that up too.
It's being
all right, so yeah, I'm gonna have to turn that to. Let me see. Let me do this here so you can hear it, because I'm just gonna let them talk. We're gonna let them use their talking points, and then we can read, of course, like we always do. So we can kind of see the extent of how people are really feeling, right? How they're really feeling about this new COVID, morning after pill, right? Right. All right. So yeah, we're good on that side. All right. So let's do this here. Right. I'm gonna have the mic. I hope it ain't really distorted. I'm still learning my system here, so I'm gonna use the speakers from my setup here to play this news article until I get that relay switch where I can do both. All right. So 1 second here. Let's come over here. All right. Where's the news? Okay, here. All right. So yeah.
considered as a potential breakthrough in medical circles. Merck on.
Hold up. This thing should be playing now. Why y'all tripping? Okay, I see why. Because we're doing the speakers. All right. So, all right. Hopefully this works now. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear it on the YouTube side too. Forgive me. I'm getting everything right. I'm still fine tuning my little system. All right.
It's being considered as a potential breakthrough in medical circles. Merck on Friday said its experimental antiviral COVID-19 medication reduces the chance of hospitalization or death for patients at risk of severe disease by around 50%. If authorized, Merck's drug known as molnupiravir
Can y'all hear that clearly?
would be the first oral antiviral medication on the market. Pfizer and Roche are both working on antiviral pills as well. So far, only antibody cocktails that are administered intravenously are approved for treating COVID-19.
Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear it clearly too. If you don't mind, press 1 if you can hear it clearly. Okay. Thank you, Ilva Tamika. Happy to have you here as well,
12
Ilva.
hours for 5 days.
Somebody say there's an echo.
Given the pill were 50% less
Is
likely
the echo bad, or
to be hospitalized compared to those given the placebo. And another,
is the echo bad, or is it just slightly? Because I got to figure out how to get that noise, the echo cancellation thing on there too. Is it bad, or is it? I need to know, because I want to make sure y'all can hear. I'm sure y'all can go pull the article up yourself. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get the article and post in the back chat like we always do, right? But just for the sake of the YouTube conversation here, I want to make sure you guys can hear it. It says slight echo. Somebody say no echo. Somebody say slight, so it's not bad. Okay, as long as it ain't bad. And I'll get that stuff worked out over time when I fine tune the scenario. But there's the article there, just in case you want to, go pull it up yourself. All right, so yeah, so let me go back over there. Sorry about that. And I might need to cut my mic down a little bit too. A little bit over here on my control side. All right, so yeah, all right.
Pill, every antibody cocktails that are administered intravenously are approved for treating COVID-19. The global Merck trial involved 775 patients. Interim results showed 29 days after taking the pill every 12 hours for 5 days, patients given the pill were 50% less likely to die or be hospitalized compared to those given the placebo. In another piece of upbeat news, Merck says viral sequencing done so far showed the pill is effective against all variants of the coronavirus, including the highly transmissible Delta variant. Merck and partner Ridgeback Biotherapeutics plan to seek U.S. emergency use authorization for the pill as soon as possible and will submit applications to regulators worldwide. The drug maker said it doesn't know how long the FDA will take to review the drug. The company did not detail side effects, but did say men enrolled in the trial had to abstain from sex or use contraception, and women of childbearing age could not be pregnant and had to use birth control. Merck expects to produce 10 million courses of the treatment by the end of the year and has a contract with the U.S. government to supply 1.7 million courses at $700 per course. Shares of Merck surged in midday Friday trading. Vaccine makers like Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna slumped on the news.
Let that marinate. So those are some of the, okay, when we say the bullets, right? The talking points, if you will, right? So let me come back over here. All right, let me cut that back up and let me change my mic situation back over here on StreamYard. So just thinking about that, guys, thinking about that, saying to yourself, okay, those are what they call the initial parameters, right? Those are the initial parameters surrounding this new miracle pill, right, if you will, right? The miracle pill. I call it the miracle pill. I call it the morning after COVID pill, right? The morning after. Who was at the club? They're breathing all over everybody. Here, take this virus. I got a pill. I can pay. I can take this pill. What's going on, Oba? Chris, you done popped in the building, right? Peace, pound, property, Oba. All right.
Peace, pound, property, Oba.
Yeah. So this Merck pill, man. Look, man. Markets are just like, oh, we back, Mortimer, we back, or are they? Right? We'll figure out the extent of what that's looked like maybe next week, going to the next week, obviously. But look at that, right? They're seeking. Let's talk about some of these bullet points really quick here, right? Let's go into some of these bullet points. The first point, right here. They're going to seek approval for the pill as soon as possible. Now, approval basically, in a sense, could be two things. It could be, of course, FDA approval, which we know that would be just like, no, you don't get that kind of approval like that just out the gate, unless they just really desperate. But emergency use authorization, right? Emergency use authorization pretty much gives it the green light where any American that can get their hands on it can now access it, with or without, proper screening. To the degree, I'm sure there's gonna be stipulations, but it's not like how with the COVID, the coronavirus vaccine is, right? You got to sign up and go through, get a vaccine card and all this stuff. With the pill, it just, we don't know if it's gonna be over the counter distributed or, y'all get my point, right? There's a lot of layers to that, but that's how you got to politic your way through that, right? You got to be able to talk your way through that. Them getting that approval, the emergency use authorization, kind of like how remdesivir, but remdesivir actually comes with a whole lot of scrutiny too, because again, they didn't have a whole lot of it in surplus, and and it's a cocktail, right? It's a it's monoclonal scenario. There's a lot of different things that go into it. Unlike with this pill, it's just one pill, right? It's just a pill, right? You pop the pill and you go on about your little day, right? For whatever the case, I'm just paraphrasing. I don't know the extent to, but that's the basis of it, right? So that in itself, again, regardless if you for Merck or not Merck, again, y'all know all these pharmaceutical companies are straight, y'all know that they profiteers, right? They profiting all people's sickness and death. That's what they do. That's what they do, right? There really is no moral clause in what they do. People kill me with that. I'm like, man, stop. It's a business. Get out your feeling, right? All this stuff is a business. If you hang out on this side like we do a lot, you realize all this stuff is a business. Stop playing. Yeah, it does have breakthrough moments, innovation that gives people, safety and security in some cases, but for the most part, look, it's a business. If these people are really in the moral clause to help people, a lot of hospitals will not be overran a lot, pre-COVID, right? Anyway, moving on. Let me get off my soapbox, right? So, second bullet point, if approved, would be the first oral antiviral COVID-19 drug, the first oral. Y'all know how important that is. Now we're not talking about intravenous, administered, like in terms of vaccine, right? Oral, again, popping a pill. Pop a pill like you pop an aspirin, Tylenol, Bufferin, whatever, going about your way. Easily accessible, again, easy to be contained, no temperature scenario like you had to deal with some of these vaccines and all this stuff. I mean, the level that you can, besides, it just contaminated batch or something. Right? But outside that, you just pop a pill, keep it pushing. That's important because is it easier for them to manufacture a lot of these pills, or is it easier for vaccine companies to manufacture a lot of vaccine vials? Because there's a lot of things that go into the vaccine vials. You got the vaccine bottles. You see all that stuff, the concoction, everything, the temperature, all this stuff. The way you ship it got to be very, you got to be very careful in terms of how you, the process. And y'all get it, right? All those things matter. But with a pill, what do? You pop the pill, right? I guess I'm paraphrasing the idea. You pop that pill, you go about your business, right? Your day, right? And again, for what it's worth, Wall Street likes things that are well packaged. When I say well packaged, meaning something of this nature here doesn't require a whole lot of what? How can I say this? It doesn't require a lot of hands in the pot. From supply chain, this, that, there. If you could just formulate the pill, put it in the cap, ship it, you could manufacture a lot of them a lot faster. Is my point. Because that's the question everybody has now. How much can you manufacture and how fast? Regardless of whether we know, if we're going to use it for compassionate reasons, because right now the only way you can get it is for compassionate reasons, right? That's the clause. Compassionate reason meaning if you're already on your deathbed, they'll say, hey, we got this pill. You want to take it? You can sign up on it. And yeah. But the average person just can't walk to the hospital and say, hey, let me get that pill. Right? Let me get that Merck pill. I know y'all got it, right? Go up in there with them things like, hey, where the Merck pills at? And this is a shakedown, right? That's the reality. Until they get FDA, again, authorization, they got approval. I'm just going to say authorization. Then that's the deal. But again, that is a game changer globally for a lot of people mentality. Whether they've taken the vaccine and they didn't, or they're against the vaccine or they're not, that's a game changer appeal, right? So again, next bullet point, Merck shares rallied, right? While some vaccine makers fail. Well, we know why they fail, right? It seems odd that they would, because you're like, oh, we should be all in the same game of helping people, right? You would think, right? This is good for everybody, right? More opportunities out there where people can have a backstop to fight against this virus. But that's not how Wall Street works. See, that's why I tell people, man, y'all got to get out your feelings, man. That's not how Wall Street works, right? Wall Street said it's competition. This is disruption to what? To some of the other fish in the pond. So you know it's about what? You know it's about money. It ain't about your feelings, right? Or purely, quote unquote, purely the science alone. It's not. It's not, right? It's about money. And lo and behold, what happened? Some of those stocks, right? What's going on, Ilba? Angie in the building. Over Brandon in the building. Peacebound Property, you beautiful people. How y'all doing this wonderful Saturday?
Good, over. Good. Peace to everybody now.
Peace, fam. I'm dipping into y'all free time a little bit here, so y'all gotta forgive me. I know I'm all of y'all little business. What the brother over here doing? Talking about going live on a Saturday. Right? He's don't miss a word fishing somewhere. I'm gonna get ready to go fishing in a minute.
Man, you took the words right out of my mouth. I thought you was at a good lake right now.
You got that boat stretched out, right? Right? I'm about to wait to do it later. I'll probably go tomorrow. Maybe, it's beautiful outside today too, man. Oh man, it's beautiful out there, right? And y'all know I'm in the little DC region, I guess, the DMV, but for the most part, today is somewhat pleasant. Knock on wood. But yeah, it would have been a great day to go. But I go, enough through the weekday where it's been a lot, when the market really, working good. You got to sit there and fight it in front of a big screen all day. You do that thing from your cell phone on the boat. Hey, look, you make that money and move on, right? So yeah, I get a chance to go maybe tomorrow. Who knows? But yeah, so let me show you this really quick, guys. Again, we know the flip side to that now that this is now going to be what they call an antithetical trade to what all the vaccine players. So if more news comes out about this Merck pill being any kind of aspect of what they claim it to be, like a super pill, that's going to put pressure on the vaccine stocks. We know that now. And to the point where they actually can convert. And eventually they're going to start doing convergence. It happens. It typically always happens at some point. But the initial shock and awe always spooks the investors or people who are dependent on their thing being the number one thing or the it. Y'all say that word? So clearly, right now, this is going to be a headache for companies like Moderna. Now, this drop that Moderna had was more than what they said it was too. I mean, just for the sake of transparency and fairness, because again, I'm a Moderna holder, right? I'm a long-term stock Moderna holder, right? And yeah, I added a little bit on this dip when it fell down. I didn't add a whole lot, but I added to, some of to my position, right? Well, the reason why it fell at this magnitude for us Moderna, they had news as well that they had a bad batch of their vaccine got contaminated, right? And it got shipped, I think, to Japan somewhere. So that was the compounding effect to the extent of why Moderna fell so hard, so big like that, on top of the Merck news on top of that. Now, some people say it was overextended anyway. Yeah, we get all that. We understand the talking points. I get it, right? We understand what's going on, right? All right, let's go to the let's see what the hourly chart. We get it, right? We get it. That's how the game works. Sometimes you get a little over frothy, you get a little ahead of yourself, and people want to get you at a cheaper price because they know you still gonna be what, right? They know you still what, the man, right? You still you banging out here in these streets, right? Right? They know you still about that life. So some people, where they miss opportunity to kind of take advantage of that, they say, okay, here's a good time for it to happen, right? Here's a good time for me to get in at a cheaper price, whatever, or add to my position, because at the end of the day, the business model that Moderna has still hasn't changed because of this pill. Why? Because people will still convince you that you got to look at everything. If the booster shots are going to be prerequisite going forward, yeah, I'm still going to take my chance with this vaccine than that of a pill. Because why? Our efficacy levels are sitting at 97 and 98%. Period. And we just built we're starting to build a manufacturing hub in Canada to produce this stuff well into the future. Why? Because we're going to have other things that we're going to work on in tandem to COVID, fighting COVID. They got something coming out for the flu. They got something in tandem to the flu and COVID together. They're now starting to put that mRNA science to work finally in a way where they're going to be game changers. Well, they already game changers at this point. Hence, we knew that way back when we talked about it way back, January, February of last year, right? And I was very, emphatic back then. I said my number one choice right now is Moderna. I made that bold statement way back January, February of last year, right? It has not changed to date because I understand when people say, when we think about, let's just say the coaches of the vaccination side of the building, this is that, what the Resident Evil movie, right? The T cells, all this. This is the extent of it being at that level. It's robotic, internal T cell surgery, where you don't have to get the actual virus of these, bad bacteria and viruses, You can bypass that and get a robot value of it. So whatever. I'm not gonna get deep into all that. Y'all know the deal. But anyway, yeah, Moderna failed. Okay, granted, you kind of see what's going on here from this peak here to this lower high here, right? And okay, now you pull back a little bit and you came right back to a chop point of support in this area right here. So far, it's holding. Right now, we can go as low as possibly 320, right? If we break 320, then yeah, we got this area here to kind of contend with. After that, there's a gap right here down to around about 260. Now, of course, if that happened, oh boy, Joker's gonna be back in the truck up, right? Oh boy, right? They're gonna be back in the truck up because again, the story is still intact for Moderna. Why? Because they are still the leader, regardless of Pfizer getting the FDA approval first. Again, that's political. We know that. That was a political move. Anyway. But Moderna is up next to get what? The booster approval. See, that's the next piece of catalyst that's coming down the pipeline for Moderna. I'm just putting it out there. Y'all probably already know that anyway, but for the sake of conversation, they're up to bat next to get the booster shot approval. Not FDA for the entire vaccine, which we know they probably, deserve it better than that of Pfizer. But, the reason why they ain't got it because of who? Scott Gottlieb, right? Ex-FDA commissioner Scott Gottlieb sits on the board of Pfizer. He politics with Dr. Fauci all the time. Him and Bill Gates and all those guys, they clicked up and they cool. And it's Joe Biden administration now instead of Trump. It was obvious that they was going to give it to Pfizer. Again, Pfizer is not stronger than the Moderna one, but whatever, right? People gonna say apples, oranges, peanuts, right? Whatever. But I'm just stating it from the ideal of the information. Lo and behold, again, this stock price that Moderna is sitting at today, again, over $300 a share when it came from basically $17, right? In about a year and 5-6 months. Look, people ain't ready. People ain't ready. Right? We was on top of this here. Right? A lot of people got in around about $40, $50 a share, right? And they just been sitting in it ever since. See, going way back here. See right here, way back around this point here when COVID ran to became airing apparent that it was going to be a problem, of course, right? And we were talking about it. We were doing our little shows. We were going in on this stuff because everybody was like, man, this COVID stuff crazy, bro. It's crazy, right? Yeah. After that, it was like, oh, it's game on. Again, $18, $17 a share, $15, in around those areas before it came from there, but $18 a share, it lifted, right, on the idea that the vaccine, that was the initial one right there, that candle right there, when it gapped up like this right here, right, even though it's showing red because it pulled back, but that's fine. That was right there saying that, oh, we in business. We in business. It basically went from $18 up here around about $35, $36 and change, right? And a couple of days off the idea that Moderna was going to be they were going to be summoned to produce a vaccine for this virus. Pull back, got close to 200 moving, hit it with a wick. It wicked down toward it, but the body did. After that, lights out. After that, it was lights out. We traded it a couple times. I know I'm speaking to me personally, but I didn't take I should have took a little position. I know if woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I was trading the momentum, right? But I said, I was telling myself at the same time, I said, I still need to see a little bit more before I get really excited about it. Want to put a long-term position on. I don't cover me rich. It just in my mind I was like, I got to see a little more, right? Because at that time, a lot was happening, right? So many things were going on with this whole virus stuff. Everybody's life was turned upside down. you know, can we come up with a vaccine? All that. But I was still in my mind favorably in terms of from the science that I was able to do in terms of the research. When we did it together as a group, we did it individually. I was already, completely assured that Moderna was going to be the one that I was going to roll with, right? In terms of investment value, right? Because the science was just, to me, revolutionary in terms of how I was going through all the different papers and the efficacy levels and how they go about putting their practices together. I was like, yeah, Moderna going to be that one, right? And this was, again, in the January, February time frame. And lo and behold, the stock did what? It did to do, right? And so, again, a lot of people are getting in, taking positions around about 37, 40, $50 area, right? I started my position at the high 50s, right? In terms of long term, I was trading it up in here, options and all this stuff, right? Day trade or whatever. And then I got serious. Well, I shouldn't say it that way, but I was serious about it back then. But I was like, okay, up around that, that 50 area around here, mid 50s, the high 50s. I said, it's game on now, right? It's game on, right? And so after that, it was just like, hey, as you see, I got little levels marked off here. It was lights out again. It went from $18, guys, $18 a share. And it went way, I got to keep squinching. All right, pulling the chart down. Y'all can see this thing. It went way up here to basically $500 a share in 1 year and about 4 or 5 months. Moment of silence there for people who think that this is about some games over here. Moment of silence for those jokers. They over there arguing about the ideal of this, that, and the third, all the other stuff. We over there saying, oh, let's put this money to work. See how that worked? Y'all see how that worked? $18 to $500 in about a year and 5 months. Those kind of returns. And it was almost like a given because you say to yourself, we need a backstop to the virus, right? The world is in shambles. Somebody got to come up with something. We knew who the players were at that point. Sanofi, Roche, again, we're talking about the vaccine strictly. Novavax, Pfizer, BioNTech, AstraZeneca. Again, Merck at that time had backed out of the vaccine race. Merck, of all people, backed out. Why did Merck back out? This is their lane. They backed out of the vaccine race at that point. And now all of a sudden they come back, oh, we want the therapy. The therapy, because this is what ongoing. That leads me to my next point. Look at this right here. This is the part right here. This is why Merck gangster, right? This is why Merck will forever be gangster, right? That's why I guess they named Merck, right? Right? This is why they're gonna be gangster. See right here? This is how these people ain't. This will let you know right now. These people here are full of mess. See right here? They always been full of mess. Y'all see that right there? Can y'all see that? Y'all make sure I got my screen showing.
Yeah, they bought a bunch.
Yeah, one of y'all read that for me real quick. I like getting family involved. What did that say? Somebody
U.S. government to buy 1.7 million courses at $700 each.
All right, that part right there. How much?
$700 each.
Now, from the extent of this is just one pill. This is a pop the pill and move on, right? To my understanding, as of what we know now, right? You pop the pill and you move on, right? Think about that for a moment. So you mean to tell me one pill, or is it a lot of pills? We don't know that. I'm trying to figure that. I got to figure this out. Is it a lot? Because y'all know when I say a lot of pills, mean like one lot that may have like 10 vials on it, like 10 pills on it, right? Or is it just per pill, right? If it's per pill, they on some Martin Shkreli kind of stuff, right? Dude that tried to sell that stuff that bought that Wu-Tang album that they locked up in prison. They on that kind of stuff. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Seriously, $700. So Merck says, okay, how many people are willing to pay $700 for a morning after pill for COVID-19, as opposed to getting in line, waiting for an appointment to get the jab? Let that marinate for a moment. Again, I'm gonna throw that to the panel that's on the back side here. What do y'all think on that? Open Brandon, Sister Angie, Brother Chris, anybody on the YouTube side again? What do y'all think about that? Paul, take that thought for a moment. Anybody want to chime in on that?
What's the question again?
What do you think about in terms of them putting that price point on it. Again, if it's $700 pill or if it's $700 like for a pack of 10 or something like that, right? Because we still got to figure that out, right? How do you think the actual general public is going to look at this? Are they willing to want to risk, stand in the line to get the vaccine if they already haven't got it anyway yet, or they would be more susceptible? So you know what? I'll go ahead and pay that $700, right?
They're gonna pay the $700
or a pack of pills, and I just move like that because I don't have to go through all this paperwork and getting the vaccine card, this, that, the third. What do y'all think on that?
They're gonna pay the $700. They're gonna pay. They would rather pay the $700 for the pill than getting the jab.
So you already saying right now that you think that's gonna be the energy. I'll take my chances. I'll just pay this morning after pill, kind of like like I say, I call it the morning after pill for COVID. Right? We did make this bad decision. We hung out all whatever, and look at him. I don't want to go home pregnant with the coronavirus, so I'm gonna pop this pill.
Right. And it might start flipping it. They might start buying the pills, and then making their own price for it too, because it's gonna be a market for it.
You already know how people think,
right?
Because this is what they do. Imagine if the black market can get their hands on this. If the black market get their hands on this, think about how many people that's going to try to reverse engineer it and make their own. All the what? The clones, the fake stuff. Right? Again, this stuff is crazy. But it's a necessary conversation. Why? Because again, as investors and traders, this is a part of what our daily politics, right? We need to see what's the chance of the stock or the company being able to truly benefit from it, right? Well, we know what Merck stock did on the news. What did Merck stock do on that news? While Moderna was coming down, flaming, right? Right. While Moderna was flaming to the downside, Merck had the biggest jump. And I would say literally, let's do this here. It had one of the biggest jumps in its business career to the extent since dang near back in his old days, exception days. Merck had never had a move like, because y'all know pharmaceutical companies like this, they have very methodical movement. They're very slow. They creepers, right? They just keep them in their portfolio for dividends, and you don't really look for these companies to give you what they call bang out return. They give you 6% on an annual basis, 8% maybe, right? They ain't finna be doing all this 40, 70%, 100% stuff like some of these burgeoning type of biotech stocks would do, right? But just like Pfizer, because Pfizer, they got the new lease on life because of their vaccine, right? We was talking about Pfizer. Pfizer was going nowhere fast for years. It was stuck between $30 a share forever.
Wasn't moving.
Going nowhere.
Nowhere. Yep.
Right now, all of a sudden, you turn over here and fast forward to Merck, right? What's going on? Ilba Keon in the building, right? A few family came in. Our family, everything. Brother P Smooth, our family, C.I. Smooth in the building, right? Brother Rich B in the building. Our sister Gloria Miller in the house. Thank y'all for coming through this evening. Our brother David Jones, of course, right? No, I missed a few people. I'm kind of going in a little bit. Forgive me, guys. Thank y'all for tuning in as well, right? But yeah, I got to show y'all this here. Look at Merck. Look what happened to Merck. Y'all guys, I'm sure y'all saw it, but this our lane, right? But
yeah, I dumped it at like 80 something, 85. Well, that was a while back though, last year. But I still got it on the investment side too. So
look at here. Y'all see that gap up right there? Some people who understand it. The magnitude of a gap like that in Merck, it's crazy.
Hey, but I don't think you're showing on your StreamYard. I don't know if you other guys can see it, but I don't see it on my phone.
It's not showing?
I see it on my side.
Is it showing on YouTube, guys? Let me know if it's not showing on YouTube. I'm sorry.
It could be my phone, but I don't think I see the Peace, Power, and Profit at the bottom.
Okay.
Scroll through.
That's on my screen.
Let me see.
Try.
Could be me.
Yeah, y'all let me know if y'all can see it on YouTube side, because y'all know I get going. I do to make sure I got it right. If y'all can see it on YouTube side, press 1 if y'all can. If you can see it on YouTube, my screen share of the chart of Merck press 1 if you will, please, if you don't mind. All right. That way I make sure everybody, everything's solid.
It's on YouTube as well.
Yeah, y'all can see it on YouTube. Y'all can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So try to go out and come back in, or I should not even go out and come back in, but maybe refresh it over Brandon and see if that works. Right. Let me know if that works for you.
All right, I'm gonna go out and come back in. See if that works.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be right here. All right. So look at that pop, guys. That's that pop again. Merck, a company that's just been benefiting for the most part. Look what it's been doing since COVID. It's been stuck in a range.
Yep.
Look at this range. I couldn't make this stuff up. It was between 67 and 77, about a 10-point range for the most part of day near a year and a half. Couldn't make this stuff up.
Yep.
Going nowhere. COVID gutted it off. That was came down here. But here it was just going sideways because that's what these companies do. They really don't do any kind of, they just buy other companies and take advantage of these smaller moves and pay out dividends. But they still make a lot of money, of course. But the stocks don't necessarily just do any kind of it ain't doing acrobatic feats, right? Like most of the other companies do, right? So if you see it, is it better now over Brandon too? Can you see it? Are you able to see it now? Y'all let me know because I make sure I fix it.
Yeah, I got it now.
You got okay, awesome. So you see the gap up there? Look at that gap. No, go ahead. Okay. Y'all see that gap up?
Yeah.
That right there was something.
Can you zoom in a little bit over?
Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna go back for 2 seconds. See right here? Right here? You don't see nothing in this chart that shows that kind of level of move historically in the chart. In Merck, literally, they ain't there ever. And this on the monthly chart, of course, but I want to put that in the context because that shows you the gravity of it on the monthly chart. That gap up like that there from basically, down here it was around about what $77 a share, right? On the low of the previous candle there on that month, and then coming into now with this news course, that's this is what the month of October is just the second. So I want you to see the gravity of that. This is just the second day in October. So yeah, that ain't fool's gold. That's a big pop, right? And it's running up here towards the resistance where it came from before, right? It got above that over resistance around about $83. It shut up its highs around about 84.34, right up near 85, and then it retreated a little bit back down to 81. But these kind of moves like this in this stock here is like basically an anomaly. It's an anomaly. It's not used to that. If things work themselves through the system and Merck actually can vouch for this pill, because that's why I say it's still early. Don't get all emotional. Don't jump out the window too soon because you got how this stuff go. Even if it is Merck and they name it, they post that repetition, whatever. Take your time with this opportunity because if this does check out to be what it is and they can make it universally accessible, then that of remdesivir and all that other stuff like that, then guess what? Yeah, this might be another lease on life that Merck gets going forward because we know the coronavirus is here to stay and they're going to benefit by popping them pills left and right. And they talking about $700 now. Imagine what happens a year or two from now when they try to raise the price because y'all know the Moderna vaccine price is going to go up. Eventually, it's going to go up. The government can only keep it down for so long, right? Because right now it's emergency, right? But after that, they're going to raise the price on that stuff. Not making this up. Let that marinate. So yeah, if that's the case, and Merck going to have something to this nature until the competition really picks up from that level to have an oral pill like them, this stock right here might be getting ready to be a sleeping giant and get ready to wake up again and make them kind of moves like Pfizer just did recently. Seriously, think about that, guys. Right? I mean, again, that's how the markets work. That's how this stuff works. Right? This is how this stuff works. Right? We don't know until we know, right? Again, we're just trying to make sense of it all. Right? We're just trying to make sense of it all. Right? So something to think about. Y'all got to put that in. So obviously, I'm only saying that because what I want y'all to keep. If you already didn't have Merck in your portfolio, keep an eye on it going forward. It's worthy of it now. Make sense? Right?
Mm-hmm.
is worthy of it. Now, because again, it may not make the kind of move like Moderna did, of course, granted, right? Because the float real big, you know, and there's a lot of moving parts to go into Merck, unlike a Moderna. But again, it pays a pretty, you know, decent little dividend, and you know they have a constant, steady inflow of cash because they got a lot of smaller companies up underneath them. They got, matter of fact, they got the Keytruda scenario. I think that's them. Yeah, they got Keytruda. That's one of their premier drugs, and they got a couple. They just actually had a merger with, or they did something with another company just recently here too. Some news came out about it. One little company I ended up day trading it, but they did something with Merck, whatever the case. But long story short, now you got to keep Merck as a favorable player, right? Which is normally a methodical, slow creeper, as a potential breakout case, potentially behind this news, where eventually, well, it could potentially, you know, end up being over $100 stock, like really here, somewhat in the near future here. And going back and historically, you see what's going to happen with the chart historically, right? So that's it. But again, like we said earlier, all the other players, they crashed in what? You know, they crashed on the news, right? Let's get on their daily. Matter of fact, let's pull up their hourly charts, right? Let's pull up their hourly charts and see, right? Now, in this case, in Pfizer actually did what? Rally. Because Pfizer is, like I said earlier, they are actually somewhat in the same lane as a Merck.
They're working on the oral vaccine too. I mean, COVID vaccine.
Yep.
COVID pill,
or COVID pill as well. Right? So, but they're not like the pure play type, right? They are the hedged company, right? They are the holding company. They are the umbrella company that buys a lot of smaller players. You know what I'm saying? And in doing so, of course, they get a chance to reap the benefits of all that. See, companies like Novavax and Moderna, all them, they're pure play what? Scientific labs in a sense, right?
Right.
That's it. They ain't got a whole lot of people. They ain't got no people in their portfolio like that, like other companies. They just like, no, we just over here working, right? And so that's the deal. But Pfizer rallied, right? Like SP 500. You look at Novavax, what did Novavax do? Right? Novavax pulled back and it tried to rally a little bit in the back. Now, keep in mind, a lot of this pullback dumping was the initial value, but once the S&P 500 began to kind of going to the upside the way that it did, it made for some of these stocks to a chance to kind of rally back a little bit. I'm not going to say that all of them didn't rebound. Some of it, but they rebound some of it, right? Because the initial drop was it dropped from 205 all the way down to basically 154. That's what Novavax did on that news. And then it rallied back a little bit. Moderna did the same thing, right? It just tried to rally back on the broader market, right? On the back of the broader market, right? Right? But the initial news was oh, y'all in trouble. Right? Y'all in trouble if this company does this, that, and the third, right? Another one, Sorrento. Y'all know if y'all remember Sorrento, right?
Yeah.
That was when it's supposed to earn the raise. What did it do? It's the same thing. It dumped. It didn't even get a chance to recover like the other ones did. Look at that dump. It dumped from $7 and change all the way down to like $6.50. That's a lot for this company, of course. If you're new to it, you understand that. Look at that candle there. That candle right there on the line.
Big red candle.
Big old red billboard. Woo. Right, just enough to make a joker nervous there. All right. So all the other little small like that, Inovio, right? Right. That one there just been a disappointment from like forever. It had a lot of promising value in the very beginning, Inovio, because y'all know Bill Gates. He sits on the board for Novio and all that. Yeah, they was all pumping this one. It ain't do nothing. Turned to be a dud. But yeah, look at that. Same thing like Sorrento. They dumped on that news, on that Pfizer, Merck news. Right. So AstraZeneca, right? AZN, right? Right. See what happened there. Same thing. It dumped initially on the news and tried to rally back, with the broader market. BioNTech, right? That's the other player, right? To the side of what? To the Pfizer side, same thing, right? It dumped 273 all the way down to like 230 something. They tried to rally back at the end of the day a little bit on the back of the S&P 500. Granted, right? But that was the extent of that. All right, Johnson & Johnson. Look at one more real quick here. Johnson & Johnson. Right, Johnson & Johnson, same thing. Dumped on the news, tried to rally back a little bit, pull back on the end of the day. All right, so so the other companies are they're a little nervous right now, right? All right, because now, that's a ball game changer for Merck, obviously, but the broader spectrum of those who are trying to come up with a backstop to the virus. All right. Now they're still cutting checks. Of course, the government is right paying these companies and funding them. But for the most part, once this stuff kind of gets to the point where they feel like they got the majority of people kind of taken care of, then they're gonna pull that lifeline, and these companies going to stand on their own. Well, guess what? The ones who are already building supply chains to be able to deal with this, or manufacturing plants and all whatever, because they know that this is going to be a recurring event. I'm just saying, based upon what they are speculating on, that they know that it's going to be a recurring event with this vaccine stuff, meaning it's just 2 shots, 3 shots done. That's not going to be the case. You're going to end up having to get maybe like 1 a year, if not 1 or 2 a year. Same with like the flu virus, the flu booster shot. Basically, they're already planning for that. Hate, like it, love it, indifferent to it. They're planning for it. All right, that's what the science is leading towards. All right, so that means it's going to be a need to get that shot. Get there, so they need to keep a steady amount on hand on supply, and guess what? They're planning for that. And at that point, the price is going to go up. Right? So that's going to look good on balance sheets, and it's going to be like all the bigger companies like Merck and all them that made all that money over the time. Yeah, it's going to be about the bag. Right? It's going to be strictly about that bag. So that's just how this stuff works. Right? So yeah, these stocks do have a lot of potential value in them for whatever reason, for those who are obviously the major players in the business. Again, I'm saying that because I have a little bias obviously towards Moderna, not being at a cheaper price. I've been adding whatever. I think I got my average now is like, I want to say maybe around maybe like 130-ish area, because I've just been adding ever since, from the mid 50s all the way up. And so I got an average around about 130 something on it now. Still insulated in the trade, of course, insulated falls being down that low, but the future obviously looks good if they can continue to do what they're doing. It could easily be over $500, like from where it went last, tried to take out last time. And then going on up there and do some big things possibly. Right. And so eventually at some point they may do a forward split, right? Or they may start offering a dividend once they really get some money, really coming in. Right now they just crushing it on earnings, obviously, right? They crushing it. But that's just how this stuff works, right? I just leave it at that. That's how this stuff works. Right. But we're planning for it, and we're going to make sure that we are aware of it. So when we see these
at this point, I got to ask you a question.
Yeah, I got you. Yep. Yeah. What's going on, Brother Chaos Rain? Give me 2 seconds. So I just want to make sure I make this last point. When we start to see these things starting to kind of work themselves out in terms of who are going to be what they call the movers and the shakers, right? Meaning, the top dogs in this space, or those who are going to kind of hurt, like we just sold Sorrento them and Inovio, you'll know 100% at that point, how to start planning. If you take an investment around those kind of ideologies or principles, you'll know who the players are. Make sense? Right? Because we know that Moderna kind of showing itself as, unless something crazy have to happen to make that, just not work at this point. All right. Brother Chaos, what happened? You pop in and pop it out. That joke will be moving, boy. That joke will fast. All right. Come back in, Brother Chaos. It might be his connection. All right. Anytime Ilba Tamika, we neutral over here. We net positive neutral on all news, and we instill that over here, right? And we stick strictly to the primary sources too. So that way people can't come with us, because we don't do all that echo chamber stuff over here. That's exactly what we don't do over here, right? No shots fired, but shots fired, right? We don't do echo chambers, right? We deal strictly with the primaries, and we're just trying to make the best sense of it from an investor standpoint. Because why? Because over here we actually trying to benefit from it financially. It's not just talking points and bragging rights for us, right? That we don't do that.
Facts.
We're trying to get paid. We'll let the people play with that on the other side. But over here, good luck with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But over here, we finna get paid, right? Time well spent. I'm looking at it like that, right? Time well spent. All right. So shout out to everybody again. Definitely supporting the conversation today in the bill. Again, you guys are welcome to come onto the panel. The link is in the description boxes on both sides, or not necessarily the chat boxes on YouTube and also Facebook. if you guys do want to discuss it. All right. So yeah, Sister Angie, I don't know, you there,
I
Sister
don't know
Angie?
if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What's your take on all this stuff? How do you feel
I'm
about all this?
thinking it's like that the original or the first treatments, the first vax treatments are basically just bait for Merck to come up with this new drug, because people were losing the, I guess, faith in vaccines, period. So like to counter that, they had to put something out that they expected not to work, like a bait, what they call it, like a decoy, and then put some real drugs out of there, a new round of drugs.
Like a placebo? Is that kind of like a placebo?
No, not placebo. Is like they're not. It's like giving somebody saline. It's like it doesn't have any effect. But I'm just saying that they put this bait out. Everybody grab for the vaccine. The vaccine goes through trials. It doesn't. It's not necessarily meant to stay. They're gonna come out with this novel new drug that from Merck, and I'm sure Moderna, with all of the support that they got, that Moderna, Pfizer, all the other companies are gonna have their drugs too. But I'm wondering about the FDA approval of the Merck. Like, how's that gonna work? And they're calling it gene. They're saying that it's correcting. It's putting errors into a gene, into the virus genetically, right? So what are they saying, that is the virus genetic? They're saying it has a genetic code, but what is the genetic code if they never isolated the virus? But anyway, that's part of the.
Well, that's a part of the reality of trying to figure out exactly when we talk about. We kind of discussed this last year too. The extent of the efficacy levels of what they are, we get it, but I should say what's the word I want to use here? The extent of, I guess you could say, it's about the same effective value of it in terms of how much staying power does it has, right? How much, proof value. Like when you think about liquor, right? It's 180 proof, you got 70% proof, right? Right. Now, of course, all of them get you what? Buzzed up and drunk, right? But one of them probably gonna hurt worse than the other, right? It's gonna linger, right?
Exactly.
Right.
It's like the Merck is gonna be like the bridge for them to upgrade the virus, the original trial vaxes first, and they'll be back with quote unquote better vaxes, for the people who already drank the Kool-Aid, who already bought it. I'm sorry, I'm teasing y'all. Yeah.
No, these are fair points, because again, at the end of the day, you got to figure out here, how much of this is, based upon, again, it being something that's going to be a part of our daily bread going forward. Of course, we get that now. They've all but said it. They said it too, but they still trying to play this game where it may not be, right? Because they ain't using words like eradicate, right? Doing away with, right? You notice that they ain't using those kind of talking points. It's just, but we're just trying to prevent what? Death. Even more so, did y'all saw it like I did? I'm sure y'all did. I think for the first time in over what, 30, 40, 50 something years, 60 years, somewhere around there, some crazy name like that, that the FDA and the CDC actually changed the definition of what a vaccine is. Did y'all catch that?
Yeah, that had me tight.
They changed the definition of what a vaccine is now. No more are they using words like cure and all this stuff like this here. In a lot of ways, essentially, just trying to say we're just trying to prevent death. That gives these people a little bit more leeway to wiggle out of what bad drugs, and y'all get it. But either way, whether you for or you against it, again, look, that's
for it against it. It's like the new snake oil, and they got a new round of buyers set up and prepared.
You got to do your research. Essentially, that as adults, you got to do your research and what's best for you and your household or your situation. You got to be able to stand on it. Essentially, that's what it has to be, right? Because
I think in trading, because if you go by my emotions, I have a whole story. But if we're going into the trading aspect of it in reality, It's just like a new sugar. It's a new crop. It's a new plantation. You know, they created this new product that they've made it a staple product in the American homes and the homes all over the world, right? So it's going to be, it's on the market. It's not going anywhere. So
As,
we have to
just,
look at it in that way, like how are they going to trade it?
as ubiquitous as, again, like I said earlier, as popping a Tylenol or aspirin or what ibuprofen. Right?
Exactly.
It's if it's going to be at that level of ubiquitous use case nature, then that means that the healthcare industry as a whole stands to gain a whole new what value of money coming
Right.
in
Exactly.
than what they kind of already precede and plan for on the basic stuff, fighting cancer, all the usual, right? Even though it's
Exactly.
odd you say that now, that it seems like cancer has to take a back door to what the coronavirus. Ain't that something?
Right. It's an
Think about
upgrade.
that.
It's an upgraded disease. It's an upgraded treatment. Everything is upgraded and they price it high so people feel like it's a status thing. You know, it's like a lot of psychology going into it.
Well, again, that's the politics side of it, where they politicized it from the beginning that messed up everybody's psyche to be able to feel like they felt like, okay, we comfortable, we can ride with everybody, we can rally behind everybody if we can just be honest about the situation. But they didn't do that, right? They messed that up. They
Yeah.
dropped the ball, which they always do because these people are for profit. Again, America is a corporation. Stop playing. It's a business. This country is a business. It's not in the business of really, saving you. It's in
Yeah.
it's in the business of trying to maintain you so it can make money off you.
Right. And they
Right?
had to give it some kind of controversy, and because good PR is, I mean, bad PR is good PR.
For
It's
stock
all
markets, it
PR.
is. For stock
Yeah.
markets, it is,
Yeah.
because this is our lane, right? They love
Yes.
climbing the wall of worry. That's the whole talking point. Markets love climbing the wall of worry. And when there's worry, there's a stock or something to be bought. And there's ahead of that can potentially remedy it. Right? That's how they look at it, right? Win, lose, or draw, indifferent, hate, love, whatever. But so again, when we separate ourselves from our emotions for that reason, even though we families and we got this, that, and the third, like everybody else, we concerned like everybody else.
Exactly.
We're not stupid, right? We're not one size fits all. We understand there's variables in life, period. Anybody that's balanced and understand reality, they know that there's balance in life. There's shades of gray. Everything is not binary. It's not black or white, right? You have to be able to play all sides and be privy to know what's going on all sides, right? If you are sitting up in the echo chamber, shame on you. If all the information you're getting is
Yeah.
coming from an echo chamber, you losing in life. I guarantee you're gonna be losing in life, right? Because the world is bigger than your little talking points, right? The
Yeah.
world is bigger than your little talking points alone. If you
Yeah.
can't 100% quantify it up against, proper science, proper data, proper reality, proper, perspective on average, then it ain't gonna really suit you. In terms of being able to make really effective decisions. That's just my opinion. Again,
It's
I'm
like
using that
swallowing your
in
own
my
vomit.
opinion.
It's like regurgitation. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of that, and that's, again, on both sides. That's why I said you got to be balanced on both. You got to take, look, I'm
yeah.
always saying the information, no matter what it is, because again, if it's money attached to it, again, two things to get people what in their feelings real quick is what? Money and love. Simple as that. Right? You affect with people
Yeah.
money, they're gonna tell the truth. You affect their money, they're gonna tell the truth. You mess up their little life or mess up with their little heartstring, they're gonna end up telling the truth. Before you was all said and done. Facts. Right? Facts. Right? So you got to move under that perspective where you're balancing both in terms of that, right? It's just, my take on that. But these stocks, again, are just they're at their beginning stages in a lot of ways for a lot of them, because they realize that this is going to be an online pipeline, well into the future that they can eat off of, amongst the other things that they're doing, right? The other stuff too.
Like Merck had to come up with that. They had to come up with a drug to take like that, because they're not getting rid of the ivermectin. They're not getting rid of those treatments, the hydroxychloroquine. They're not getting rid of those things because there's too many positive data regarding those drugs. So they had to come up with that as a plan B.
Right. And see, that's the part right there. When we think about if they're trying to, they're on this campaign now to stop the misinformation, right? There's this thing called the Stop the Misinformation campaign. We know that, right? YouTube is shutting down channels.
Yeah.
They pulling people's content. Twitter removing people's channels. They erasing people content. Facebook is definitely going overboard with it. They're again shutting down people's ability to like, share, and subscribe. Dang near,
and it's all
right?
premature, so they're just setting up for some lawsuits and whatever.
But here's the deal: they are protected under the immunity clauses of these things that Trump was trying to get them to overturn. That's how this stuff works. You're on their platform. They're like, you don't get the right to come over here and tell us what to do on our platform. You abide by our rules, right? Or kick rocks. That's the game they play, right? Let's be honest, right? Again, we know it's raggedy because of that, because they get a chance to play God essentially, right? Or some kind of Lord figure. Y'all get my point. And yeah, it's kind of ugly, right? It's kind of nasty. It's it's them strong arming you basically at the dice game, right? Or the right? Like
Yeah.
it's weird, but see, that's why there's a need for people to feel like we need to do our own things and start branching out where they're not controlled by one branch of information over just everything else. As if again, there's not shades of gray, because again, the fact that that is not 100%, meaning all the stuff that we're dealing with in terms of this stuff, it gives you pause to say, okay, yeah, I got good percentages on my side. However, there's still some underlying value. So people say, I'll take my odds. It's an odds game. It's a numbers game, right? I'm going back to my old marketing. Hey, it's a numbers game, right? They're playing the more equals more game. That's an old school principle. And that's how they're doing the dot plots and the scatter plots, that they putting this stuff together, saying from this perspective, it's better to have people like this here moving toward herd immunity as opposed to everybody just running willy-nilly, and we're just trying to take our chances, like like the scenario what we dealt with before, right? Well, see, look what happened in the Black Plague, and look what happened with the Spanish flu, blah, blah, blah. Things are changing. There's a lot of different conflict aspect of science now that makes this a little bit more different. I'm not for or against. I'm just using that from a place where I'm trying to balance both sides, right? That's what I'm saying it from that perspective, because a lot of people don't want to be pressured into making decisions about their body, their lives, their children. That's just natural instinct. That's nature kicking in at that point. If nature says, if it's at this level, then yeah, I gave you this. You should be able to do this if you are, sound, mind, and body healthy. You got a chance to fight. I gave you immunity. On the other side, they say, okay, well, yeah, well, your immunity may fall short in this environment because you are in a sickly environment because of, we made it our bed and we sleeping it now. Everybody want to eat donuts at 8 a.m. Everybody want to pop, drink Coca-Cola at 5 in the morning, pop drugs and do this, and your immune system all over the place. And all you think about is what I can get up in the next day and go, what, take me a vaccine or a drug and I'll be fine. You see what I'm saying? It's that kind of mentality. Like, where's the balance between both of those? You know what I'm saying? But
they set it up. They set it up that way
for a reason. My point is the conflict. It's the conflict in the chaos. Thank you, over the snot ball. I just saw the thing too on YouTube. Thank you for the donation. Humbled and honored. Thank you, family. Thank you for that. Right? That's the game that they set up. They literally did that. They're starting to. They're making the divide worse than it needs to be. I just say that. They're starting a civil war, right? We talked about it. It's a civil war.
Yeah.
It's strictly a civil war. It's vaccinated against the unvaccinated. Yeah, whatever, right? But
I think they got a bigger civil war coming up than between us. But they do keep the crabs like that in the barrels,
But like I said, that's just a part of trying to realize, whether you're for or against, you got to make decisions best for you and your life and your families and this, that, and the third, and you got to be able to live with that. The thing is, if they try to take that away from you, then that's what's going to cause them. That's what's going to cause it, right? That we're going to cause the civil war. Again, I keep telling everybody that January 6th was just that was a test drive. I keep saying January 6th riot on Washington, that was a test drive. Stop playing. Get out your feelings if you think that can't happen again. You're right. That was a test drive.
They're about to, as far as this, what do they call the code? The QR code. You know, that's gonna lock even financial. Like you can't open an account without that QR code that says that there's that V going on.
Well, again,
So I
there's a lot of
mean,
stuff out there, it's all, it's being magnified in moments where it's if it's turnkey or not. They're trying to figure out what they can do on both sides. Again, y'all, we talked about this several times on the channel, right? It's the game of the bullets and the bandages, right? It's the game of the bullets and the bandages. They're going to supply both.
exactly.
They're going to supply both.
Exactly.
That's old school, guys. Y'all read the Art of War. Y'all read some of them old school, military manual, this, that, third, in the mind of these, look, you got to know how to play the game. Y'all know over here, we bought them 4D chess moves, right? Right? Out the gate. Don't even come over with that. We've strictly about 4D chess moves, right? If you know the 4D chess move is, you might want to Google it, right? Because essentially that's the games that politicians around the world, aristocrats, whatever, all aspects of people, they play their patrons or their people, their citizens under that game plan or that rubric. 4D chess moves. Y'all might want to look into that, right? We know it, but again, it's important because they're already, front running.
Which piece for the 4D chess move? Like the king? I mean the pawn.
We'll pull it up. We talked about it before. You probably
GROW.
Hold on.
Yep. Okay, no problem. Yeah. What a 4D chess move is overall, the overall strategy there. Right. That's
so
the
like
strategy.
with the pawn, the 4D chess move is just straight up. What do you want to say?
Are you reading it? Are you on the 4D chess
No,
move?
my daughter plays. She's telling me.
Oh yeah. So okay, so good. So yeah, pull it up on you on Google real quick.
Hold on.
What the 4D chess move is. See, this is good, right?
The fourth row on the D square.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not just not the stationary perspective of it. No, what's the strategy behind the 4D chess move?
What's the strategy behind it?
Yes, the strategy.
Why would they do a 4D chess move?
Right.
Why would you play a 4D chess move?
Don't understand.
What is it? What is it for?
See?
There's no moves. That's only one. Like, okay, first of all, you have a whole team of players.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say 4D chess move. Then somebody's gonna move either block or defend or attack.
You go ahead. We gotta look it up. He said she's saying that
only attack, defend.
She's saying that you only attack, defend, or block in chess. But okay, we gotta look it up.
So 4D. So she's right. She's right to a degree. So I like that. She's intelligent. You got some good seed. You got some good seed, girl. You got some good seed. Essentially, what it does, it sets your opponent up to make mistakes.
Oh, that there's only one way for the opponent to go. Got him on
you
sides.
set yourself up for again the art of war, right? Right? Get you to fire the shots on your own self, right? Get you to slit your own throat, essentially, for lack of better terminology. A 4D chess move is essentially set up that way.
Got it.
It's secret. It's secretively. It's very secretly, and it's
like a political move.
It's a political move
that is not understood by normal
the average
people.
layman person. You have to be initiated to understand it. See what I'm saying? So it turns the unintelligent people against themselves because they're trying to, they're caught in emotion in terms of what they see in front of them, as opposed to the bigger picture. Essentially, does that make sense? Right.
Like coronavirus could be, considered a 4D chess move. It could be considered that because it made people go rush and buy stuff and buy dumb stuff without thinking. It was based on emotion.
Go in over Chris. See, a lot of that prerequisite is always what get people panicked. It's always the first, in a lot of people's mind, their first level of reckoning with information, right? Call it, odd or whatever, weird. Again, the whole fear, false evidence appearing real. But y'all know America has a history of over panic. Now, to date, again, ain't nobody dropped no bombs on this patch of land over here like that. Ain't nobody really came over here really about that life. So it's an entitlement mindset that comes along with being in this country because you feel like you're heavily protected. If anything comes and dislodges that level of what you consider to be comfort or immunity from you, you're going to panic at any little small aspect of it, right? Because you're not used to it, right? And it's easy to funnel you into whatever that they want you to accept, because at that point you're like, I'm not new to this. All right, who do we currently get information on this? We're not used to this over here. These other places out there, these people been there, done that, they got toe tags, keychains, all that. Bombs, yeah, we get that every other day. They drop bombs all the time. Plagues, we get disease and virus, we get that all the time. Yeah, we deal with that every day. They battle tested. Americans are not battle tested. Stop playing. Right? These are not right battle tested. Right? They just loud keyboard word warriors and echo chamber followers, and they just, this is my side, this is my side. Right?
They're gonna implode, and we provide you the weapons. That's all.
All right. So bullets and the bandages, they supply both sides. There's central figures that supply both sides, the bullets and the bandages. And you go out there and do all the work for them. 4D chess move. Right? All right.
I like that.
So we have to be confident and cognizant of what we're trying to get out of information every day. Again, we are data chasers for a living. We do this for a living. That's what we do. Our profession as investor trader gives us the privilege of being able to be well researched, best to our ability, right? Because there's a financial gain on the back end of that if everything checks out. See what I'm saying? So it forces you to have an interest to want to get the best information, right? So we deal directly with what? With the horse, right? Right? We deal directly with the source in a lot of ways, right? And so these companies give us a firsthand view to a degree of what's really going on, not just locally, but globally, right? Globally. So you think everything that China's doing right now is by mistake? They're doing a shakeup right now. They're doing what they call a homegrown shakeup. They're tightening the ranks in their own their circles, because they know things about to get real. They know it's about to get real. We are still in a Cold War with China. China's also starting to ramp up its threats against its smaller subsidiary cousins, Taiwan, Vietnam, Japan. They getting ready to make what they call a power move. Either you get down or lay down. Are you loyal with us or you not? You have more coming with us genetically than you have with these Westerners. If you're going to side with them for the ideal of this Western ideology and money, this, that, and the third, then guess what? We got a problem against that. Let that marinate for a moment. That's essentially what's happening. So they're shaking up the businesses, because a lot of these businesses in Asia, they're getting more what they call Americanized. They're like, no, come bring you back. Look what happened with Jack Ma. Look what happened with Alibaba. Y'all ain't heard from nothing from Jack Ma since they put him in hiding. Stop playing. Did y'all see the other day that China also banned any video games that has any kind of ideal of anything that has to do with homosexuality? They banning it. Video games, if it have any tinge of the ideal of homosexuality, they ban it. See, that's culture to these people. Over here, that's unfair. These people can't make that. The heck they can't. That's the Western mentality that has bred these people over in our scenario to feel like we have to be intrusive of how we feel like everybody else need to kind of be looking at, at life in the world through our lenses. Because we're willing to push the bar, of course. But a lot of people ain't about that life. They're like, no, we don't want that. And that's another conversation another day. I know I went off script a little bit, but they had negative birth rate in Asia. Know what that means? That means they're behind their birth curve to be able to populate their citizenship to be able to kind of accommodate for their future growth and advancement, this, that, third. They ain't have enough babies, essentially. They're behind, right? So do you think they are fare well and they already at negative birth rate if they allow rampant homosexuality in their environment? Let that marinate.
No, that's just for us. That's just for us in America.
So again, sidebar. I know we off script a little bit, but we on script because it all matters. It's all relative. Why? Because again, as an investor, I look at the Asian market like everybody else. They are the supply chains of the world. All your goods and services come from China. Now, how are you gonna try to pick a fight with the people that make all your goods and services, or much all your goods? Excuse me. Make that make sense to me.
Europe is also having to fight the population crisis. You know, this is why we're getting affected this way.
But my point, from a business perspective, all their goods and services, the goods, I keep saying service too, but majority of their goods come out of China. Now, how you trying to, you see what I'm saying? Like, make that make sense to me. You're fighting with the people that are making the stuff that you ain't competent to be able to make, or you too lazy to open up factories to build on your own. Because why? China got a leg up on what? Commodity market. They got all the resources. They buying up all the mines, iron ore, coal, or bauxite, lithium stuff. They buying up all those mines. So that means everybody that want to build cell phone, this, that, third, you got to go through them. See how that work? Got him. And then everybody can sit over here and talk trash. These coming people, you're a commie level. You just, well, okay, get your dusty self up and go open up the Rust Belt of America and open them factories back up. Because guess what? Until you start doing that, you ain't got no dog in the fight. Because you can't even manufacture the products that you so-called, like and love. That's coming from your so-called competitor. So people be like, I be listening. I'm like, boy, these people here just going off in these little echo chambers. They be all, but people don't have no clue. Again, because they got entitlement mindsets. America breeds that false sense of security. So it's easy to scare people in the same breath. Right? People are easily rattled in America. They get triggered so quickly. Right? Because they always walk around with all this emotion, but they always walk around with a facade that they so tough. Right? They're just emotional. From one to the next. One, they ain't built for nothing. They ain't built for the kill, essentially. Right? But anyway, I'm saying all that to say this, because again, from an investment perspective or investment lens, you have to be able to keep those things in check, and you have to be very balanced because your money is involved. Again, two emotional things that get people wired up is money and love. Right? So if you're going to spend time in echo chambers just because you want to fight a good talking point, find out how you can monetize it. I repeat, find a way to monetize it, because if not, look, that's wasted time. It's wasted time. So our talking points are going to be set around us figuring out how we can get us a bag. Essentially, that's all we're going to think about. That's what we do when we fire the channel up. We talk about how we're going to get a bag. Now, we talk about real world things too, granted, but we're trying to get paid. Facts.
Yesterday was so nice.
Right? Right? We try to cash some checks, right? Void of a middleman. Right? Void of a middleman. Right? We don't have that issue over here. And so that's why we're excited about this stuff, because again, we're saying, okay, we already know what's going on. We know the snakes, and we know the reels and all that stuff is fine. But at the day, how can we get paid off this? Because they're trying to go in my pocket. Right? Every day you wake up, government and businesses and corporations are trying to go in your pockets. Facts. They trying to go in your pocket. They ain't trying to add to your pockets. They're trying to go into your pockets. Now square that with me, how you feel like, you don't need to be trying to counter that, and you just need to kind of fall into the fall in line and just accept everything that's going on. Look, make that make sense. But I'll leave that alone, because that's a whole nother conversation, right? Right? All right. But y'all get my point. I'm just saying that because I want people to be objective, right? I don't want us to always be like cattle, right? Being herded to one place to the next, right? That's the problem with a lot of this stuff over here. You have to be objective. You got to ask questions, and you need to ask them more frequently than you probably been used to doing. And it's okay if you have a different opinion against the grain of everybody else. Unless there's empirical evidence, notice I said empirical evidence, unless there's that out there, then guess what? There's room for error, margin of error. Right? So you have to be conscious of that, and just make sure, again, you're protecting your situation best you can. Until then, look, everything else is going to, do its thing. So really quick. So I know we're kind of going off a little bit here, but this is good because these conversations are necessary. I keep saying that. People like, man, I'd be like, hey, we better get on point. We better get on point, right? Because they're coming, right? So really quick here. This right here, you probably gonna like this one here, Sister Angie. See this, you definitely gonna like this one here. Let me cue this one up here. These things I already had queued up, so y'all gotta forgive me. I know y'all probably like, hey, brother God, yeah, I love to play, but this is what we do, right? We're talking about this today because this conversation is important. Whether you for or you against, be safe, make good decisions for your situation, right? Be very, very conscious of that. Again, we are investors over here. This is an investment channel. Our disclaimer is down in the description box. We're just weighing information far as an investment values, right? We're not a scientific channel. We don't claim to be one, right? We're just people who read into data and we're trying to make financial decisions based upon our reality, right? But this right here is important, right? I got to show you this here because I know, like I said, I know Sister Angie definitely gonna like it because it's kind of, definitely in that lane as well that you pull from. Because you're a mother, right? You're concerned like most people, right? And I understand it, right? First and foremost, right? So let me show y'all this here. Let me go over here. I forgot I gotta keep changing all these things, right? Before I know, I'm gonna get my little soundboard. That's my next investment. I got an interface and all those stuff for my little system. I'm setting it up. Right? Matter of fact, how do I sound? Do it sound good, guys? By the chance? Does it sound good? It's the sound quality on
Sound
point.
great.
Sound good.
Say again.
Sound good, Obi.
Sound good. All right. I want to make sure for the fam, right? For the fam, right? All right. So let me do this here. Where we at here? Is it? Yeah, this is here.
That's your new mic. You're using your new mic.
Yeah, I got it running. Got a little boom on, right? I'm on, right? And I got my little whole setup here. Nice. It's building. I got a little interface, and as you see, everything, right? New earphones, everything, right? We're gonna make this thing pop off. I need to
Sounds very good.
get on a lot more often than necessary because these are some good times to really, help people, get through markets, and stuff like that. So I'm gonna just make that investment into the family, essentially, to you all. I think it's very noted and worthy of it. All right, let me see really quick here. Again, thank y'all on YouTube as well for being patient with us as we go through it. Again, we're just breaking down this information, right? Which is important because right? This is the turn of event that everybody is buzzing right now around the world. Literally, when that news dropped Friday, it was kind of somewhat taking a backseat to the idea of the debt ceiling conversation with Congress and all that. But when it really began to resonate in terms of the severity of it, it went viral, right? Everybody around the world right now is talking about this. It's buzzing, right? Hit or miss or lose, whatever. But it's buzzing right now. Y'all know information moves. It moves slowly, around the world from those who are not initiated, right? They get it after the fact, right? But nonetheless, it's important, right? Because people are trying to, again, get life back to normal. If this has any kind of semblance of trying to be able to do that, then they're gonna be talking about it, right? Or somebody gonna be trying to reverse engineer it and come up with something like it, right? All right. So real quick, I want to play the sound bite here, right? But see, this is good because the host here, Sarah Eisen, whatever her name is, she's a mother. She got kids. And so, like most mothers out there are sounding the alarm more than most dudes is, right? Dudes out there just, no, you don't know what you're talking about. But see, you gotta stop sometimes listen to the women, right? Because women have a deeper concern because they actually have all the kids on average, right? So women have to be more conscious of a lot of stuff, and they need to be more educated.
On average.
Yeah, let me keep it real. So, joker, dudes are like, man, I'm straight. I catch COVID, just give me a butcher knife. I'm gonna cut my toenails and chill. They say stuff like that. Men just crazy. Right? Men are crazy. Right? We smart too, but y'all know what I'm saying. But yeah, let me play the soundbite right quick.
Discuss the latest developments. Dr. Anthony Fauci, Chief Medical Advisor.
This came out yesterday.
Joining us now to discuss the latest developments. Dr. Anthony Fauci, Chief Medical Advisor to President Biden. Welcome back. It's great to have you, Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you.
So clearly the stock market celebrated this. Groups like casinos and hotels and airlines all rallied. How do you see this antiviral pill being used, and how fast can we get there?
Well, this is certainly an important advance. There's no doubt about that. Whenever you have an orally administered medical intervention that directly attacks the virus and has the kind of data that Merck announced with their announcement, where they had a 50% decrease in the hospitalization. The trial was designed to be given to people early in the course of infection. It's an orally administered drug that's really very important. It was compared to a placebo, and the endpoint that does it reduce the risk of hospitalization or death. The results are really quite good. Importantly, in the placebo group, there were 8 deaths, and in the treatment drug group, there was 0 deaths. So that adds a bit more of an importance to the study. You asked the question of when it's going to get approved by the FDA. Well, the company had mentioned that they would imminently, literally within a day or so, be sending the data to the FDA. So you've got to make sure you give the FDA the time to very carefully go over the data and make the kind of determinations for emergency use authorization. So I don't want to get ahead of them. I can't predict when it will be, but I can tell you one thing, they will do it as quickly as they possibly can. So rather than give a deadline, know that they are working very hard to get this done in an expeditious manner.
The trial, Dr. Fauci, was done on unvaccinated individuals. Is this something that vaccinated individuals will be able to qualify for as the number of breakthroughs continues to grow?
Right. Well, this is a treatment for infection. So whether you get infected following a breakthrough from a vaccination or infected without getting vaccinated, the treatment is for infected individuals. I am not going to get ahead, and I shouldn't get ahead of what the FDA will be authorizing it for, but I would assume that if you're infected, you're infected. Doesn't really matter whether you've been vaccinated or not.
Right there. Did y'all catch that, what he just said?
Whether they're vaccinated or not, it only matters if you're infected.
And he said what? He's all but said that they're going to what? Approve it. He did. He snitched. Did y'all catch it? Hold on, let me bring that back.
Spoiler alert.
Right? See, you put him in front of the camera, boy. Eventually, so let go
ahead, and I shouldn't.
Hold up.
Without getting vaccinated, the treatment is for infected individuals. I am not going to get ahead, and I shouldn't get ahead of what the FDA will be authorizing it for.
Yep, he said that.
Did y'all hear that? Now keep in mind, this is at 50% efficacy rate. He pretty much came out and said, "What's going on, Sister Mo? Sister Mo in the building. Peace, power, profit."
Hey, Mo.
Hey, peace, power, and profit, y'all.
How you doing? How you doing? We in here going in. We trying to the weekend. Did y'all hear what he said?
He said he's not going to get ahead of what the FDA will be doing.
He pretty much said it. So if there's any idea that you guys are thinking whether they're going to approve this thing or not, y'all know how Washington works. Stop playing. They already politicized Pfizer FDA approval. Merck is a big lobbyist donor to Washington. Do y'all remember the CEO of Merck, that black guy? You know, he actually sat on the advisory medical board under Donald Trump. So these people already got close relationships with Washington. And this is how they get their stuff passed and approved a lot. Through CDC and FDA, all that kind of stuff like that. Now, this is 50% efficacy rate. We talked about it earlier, whether it's dice game roll or not. But see, that part about whether it gets approved, right? Remember we looked at that article? That article says what? Right? It says, if approved, would be the first oral antiviral COVID-19 drug, if approved.
That was a Freudian That was a Freudian,
Freudian
a Freudian slip,
right?
not a Freudian.
See, this is what makes us awesome, right? Because we have very intent ears. We listen, right? With the intent to listen. We're not listening with the intent to respond. Y'all with me there? See, that's the difference between investors, right? We're not biased. We're not emotionally compromised. We just want to fire back when somebody say something that go against what we're trying to, the point we're trying to convey, right? We don't do that. We listen
want
with
the money.
We want the
The
money.
money is what matters.
You see what I'm saying? Because we're trying to weigh data up against whatever it is that we need to kind of get clearance on, right? Or some competency on. Make sense? So we're not emotionally compromised one way or the other. So essentially, he just said that because y'all know he's the top. Look, he's the top coronavirus specialist in terms of what they deem him to be in the entire country.
Awesome.
He is the talking point or the talking, head for all things coronavirus for America. Would y'all agree with that?
Yeah.
So that means
On the front lines.
He sits in the rooms, in the echo chambers of FDA, the CDC, NIH, and every other, the WHO. They're the ones discussing all this stuff. Present us the data. Let us look at it first. And then he just sat here and said, I haven't did this and I haven't proceeded. And then he turned around and said, oh, but yeah, they're going to be. Let me bring that back.
Please.
For
Is
the
it
vaccination infection.
Go ahead, say again. Sorry.
The echoing on it.
Is it still echoing?
Yeah. On the video.
Hold up. Yeah, I got to fine tune this mic. Y'all, I still got to fine tune my little setup over here. I got the echo thing on what's name, but I got to find a way to get the mic right here on this side to relay it from the echo. I'm working on that too. I had that ready. Maybe a couple sessions. Let me know if it's really bad though. If it's really, really bad.
Okay.
Let me know if it's bad. Is it really bad on the YouTube side, guys? It's actually really bad on YouTube. I mean, to the point where you can't, hear it. I guess I should say. Right. Let me know if they're good.
I mean, you not echoing. It's the video.
Yeah, I know it's gonna have that reverb from the mic because the mic.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's coming through the my screen monitor speakers as opposed to direct. But I'm gonna work on get that so where it don't have that. It just be play it back and
you good over. Sound good.
So let me play that part again. I'm sorry about that, guys. I want y'all to hear that because I listen again as an investor. I want to let me see. All right.
So whether you get infected following a breakthrough from a vaccination or infected without getting vaccinated, the treatment is for infected individuals. I am not going to get ahead, and I shouldn't get ahead of what the FDA will be authorizing it for. But I would assume that if you're infected and I shouldn't vaccinated, the treatment is for infected individuals. I am not going to get ahead, and I shouldn't get ahead of what the FDA will be authorizing individuals. I am not going to get ahead, and I shouldn't get ahead of what the FDA will be authorizing individuals. I am.
Second, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wanted to say that it's wild because what about the asymptomatic, people? I mean, how would they even know they're infected? Like the people, everybody that does get infection doesn't always show the same symptoms.
Exactly. Right. So again, they're banking it on number one. If you go into a hot zone where people might, obviously, which is we don't know everything can be a hot zone, but still, like a party or something big or environment where that there might be a potential value for catching COVID, and you go home, let's say the next day or two, a couple of days after, you start feeling a little strange. You see what I'm saying? From there, you say, okay, either I'm gonna go get tested, figure out first, or I'm just going to buy the pill because I know I was just at a concert.
Wow, right? $700 because you sneezed, $700 because you had a dry cough.
Right, that part. This joker all in my face, just coughed all in front of my face. Oh, that's $700 out of it right now. Dang it.
That's funny.
That kind of think about it.
What's the pilgrim cost $700?
$700. Right. So that's important, guys. You got to think about that. Again, like I said, we as an investor, that's a money grab for Merck.
Well, they did say that you had to take 2 pills a day. The trial that they did, they took 2 pills a day for 5 days.
5 days.
So I'm guessing it's maybe gonna be a 10-pack.
Right. That's what I was thinking about, like a pack, a lot pack. They said like a lot pack. You get like so many, capsules per pack.
Yeah.
And you have to take it like, like you said, like, it's like a, I don't know, like a penicillin. Hey, pop, 2 a day for 3 days, something like that, right?
Right.
It makes you reflect on how expensive the drugs that exist already for other diseases are. These crazy, these extraneous amounts, like for these drugs that it would be like insurance fraud, Medicaid fraud, Medicare fraud, all of that. But they clean it up in this way.
But wait, there's more. Right? Had the saying go, but wait, there's more. I'm getting to that. You already ahead of the game. See, I like y'all. See, this is why y'all about that life. Because this is just a preliminary. They already put a starting price on it. Notice that? It's a starting price. That's the starting price.
Wow, and this is the inflation starting price. This is inflation market starting price.
But it's the inflated starting price. So by the time it get down the lane, especially if they end up getting that approval, and then Mac go buy up all they can, then they play that game, then they say, okay, now y'all can go out and do your own thing. Oh, that thing gonna double.
See, that price is high too, that it allows doctors and people to give people discounts and all of that stuff.
You see how that works? So they already playing it. That's why I say, man, look. So yeah, let's roll a little bit more of that bean footage. Let me go back there. One second.
Following a breakthrough from a vaccination? Well, this is a treatment for infection. So whether you get infected following a breakthrough from a vaccination or infected without getting vaccinated, the treatment is for infected individuals. I am not going to get ahead, and I shouldn't get ahead of what the FDA will be authorizing it for, but I would.
I just got to keep stopping there. I'm like, bro, you didn't slip. You just slipped.
Vaccine right? With his head, man.
He had that typical human non-verbal communication. He was looking all in his space, and head was checking, the eyes start to flutter. Y'all know when that happens. Y'all know what time it is. You know you messed up, don't you? You know you done messed up, don't you? You say you bought the bottle of beer win. You know you done messed up, don't you? Right? So these people already. I said that to y'all. That letter what came out during July or June of basically the summer. They sat on it. They hid it and they sat on this news. And all of a sudden, market's getting ready to tank. Now's a good time to cue that. Moderna had got hit with that bad news that they had a bad batch of contaminated vaccines. They got shipped overseas. Dropped that beautiful bean footage. In come Merck dropping that news. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys.
I didn't.
Right? And everybody that front loaded the news, right? Because there's also a track record that I put it together with a couple other trades where people are starting to front run Merck stock ahead of this news. Off that old article that came out June, July. They start buying longer contracts in the Merck and buying contracts of Merck stock. And then what it did on the news the other day, it had this biggest pop ever in history. The stock had this biggest gap up ever in history. Merck of all companies. So, 2 and 2 together. I don't know. Y'all do the math. Over Sunday, it's somehow not allowing me on. Maybe be your internet connection. Check your internet connection, brother Sonny. It's stuck and not being able to let me add. It may come through in a second. I'll give it a second. But yeah, let me roll a little bit more of this footage here real quick. Right.
Now that I think about it, I should have bought some.
Again, this is how they play, right? This is how they rock, right? This is how they rock, right?
The FDA will head, and I should individuals. Treatment is for infected individuals. I am not going to get ahead, and I shouldn't get ahead of what the FDA will be author.
See that joke look to the left. Better get Mako, right? So yeah, that's yep. Let me let it keep playing.
Authorizing it for, but
what they're gonna be authorizing it for? Okay, it's all gonna be what they know it to be. It's the morning after pill for COVID. Stop playing. At 50% efficacy rate, is morning after pill for COVID. Right now, this is just the mid part. Now it's more to this conversation. I want when we get through the end part, you're gonna be like, oh man, yeah. Because like I said, pay attention to the mother here. Now we just use that loosely, but y'all know what I'm saying. That female energy that has kids, right? Because she gonna have more questions than just trusting because you, Dr. Fauci, or anybody, any scientist that came on here. She gonna have more questions than what she feel like answers she's getting, because she's trying to play housekeeper, right? She's a parent, she's a mother. Excuse me. Let me roll some more of this. I'm sorry.
I would assume that if you're infected, you're infected. Doesn't really matter whether you've been vaccinated or not. I mean, a person who's infected would be somebody I would imagine who would be eligible. But again, let's leave that to the regulatory authorities to talk about what the indications would be.
Dr. Fauci, does it, whether significantly or at the margin, lower the need for those who are fighting against getting vaccinated, refusing to get vaccinated? Does it reduce the need for them to get vaccinated?
In my opinion, as a public health person, absolutely not. It is always better to not get infected than to get infected and rely on a drug to protect you from getting advanced disease. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to say, it doesn't matter, I get infected, I get a drug. No drug, by any means, is 100% effective. And look at the study that went into the Merck drug. It's a quite good result, which is a 50% protection. So a 50% decrease in the incidence of getting into a severe situation requiring hospitalization and leading to death. Remember, there were people on the treatment arm who actually did not have a successful result. The best way to avoid getting into a hospital is to don't get infected. The best way to not get infected is to get vaccinated.
Did he say how many people were tested altogether and how many people were in the placebo group or how many people were in the
studies on that article, the studies on that link that I posted, it was 770 people that went through the trial.
Yeah,
right?
Some of them took the placebo, half took the placebo, and half took the Merck pill, whatever the name is, I forgot.
So you think about that, what he just said, far as the idea that, again, that last little part right there. Matter of fact, let me just bring that back. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. This part right here. Right, bear with me, guys.
The best way to not get infected is to get vaccinated.
So he said the best way not to get infected is to get what? Vaccinated, right?
Get vaccinated.
But again, the idea that people who getting vaccinated the same way are just as contagious or contracting it at the equal rate of people who are not vaccinated. The only difference is the vaccine in itself is retarding the ideal of what? Severe symptoms or a severe potential value of death. You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot of things.
Let's see, like, out of the people that were tested, how many were vaccinated, how many were not, and did they do the same placebo, the same split between the unvaccinated and the vaccinated?
Well, the reason why I make that point is because you got to think about this perspective. Again, I'm just saying it from a place of them if this is a backstop pill, right? That's what they're using it for, right? It's another sidebar, right? The idea that this is an ongoing, I'm about to say experiment. I didn't want to say that word, but an ongoing situation. The only reason I'm going to say that because there's no 100% efficacy, right? Because we don't have enough data yet. That's what I'm saying. People even that's gung-ho on either side, there's still not enough, data conclusive. What we know what is true unbiased, FDA approval would be. Y'all know what I'm saying. It takes 3 to 4 years essentially to get FDA approved because you need that much data to compile it over the years, right? Because people's body reacts different a year after the fact. 6 months after the fact, a person's body can react different. You see what I'm saying? It's just not enough data yet because all this is like emergency use authorization still. A lot of these things are still emergency use authorization. Pfizer is the only one that has an FDA approval. That was politicized.
But they got the FDA approval for the Comirnaty? The Pfizer did not get approval for all of the drugs that they're putting out for it, just the Comirnaty. So the other drugs are still under the emergency use.
What we talking about the vaccine? We talking strictly vaccine, meaning like we talking about like
they got the approval for this Comirnaty product. If I'm saying, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly.
You talking people that got comorbidities?
No, the name of the Pfizer product that got approved is just one of the out of their vaccine group, but it's called Comirnaty. It's a brand. They have a brand.
The actual name of the vaccine itself that Pfizer has?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were trying to say comorbid. My bad. But no, that's the only one. No, that's it. That's it. Period. That's it. That's the only thing they get. Got the approval for this, right? For COVID, right? So the other ones are still emergency use authorization. Is my point, right? And knowing that, again, these things are still evolving, right? The science is still evolving. Of course it is, right? They're still trying to, again, sequence this little virus code, right? But it's keep changing, right? It's mutating, right? So they have to, it's not a one-size-fit-all vaccine. We know that now, right? So there's other things along the way that you have to be, again, aware of in that perspective. All right. Now, so again, him saying that, I'm gonna let it keep playing. I want to keep stopping, but it's interesting because this article, this happened yesterday. So, like I said, everybody right now in their feelings, or everybody right now pumping their chest or thumping their chest. You see what I'm saying? Behind this news. So, and people that's that cooler heads is trying to prevail here. We're just trying to dissect both sides, right? Because if this is what's giving people the again another sense of security that they're going to be better off than get the jab or the vice versa, America is looking at this from a business perspective, corporation perspective, or we can get more people back to what? Back to work. You see what I'm saying? That's the bigger picture. They're trying to count the dollars that they can get off this, right? If they can get some jokers back to work, right?
Yeah.
So that's this whole thing about, right? But they've been the Civil War is on, whatever. I know I want to keep saying it like that, but this Civil War is on, right? Them jokers that made it worse than it need to be because they politicized it. But anyway, let me keep playing here so we can get through this here.
Is to get vaccinated. Wait, don't get infected. The best way to not get infected is to get vaccinated.
Dr. Fauci, you guys
This
have
part
been
right
pushing
here.
the vaccine and
All right, so you see what she did? You see her body language out the gate? What is her body language showing y'all right now?
She's tight.
When y'all see a person got their hand clutched like that and their elbows like that right there, and they got their head down, they're looking in the camera, looking you in your eyes, and they get and shaking. See, y'all I come from this, right? Y'all know I'm marketing, right? They taught us all this. We train for this stuff, right? When y'all see a person doing that right there, and they got their head down, they shaking their head like this right here, what did that mean? That mean, hold up.
You about to fire.
Right. That mean honest. Y'all know that verbal communication. Y'all know non-verbal communication. Y'all already know what time it is, right? Right. So let me just let it go. Now this is CNBC too. They pro bullish everything when they can, but again, this is that motherly energy finna come out.
And I obviously understand. Dr. Fauci, you guys have been pushing the vaccine, and I obviously understand why I'm vaccinated.
You know how she said that? Did y'all hear how she said that? Y'all been pushing the what?
Vaccine.
And she said, I'm vaccinated. Why? Because you have to be because of what? Company policy.
Mm-hmm.
Had not been for company policy, I would not be what?
Vaccinated.
This ain't rocket science. So you see his face, you see her face. You already know what's about to go down here.
You telling me I can get infected?
Ding, 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 ding. Ring the bell, right? Round one. Fight.
But I also have COVID, and it's spread through my entire family. And
she's at the house right now with COVID. Right? She's at the house right now with COVID.
Wow.
After y'all telling me if I just take the shot, get the shots, I'll be good. But y'all know that's the talking point. Y'all know I'm not either for it. Y'all know what I'm saying. I'm just using this against them because this is their so-called on the same team starting to have what? The infighting. I'll leave that alone. So let's let it roll.
And it's spread through my entire family. Why I'm vaccinated, but I also have COVID, and it's spread through my entire family in the past few weeks. That's why I'm doing the show from home today. And I just wonder about the public messaging around vaccinations. 3 vaccinated people got COVID in my house. 2 unvaccinated children got it. Are you too casual about the limitations of the vaccine? Because it does feel to me that these breakthroughs are happening. They're happening regularly, and we haven't really seen the government pay that much attention to them or warn about them too much. The bottom line is we were still able to get it and transmit it. Thank God we're not in the hospital. I get it. I'm vaccinated, but you can get it and transmit it, and the government.
You know what's crazy? That that's telling me when they say that that new drug is it's genetic, right? That means that drug is specifically created for those with the vaccine, because now they gave them that defective gene, whatever it is. You know, I'm using the wrong words, but they gave them something that they can isolate and they could deprogram whatever they want to use. You know what I mean? Without the vaccine, there's no isolated anything. There's no genetic code. There's no genetic code because there's no isolated virus. But now that they gave them the vaccine with this synthesized version of what they think the virus is, that has a genetic code because it's an mRNA.
And again, for the value of conversation in terms of how we're dissecting this, again, whether you're for or you're against, because we're not either or. This is strictly financial, and an assessment of these companies. Also, of course, we know that this is real world reality in terms of the coronavirus. But this is the head, right? This is the head guy. Again, either advocating or staying on script. But she posed the question: can this also now be something that you guys can now get behind as well, as opposed to just what? The jab, and give some of these people out here who may not be so inclined to want to rush to get this jab some kind of sense of opportunity where they can get back to normal. And they right too, because all I know is I keep getting the shot and we keep catching what? COVID. My entire household is vaccinated. Besides, he said a couple kids, and she got young kids, and 2 was very young. Just her story on TNBC.
Hold on, you know that they said that it has to be 24 to 48 hours after the shot. You can't say that it had anything to do with the VA, with the jab. So
that's on the other side of it, right? Because I can't.
Okay.
That's the part where you got to. They gonna say that what they got to say, right? I'm just saying that because whatever, right? The reality is that they're gonna say, it has to be. You have to follow the regimen to the T, right? Even if you do follow the regimen to the T, that does still not mean that you cannot contract it. See what I'm saying? You can take the first shot, and possibly even get a third shot and be isolated in your house the entire time. After the third shot, a month later, you go out in the general public and you can still catch what? the virus. Now, again, to the extent that you have worsening condition than others, that could it's to help stop or help meet for that perspective that the vaccine is supposed to help you from that. But transmission is the problem, right? The reason that they can't get the numbers down or the rate of infection down because number one, it's a highly contagious virus, granted, and the mutations of word. But again, at the same breath, you are in a country where people are entitled, they spoil, and they're gonna still go out there and feel like they are invincible under the guidance that they said this prevents me from death. So if I catch it, at least I can't die. They're not so concerned with the idea of them possibly transmitting it. They're just saying, at least I got something they're gonna keep me from dying. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That part that makes all of this dangerous because she's like, well, why not advocate for some of the other things? Yeah, we roasted Trump because he was talking about the remdesivir, the cocktail he took. Obviously, it worked for his behind. It saved him, right? But the other stuff, right? Now, that's before we get into hydroxychloroquine because they didn't really advocate that. That's just a sidebar. The ivermectin, that's a sidebar. But they did advocate the remdesivir. But it's hard to get it. Make that make sense, right? It's hard to get the remdesivir cocktail. Only certain, triages can, carry it. A hospital can carry it, or not can carry, but carry it. So you still forced to what? Either that, natural immunity, or go get the jab, right? So that's important. I just want to make sure I make that point because y'all, I'm in the objective side of things. Y'all know how I like to look at them as an investor. I'm listening with the intent to hear. I need to hear everything because it says a lot about where these people are really thinking. And again, right there, you heard her. She literally had a meltdown moment, a controlled meltdown moment, right?
Yeah.
I've been listening to y'all since the beginning, and my entire house now stuck in the house with coronavirus. After all of us got shot, besides my youngest kid, she got like babies, right? And they authorized to get it, so of course they ain't got no choice. They just got to catch it, herd immunity inside the household. But the transmission part is what they talk about. So why not advocate for some of this other stuff? So I let him say what he's gonna say, right? Because right now, again, the Merck pill changes the game only for the fact that, like I said earlier, it could be the other side of the coin. I'll leave that alone.
Hospital, I get it. I'm vaccinated, and we haven't really seen the government because it dominated. People got COVID in my house from home today, and it spread through my. I obviously understand why I'm vaccinated, but I also have COVID, and it spread through my entire family in the past few weeks. That's why I'm doing the show from home today, and I just wonder about the public messaging around vaccination. 3 vaccinated people got COVID in my house. 2 unvaccinated children got it. Are you too casual about the limitations of the vaccine? Because it does feel to me that these breakthroughs are happening. They're happening regularly, and we haven't really seen the government pay that much attention to them or warn about them too much. The bottom line is we were still able to get it and transmit it.
Now she's talking about the breakthroughs or these other what's the word I want to use? These other help stops, right? Or help meets or whatever, remedies in a sense, right? That's what she's advocating at this point. So let me make sure I add that in there. I'm sorry. But yeah, that part.
Thank God we're not in the hospital. I get it. I'm vaccinated, but you can get it and transmit it. And the government hasn't been warning about that.
Oh, yes, I am. We have. And we've said that. And let me just give you the...
See? Y'all haven't been warning about that. Oh, but yes, I have. But yes, I have.
Okay. They do keep saying that it doesn't stop infection. They keep saying that. People are just ignoring it. That's willful ignorance.
So you see what I'm saying? I said that for a reason because that's the entitlement mindset of most people in this country. They're selectively listening to what they want to hear as opposed to listening with the intent to make sure that they get the full scope of everything because they want to, their lives are disrupted because they can't go out and do what they've been doing. See, that's why I say this is the wrong place to be in a pandemic, right? This country is the wrong place to be in during this pandemic because the people, again, it's the people, it's the mindset, it's the culture. So yeah, she has to wear that one. She gonna have to wear that, and he's out in the same breath. They trying to figure out what to do. Anyway, let me finish out. So I gotta get out of here.
Science
That's
and the
gaslighting
facts.
right there.
If you said that, and let,
We've been warning about that.
oh yes, I am. We have, and we've said that. And let me just give you the science and the facts. If you are an unvaccinated person, you have 5 times the likelihood of getting infected, 11 times the likelihood of being hospitalized, and 11 times the likelihood of dying compared to someone who's been vaccinated. So the data showing the benefit of vaccines is incontrovertible. If you look at the people who have died from COVID-19, overwhelmingly 90+% of them are unvaccinated. Vaccination protects you against severe disease. And even when you get breakthrough infections, because remember, no vaccine is 100% protected. But what we do know is that if you get vaccinated and get a breakthrough infection, you are much less likely of getting a severe outcome. It is much more likely that you, in fact, would either be without symptoms or be mildly symptomatic. So you should not confuse the very important data that we now have a drug that can diminish hospitalization and death by 50%. You should not confuse that with the overwhelming benefits of the protection of vaccines. Those should not be confused.
So
Sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just about to say. So again, somebody posted. I just looked in the back chat. You're 100% right. Felon Peace Mode say she want answers, right? You could tell her whole mission was that I want some answers. A lot of it could be simple ignorance. A lot of it could be what? It's a lot of what? Wishy-washy information in terms of when y'all saying that it's not, it's helping against infection, or it may not be helping against infection, right? Because again, there's no clear consensus for the fact that, again, they politicized it. They're their own worst enemy at this point.
He's thrown out these numbers 5 times and 11 times. He's not telling you 11 times what, 5 times what number, because it still turns out to be a small percentage of deaths overall. You know what I'm saying? 0.02% deaths. You know what I'm saying? Crazy number like that. So that's he's very coercive and manipulative.
Again, like I said, whether you're for or you're against, the data is in essence that they're trying to play the numbers game either way, right? They're trying to play the numbers game. They need, of course, they got control of the consensus because they are the authoritative figure to disseminate. So of course, people are like, okay, I got to take what I got. But in the same breath, the one part that stood out there in terms of me, I was listening with my antennas up. She was like, okay, well, why aren't y'all going hard for some of these other alternatives? Because if you give people the idea that there is another alternative, what does that do? See, that changes the mind frame. That go ahead, Brandon. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say that drives your interest down.
Yeah, it takes the power away.
Potential for the what? For the jab, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
Get that jab.
So apparently that's what they're afraid of, right? Obviously, right? Like duh, brother, but this makes sense. I'm just saying that from an investor standpoint. Why? Because Dr. Fauci sits on the board of what? A few of these, vaccine companies, Moderna and all them that invested interest. But I'm saying a little bit, it's deeper than that too. But again, the need for that is going to be around from what they're saying well into the future, because it's here to stay, kind of like the flu is. You're going to be having to get a reoccurrence of a shot. The idea that we will reach herd immunity by the fall of this year, remember that was the conversation they were talking about at the beginning of the year, and then the fall of last year, that we'll reach herd immunity by the what? fall or spring, excuse me, summer or spring of 2021. Remember that was a conversation? We should at least herd immunity by then. Know what they could do with that talking point right there?
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like, it's here to stay. What can we say? We know science changes. Always variables. Whatever, we get that. But it was obvious and apparent at that point, at the level that this thing was, number one, being transmissible, mutating, that these old cocktails were not going to be sufficient for the new strains in terms of figuring out how to way to what dodge and evade those. But yet it just now it's just to keep you from dying more so than to eradicate it, right? It comes to vaccination change on the definition on the CDC guideline. It's not the same definition any longer what a vaccine really is. The market is like, okay, market looks at that and say, okay, so that means this is not a one and done for Moderna. This is not a one and done for Novavax. This is not a one and done for Pfizer and these other ones. Oh, so they mean they're gonna be pushing this stuff just like a cancer drug from going forward in the future. Okay. Yeah, let me pick up, let me get 100,000 more shares of Moderna on any pullback greater than 10, 15%, right? And we're gonna keep adding from there. Same for Novavax or Huma or whatever, because eventually those companies are working towards getting to what Pfizer just got approval.
Yep.
But another selling point for those drugs is that because the original formulas were actually the same drugs they'd use for chemotherapy patients. So like what they're going to be saying with these drugs is that, oh, it also cures cancer. It also cures
Who knows, right? They're
going to start bigging it up.
But no, you're making a point. But I'm just saying they already again are formulating the idea that they're trying to make a one size fit all. Notice I say that, meaning like, excuse me, Moderna's working on a flu and a coronavirus together, right? They're going to have one vial that can take out the flu or take care of the flu and also help retard against the coronavirus. See, that's the next thing. I don't know if y'all saw that. That's
and it was never related to the. Remember, they would say it's not the flu. It's not the flu.
Right. That's next in their pipeline. They're trying to canvas all in one. You see what I'm saying? And how ubiquitous is the flu shot? Every year, people go out and get it free, right? At Walgreens, this, that, third, right? So again, as an investor, emotions aside, logic, antennas on, even though I still have my personal views about a lot of this stuff scientifically, of course, but this is for educational purposes. This is strictly on the financial side of things, right? This channel is about financial, accuracy in terms of being able to make good decisions, right? In a speculative world, based upon data points, right? Yeah, it is pretty much all but known that this is going to be here, and these companies who got that leg up are going to boom off of it. The cat's out the bag is my point. Dr. Fauci let the cat out of the bag today about Merck, right? His fault, not ours. Freudian slip, call it what you want. But yeah, Merck, eventually probably will get that approval. And they deep in the pockets of Washington as it is. What's going on, Brother Sonny? I mean, when we're looking, we're going in a little bit. What's going on, Open Sonny? Peace by private.
Hey, peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. What's going on, man? What do you think about all this, man? I know you in and out a little bit. You handle business. What's your take on a little bit there?
Well, I haven't looked too deep into it, so I really couldn't give you like a full understanding of it. I'm just looking at it from the surface. When I came across it was yesterday, I think. Either you or Brother James had put it in the chat, and I had seen it and tried to look up a little bit of it, but I couldn't really find it. I didn't find the information that I wanted to as far as with the stock with it. That was just about it. I didn't get too deep into it.
And again, this is great because when we're politicking like this here, and we're looking at these, these entities, whatever these financial vehicles, as we like to call them over here, right? You gain a lot more from looking at the chessboard a little bit different, right? We know who the players are, right? At this point, we know who the main players are the premium players on the board, I should say, of the chessboard, not the pawn, but the premium pieces on the board, right? Right? We can pretty much name them all on probably on a couple hands, maybe at most, right? Who are some of the premium players on the vaccine board right now, or the remedy for stopping the coronavirus? Anybody? Who are the premium players? Give me
Moderna, Pfizer.
Moderna. All right, Pfizer. What else?
Sorrento.
Main players. Main players. I say premium chess pieces on the board. This is important because y'all need to think like this.
Johnson.
We need premium pieces on the chessboard. Who are premium pieces on the board? Anybody?
Johnson & Johnson.
So Johnson. So you can get their vaccine right now, right? Can you get their vaccine, Johnson?
I think so. A lot of I know a couple of people who have it. Yeah.
All right. So Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer,
Novavax.
Right. So why Novavax?
You said why
vaccine right now?
No, not here.
So they got a what? An international market.
Yeah.
AstraZeneca.
Same with them.
So AstraZeneca is not in America, but it's being administered what? Overseas somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So that by proxy, it makes them a premium piece on chessboard. They may be a weaker piece, right? They might be like a rook, right? Or not a rook, but excuse me, a knight or right? They might be a knight piece on the board, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? But they own that premium piece because now at least their stuff is being distributed, right? I guess my focus point is that either being distributed or it's very close to being distributed. You with me there? Because those are companies who are going to get a cash flow increase because of it, right? If that product go out, that means some money coming in. Y'all with me there?
Yeah.
That's the importance of them being premium players because there is a value to this where they say first to market matters. Now we knew that there was going to be other players in the game way back during the fall and summer of last year. Eventually, beyond all the top ones that were getting all the shine, it was obvious. But now, first to market, first to troubleshoot is going to still be ahead of everybody else, all the competition. So by proxy, they're still going to be They're still going to be premium chess pieces on the board, meaning in terms of being able to pull down market share value. You're with me there? So if y'all can put those names, those 5 companies in the perspective in terms of investment, value or investment thesis, figure out which one's top dog, best in breed, second in breed, third in breed, fourth, whatever, you can now begin to put together a picture or portfolio that resonates well with what you already know what's coming down the pipeline, because they're continuously telling you that this thing is going to be here to stay. There's going to be a need to keep manufacturing it at high levels and the need to improve the science on it, which obviously keeps these companies gainfully employed and needed in a lot of ways, if you will. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you think about this stuff as an investor, right? That's how you put 2 and 2 together. So selectively, that what Dr. Fauci just said about the Merck. I'm not going to try to get ahead of them of what they're going to do for us. During the approval, if they get the approval, right? It's totally slipped, right? Totally slipped. Oh yeah, so Merck, you might want to look into Merck stock, right? Right. So that's just not investment advice. That's just an opinion. You connect the dots. Now, is Moderna stock over because Merck got this new little pill? Right.
No.
Is Moderna stock, is it not going to gain market share going forward because this new pill?
Competition.
Is it going to go back down to $200 or maybe a share or $100 just because Merck entered to the race?
Not at all.
Because the drop was just like, It's over. It's
Because
done for. But I don't say it's done for. But people talk about this changes the game. Why you see it? Look, these people already. Look,
it's
these people
complementary to the game. It's complementary to the jab.
That part. How say you, Sister Mo? I know you making moves out there, popping in and out. We ain't heard from you a little bit. I don't know if you're able to open your mic. I know you're busy. Sister Monica, you there? She might be listening right now because I know she's busy. She was handling business earlier. So, but yeah, again, this is important because again, Moderna just fell from the bed, right? A high bed too, and people act as if I guess it's over, but I don't know. So let's see. Let's hear what some of these well-known, Moderna investors have to say about it, because this is important. Because a lot of people are like, well, man, is there more downside here, Moderna? Who knows? Possibly, right? We can look at some levels chart-wise and see, but ultimately, there's still, a lot of runway. Because there's a need that ain't been met to the level where they can say we good. They're talking about future use as it being a continuity level of what treatment, meaning you may have to get a shot every year, at least 2 shots, 1 to 2 shots every year, possibly. But they're planning for it now, so somebody possibly like, okay, put it on the docket. All right. So real quick little sound bite from what happened with Moderna, right? This is important, right? Because, that's them trying to figure out if Merck really liked that, or are these people just saying, whatever, this is the reason to kind of, hit up some of the other vaccine players and then whatever, then that's going to die. Well, let's see. 1 second.
COVID vaccine makers down big. Moderna and other COVID vaccine makers down big today on news of Merck's successful trial for a COVID-19 antiviral treatment. Steve Weiss, of course, best identified with that stock, at least on this program. Steve, joining us now. Are you there?
I'm here.
I'm looking at it right now. Down 13%. How are you thinking about all this?
Well, so, full disclosure, the golf course is one of the largest asset managers in the world. We're both looking at it.
Y'all didn't hear that. Y'all didn't hear that. I'm on the golf course with one of the biggest asset managers in the world.
I was just about to ask you.
And we're both
on the golf course.
Now you're on the golf course doing the middle of this thought, this plunging, right? During the middle of the day, you're on the golf course with one of the biggest asset managers on the planet, and we're both looking at it.
I was gonna say that they have all these ETFs that have Moderna as one of the the main companies in those ETFs. So it's like they know, they have faith, and people who have the Moderna, they have faith that they're gonna come up with a solution.
Or like I was saying earlier, Eva, these people know this is going to be a steady pipeline going into the future. They're planning for future valuations because the need to have it is going to be there. And on top of that, they're now going to try to figure out ways to improve on what they already have and make these other byproducts. Again, that's why I want to play this clip right here, because y'all going to hear some news on this one here that's going to give you more insight of what we were just talking about as far as future insight, right? You heard Dr. Fauci and the ones before that. That's now real quick. This right here. So I'm gonna get through this here very seamlessly. But I see you got to catch that kind of stuff. I'm sure y'all doing it, but see, that's makes us different. That's what makes us different.
Now, down 13%. How are you thinking about all this?
Well, so full disclosure, the golf course is one of the largest asset managers in the world, and we're both looking at it and saying, this is absolutely ridiculous. And I reached out to Stefan Marcel. Is there anything I'm not seeing? He goes, no. So here's how I'm looking at it. I bought 3 times.
So who is Stefan Montel? Y'all know who that is by any chance? I know these are nerd for stats. Y'all know the stuff that only I be into, I guess. All right. But I'll leave that alone. Let me let it keep playing.
So I bought down 46. I bought it 3 times. I bought that on sale. And saying, this is absolutely ridiculous. And I reached out to Stefan Marcel. Is there anything I'm not seeing? He goes, no. So here's how I'm looking at it. I bought it 3 times. I bought down 46, down 51, and down 53. So it's the largest position I've actually ever had. Now, I'm not going to go home with that large, but I will go home with bigger position. So the question that I put out is that even though Tamiflu is out there, are you still getting a flu vaccine? The answer is, of course you are. So the data shows that right now, and it's premature because they're not fully through trials, even though they may suspect them, that's 50% efficacy against keeping you in the hospital, keeping you out of the hospital, keeping you from dying. So I'm going to take the 95% surety of not getting COVID rather than getting sick with the vaccine. So the bottom line is that it's just a ridiculous stock that's run quite a bit, up 61% this quarter alone. So I'd say there's some nervous hands in there, some paper pause. But I think it's a phenomenal buying opportunity. I actually did a call with the company earlier in the week for about an hour and a half, just going through everything in the pipeline, all public information anybody could see. And I just think it's compelling. The story has not changed, bottom line.
Do me a quick favor. Do me a quick favor, because you sounded a little bit out of breath, no doubt from chasing your golf ball into the woods many times in the early stages of your round. The actual trades that you made, can you just go through those again a little bit slower for our viewers and the prices, please?
Yeah, so I bought it down 46 points first. Then it continued to drop. I don't know where it bottomed, but I saw it down 56 at one point. I didn't buy it there. As it started to move up, I bought it at about 53, down 53 points. I bought it again down about 51 points, roughly. So, look, the numbers are the numbers. We'll learn $30 or so this year. The vaccine right now is priced at $18 to $25 per dose. They've agreed to keep that pricing only for the pandemic. As soon as the pandemic is over, and you've seen forecasts that will come through the back end of it, that pricing goes up to standard pricing, and that's $150 to $200 per dose. Additionally, the doses.
He said $250 per dose.
Right now, they're selling it for how much?
I thought it said 150 or 250.
No, the current price that they're charging for their vaccine right now that they basically give it to the government. Let me bring that back. Bring that back. Rewind, select door. Right. Let me see.
$18 to $25 per dose. The numbers are the numbers. We'll learn $30 or so this year. The vaccine right now is priced at $18 to $25 per dose.
Wow.
18 to 25 per dose. And then it's soon to go up to what price, Steve Wise?
They've agreed to keep that pricing only for the pandemic. As soon as the pandemic is over, and you've seen forecasts that will come through the back end of it, that pricing goes up to standard pricing, and that's $150 to $200 per dose.
Boy, greedy jokers.
Somebody do that markup percentage. Somebody give me that margin on that. What's that margin up on that there? Somebody give me that percentage margin markup on that there. Yeah, we're a math show over here too, right? We do math over here, right? Somebody give me that percentage gain. 200 to that of what? Let's say 20, 25. You say 18, 25. We just say 20. We'll split the middle. How many times 20 go into 200?
10.
10 times.
So that's a what? That's a 10-time market. So that's a 10x markup. Or essentially, we would call that what? 1,000%.
Right.
1,000%. Put that in terms of market value, market cap, in terms of run on to their what? Their book value. 1,000%. The standard value. Oh, as if it can't even go higher from that point.
It tells you who they're going after because I can't afford that.
You doggone right. If I'm an investor. So again, emotions are not rattled and moved when stocks plunge and plummet and have these little funky little moments like this. This thing went from basically $18, literally the stock. Here's what's interesting, how crazy. The stock went from $18 to $500 a share in a year and 5 months. Stop playing. The price of their dose is starting at 18 to 20 and has the potential to go up to 200 to 200 plus, possibly even 500. Right? Stop playing.
Married to the mob right here. This is crazy.
Stop.
It's like the mobster movies coming to collect.
Let it come down.
Gotta pay the Benevolence Association.
You see what I'm saying? Look, let that price come down because you're going to buy a whole lot of what? Leaps into the future. Contracts are well out in advance, a year in advance, 2 years in advance, right? See, they banking on hearing things like that. They banking on hearing the company speak like that. They're banking on hearing the FDA, CDC, NIH speak like the WHO speak like that because that says, oh, this thing going nowhere. Y'all with me there? See, y'all already know this, but we getting a crash course on how to listen today. A lot of us. Because we're investors. Number one, we're not, we ain't finna be emotional. Right? We have our views outside of the fact, granted. But when it comes to investing and trading and being, stewards of the game or of this craft, yeah, we're gonna pay attention. Right? We're gonna
I believe they have like specific benchmarks. Like I mentioned before, it's like 5 to 7 in 5 to 7 years. This whole experiment should be where they need. It's already where they need it to be because they have a certain percentage of people is already marked, right? So good that allows for enough to spread around through contagion, right? But 5 to 7 years, all of the medicine, the foundational medicines will be in place, and new products will be made, and
it'd be easy going to CVC, Walgreens, Rite Aid. They're picking up off the shelf and going on to the house. You be vaccinating your own self. Shoot yourself up with the nose intravenously through the nose, nostril, nasal. Take a pill, right? Same way people have to do with what? Diabetes, right? They got to prick themselves. A lot of it's still going to be self-administered to a point where it becomes, whatever, to a degree, possibly.
They say antiviral, but it's not a cure. It's never a cure. So they're always gonna. It's just a
constant need,
complementary and a bridge.
So that makes companies like Moderna, who've been waiting for a breakthrough like this to ever happen to their level of science that they have, this puts them in the game. This gives them a lease on financial life. Are y'all not seeing that? I'm sure y'all are. It's no mistake the stock went from $18, $16, $15 and ran all the way to $500.
You saying Moderna is the next Amazon, the next Google?
Did you hear this? Y'all about to, did you hear this jabroni on the news here? He said what? He's out the Gulf Coast, one of the biggest asset managers on the planet, and we're both looking at the stock. Now he's been in the stock office, of course. He's telling you, yeah, fair day. Yeah, I saw that. I'm playing golf. Yeah, tragic, but I just added more of my position because guess what? They got a runway for the future.
Why you sound like George Bush being in the kindergarten class reading the book? Yeah, I'm reading the kids' book.
Right? As an investor, if you are still, again, this is speculative, guys. This is my opinion. Now, this stuff is investment advice. Do your own research. Do your own due diligence. But sometimes it ain't hard to put two and two together, guys. It ain't hard to realize the extent of your government, extent of your health officials, the extent of the world as a whole, how they're trying to play this, whether or not these are great opportunities for you to think about investing in what we know to be, whether you for or against, a backstop, the financial need to produce, manufacture, and sell, which brings in what? Cash flow, which grows balance sheets, right? which says there's a constant need because there's a inherent worry or fear out there, and people want to be protected. So, yeah, I used to pay $18.20. Now I'm paying $200. But guess what? The morning after pill $700, and by that point, that morning after pill probably be what, $1,400 at the point where Moderna gets to $200. Stop playing. Are y'all with me?
They're collecting on that 7.5 trillion.
Think like an investor. Wasn't that sister? What her name? Tiffany Haddish. When she was at the war show, you got to be smart. She was hitting her, you got to be smart. 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 Minimum 3 to 5 years.
Because if
Minimum.
they're reducing public assistance and social programs, then they're expecting people to pay cash for this.
However, they try to even hook it or book it even on that side, because that's going to be a storm in itself. Medicare, right? Medicaid and Medicare. Look, you see what I'm saying? When the government says, okay, we done all we could to get everybody there, now the rest is on y'all. Them companies doing this right here, right now. All of them, Merck, Pfizer, Novavax, all of them, Moderna, all of them doing this right. Even AstraZeneca and Johnson, they're doing the Birdman hand rub right now. Because they know, you know they finna what? They finna pull a Martin Shkreli. Y'all know who he is, infamous Mr. $1 million for the AIDS pill, whatever that was he had. Charge people $1 million for that dusty behind pill. And they locked this stupid behind, his goofy behind right on up. Y'all remember that? His goofy behind. So these people, again, it's not about helping people. It's about getting paid. Stop being in your feelings. It's about the money. Figure out how to go get that money too, because they're going to keep going in your pockets every day until you realize how to go in their pocket. Don't bring me echo chamber conversation and talking point. I don't want to hear that. I'm intelligent to do my own research. Bring me how I can bridge this to get me some money so I can fight them jokers from going in my pocket, because they're trying to push this their narrative all into my lifestyle in my household. Fight from a place where you can make intelligent decisions, cool, calm, collective, intelligent decisions, and then you rule your house the way that you need to based on your desires. The king or the queen of your own castle. Because at the end of the day, these people only care about getting what? Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
What was that? Nancy Pelosi doing something for 3.5? I was like, oh, that's a half of the 7. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the debt ceiling scenario, right? That's we're gonna get into that a little bit on the back end before I get off here, because I was leading to that too. Because the idea that people I actually spoke about it in the very beginning. My initial conversation, you wasn't on yet, but I was speaking about in the very beginning about how the market shrugged off the idea of the debt ceiling being a debacle and failing. It failed miserably Friday. It failed. Right? Joe Biden failed at rallying his other Democratic, colleagues to go get on board. Obviously, y'all know the people that's abstaining right now is Manchin and Seneca, right? And the market said, okay, we were supposed to dump and go under 427 today. Merck saved the day. Merck morning after COVID pill saved the day, literally, from the markets from tanking.
But usually they have a big pie, and Merck is like the first one to come out with their slice, because maybe they introduced it, but they have, the other ones have a hand in it also. Like you said, they'll come out with their versions.
Well, I'm speaking as far as the market movement. I'm talking about as far as the market movement happened Friday.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The market was supposed to tank, and it stopped on a dime at that pivot point on the dime at 427, 60 area, somewhere around there, and reversed on that dropping of that news of Merck. It's like they timed that news. They were saving that bacon. I was saving that bacon. Right? I am legend style. And the market just rallied back up. Because again, we can go to restaurants now. We possibly can get on planes now. We possibly can go on a cruise now. I can go to the movies now. I don't have to come in here with a little with my little vaccine card and all that kind of stuff. I get the COVID after pill now.
Wow.
And Fauci like, hold up, we still want you to get the jab. Still need you to get that card. But anyway, moving on. Let's finish this part so we get out of here. I'm sorry. But again, you have to listen with the intent to be very, 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 very detective valued in this stuff, because this is what makes great investors and traders here. This stuff.
Additionally, the doses are going to come at their pricing over, and you've seen forecasts that will come through the back end of it that to keep that pricing only. Vaccine right now is priced at $18 to $25 per dose. They've agreed to keep that pricing only for the pandemic. As soon as the pandemic is over, and you've seen forecasts that will come through the back end of it, that pricing goes up to standard pricing, and that's $150 to $200 per dose. Additionally, the doses are going to come out at 50 micrograms, which is still be much more potent than Pfizer's. So the probability is going to be enormous. Then you've got next year, you'll get you'll get phase 3 on their quadrivariant, which will be flu with night.
That one right there. Did y'all hear that?
He just forecasted quadrivariants? What?
The quadrivariant. The quadrivariant is their vaccine that's going to be able to handle 3 or 4 different ailments at once. Coronavirus, the flu. I had that moment of silence right there. Because see, I love playing detective. Right? I love this stuff. Eat this, sleep this, breathe this. So look at him. My little extra little dollars. This is where I be trying to do. Oh, I'm finna add a little more here. I'm finna see. This is how these people. This is how they get rich. This is how they get. Do y'all hear any?
I thought he was talking about a new variant, but he's talking about the drug that you mentioned before that's going to cover all these diseases.
They finna make a new one called a quadrivariant. Basically, it's a one-stop shop.
All of the diseases that they forgot this year, they're all going to be covered under this variant, this quadrivariant drug.
Jugglers don't want to get this work.
I'm
dying. They want to look at you. They want to look at you, Sister Angie, Sister Mo, and Brother Brandon, and Ober Chris, and Brother Son, and Brother Rich, and everybody in the back chair. Everybody, all y'all like, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. What y'all talking about this investment stuff? Man, anybody got time for that? See, they want to look at y'all as if y'all, you see.
They really look at me like that. Oh, yeah.
See, you building the nest egg that can't nobody touch. See what I'm saying? They can't touch your nest egg from an investor.
Oh yeah, you gotta mention that the market loves assets. So collecting assets is almost like a safety net.
It's the only safety net. Unless you inherited some land, like I've said many times, or got a late uncle you didn't know about that owned the Chateaubriand somewhere, a castle somewhere in the middle of Europe somewhere, I don't know, or in Africa where. There's only one game in town. It's called asset ownership. Period. In the discussion, roll credits. Stop playing. You playing around, thinking you got time to waste, and these people out here planning to make what? Make a quadrillion dollars off your pain and suffering because you want to play the game of the 3 little pigs and build your house with what? Wet tissue. Not even straw. You building your house with wet tissue. Now let's see how long that hold up. Good luck. People playing around don't understand the nature of how this corporation works. This is for this is for the initiated. America is for the initiated. You don't have to be pro all the stuff that they talk about, but guess what? You have to be pro keeping them out your pocket and pro going inside of their pocket. Y'all with me there? You got to be pro going inside of their pockets before they try to go into your pockets.
You gotta set up trust funds for our DNA.
All that. And the beeline to get you there is gonna be what? You being financially literate and understanding how to be smart, Tiffany Haddish, how to be smart and go beeline to the bag. You have that through your ability to invest in markets. The same way they've been turning over their wealth and riches for years. It's the same access that you have. They can't bar you from it. Race, color, creed, sex, gender, orientation, midget, humpback, smurf, rims, no rim, hubcap, no hubcap, cap, no cap. None of that stuff matters here because you have access. They can't stop you from it. And you can still be working a job for Mr. Charlie. Yeah, you can do both if you choose. And you can be running your own business. Yeah, you can do both if you choose. But you have to have asset ownership as the front running thing in your life. Because it's the only thing that has the protection. It's the only thing that has the protection. It's the only thing that has protection in this country. They're going to protect their stakeholders first. Are you a stakeholder just because you work at, AT&T? Are you a stakeholder just because you're a professor at Yale? No. If you don't have if that professor don't own assets, appreciating assets, yeah, you can die tomorrow, Joker. You look, and okay, so yeah. I don't mean to be grim with that, but I'm making a point because a lot of people are convinced that the time that you guys spend studying and improving on this craft and getting better and understanding how to move and think like an investor, like an analyst, right? This is, again, for the betterment of you being able to procure income, wealth, and knowledge that you could pass on to your future generations, where they are not going to be subjected to all the other stuff that people are now going to be funneled into going forward, because you know what's starting to happen. They're doing away with what? Middle class as much as they can. They just chipping away with it. Every single chaotic moment, they chip away at the middle class. It's going to be those who have and those who have not. So people think they got time to waste. They still caught up in drama and I need to get, detox from no, you don't. The world ain't waiting on you to detox. They finna go in your pockets. Period. They can't wait to go in your pockets. Because they know you're moving on emotion and not logic. You spinning emotionally as opposed to saying, oh, wait, I don't need that. I got this. No.
I don't need rainbow body. What do you mean? Rainbow? I need rainbow body. What?
Right. I see. You income shifting, you make things happen. All right, so let me move on. Right, let me get off my little soapbox for a second. Sometimes I go on these little tangent runs. Y'all got to bear with me, right? It's all in love.
That was a powerful sermon, right? That's my soapbox.
Y'all know we got babies, we got kids that need to hear this, and they need to start saying this like yesterday. They don't need to be wait till they get 20 and then get introduced to this stuff. Like, no, they need to learn this stuff at 6, 7, 8, 5. They need to see it, hear it, or be around it. They need to walk in the house and see charts up on the screen on the TV, as opposed to what Disney all the time. They need to be inquisitive about these little, what's that name of that company? What's that there? What's that line right there? That looks like a pattern. Oh, I see that red, then green. What's that? And you be like, yeah, that's your future. That's what it is. Get excited. Now go make you a jelly sandwich and sit down somewhere. Now. Right? Oh, my daddy, get this bag real quick. Give me a second. Don't be distracting me. I'm trying to focus here. Right? So let's roll some more of that footage. My bad, guys.
90% next year, really will be much more potent than the dosage of $100 per dose. That's $150 to $200 per dose. Additionally, the doses are going to come out at 50 micrograms, which is still be much more potent than Pfizer's. So the probability is going to.
Oh, did he say that? Did he not say that?
Just threw Pfizer under the bus.
All them back tires caught him. Them back tires on that school bus when he hit that thing, it's all them tires. And they got new tires on that thing the other day. And the tree catching it. 50 microgram value, and meaning you're gonna get less for more, but the price is gonna be at a premium. It's gonna be at a premium. That quad variant, let's let them talk. Let me not talk and let them talk.
So the probability is going to be enormous, much more potent than Pfizer's. Doses are going to come out at 50 micrograms, which is still be much more potent than Pfizer's. So the probability is going to be enormous. Then you've got next year, you'll get you'll get phase 3 on their quadrivariants, which will be flu with 90% efficacy versus 40-60, RSV, H1N1, and COVID, of course.
Ooh, y'all didn't hear that. Y'all didn't hear that.
Live.
You said 821? Is that what you're talking about?
H1N1. H1N1. That's a part of
Oh,
coronavirus.
H1N1.
Right?
Oh, yes, I know.
Repeat it. Let me say this correct. I'm sorry. That's a part of the SARS family. SARS-CoV-2 family is what? H1N1, right? Middle Eastern MERS, Middle Eastern respiratory.
Right.
That's part of the SARS-CoV-2 family. They're trying to eradicate that stuff. That's problem. Push back. The flu right now and Tamiflu is only at what? They say a 40-60 efficacy level, right?
Now we know why they chose those to make the Chimera.
We said that way back in the we said this back in
MERS,
last year.
HIV. I think Ebola was in there. SARS, MERS, HIV, H1N1. Okay.
Using mRNA, because we know whether you hate for it, like it, love it, indifferent. I've been saying this way back then. mRNA science at the nano level, at this level, as not introduce you to extra culture of the virus, but making something that attaches and enhances your T blood cells to be able to fight off infections, whatever. That's where they're going with that. Whether you hate, look at it different or different to it, that's the future of science. RNA is always going to be the key. Why? Because it deals with what? Ladies, say it with me. All the ladies on here, even though the fellas know, but the ladies, say it with me. What do ladies have that men lack?
Intuition.
Say it with starts with the M. Say it with me, ladies. Come on.
Motherhood.
Look at she dancing all over. Come on.
Maternity.
I'm trying to get into your scientific side, sis. Come on with it. What do ladies possess that men don't? At the level that they have, that the world wants? Okay, I'm throwing hints. I like to invoke
the MOP. I don't know what you're talking about.
I like to invoke wisdom. Henrietta Lacks. Henrietta Lacks. Y'all know who Henrietta Lacks is, right? Our ancestor Henrietta Lacks, right? They call it
Henrietta Leaks.
Henrietta
Lacks, right?
She has $1 trillion genes, right? They call it the $1 trillion lady. She had $1 trillion genes. Her genes are still being used today to fight cancer.
Right. I'm so
because what does she have that a man don't have and other people? A lot of the other coaches. I just put it out there. It is what it is. Science don't lie. Give me your feelings you don't. What does she have? She had a strong starts with an M. Come on, y'all supposed to know. What do women have? What is mRNA? What does the M? Come on, brother Snotball in the back.
I'm sorry.
Mitochondrial DNA.
Come on, brother Snotball. Somebody getting it.
Motherhood. Oh my God.
No, you were right with motherhood though, but it just I just want you to look a little bit deeper. Look, intracellular, mitochondrial DNA.
Mitochondria. Oh, okay.
It's the building blocks of life. It fixes and repairs life easier and faster. Women give birth, go through all kind of things. Their body repair and heal a lot faster and better than men any given.
I was gonna say ability to heal. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mitochondria. There was a cartoon movie about mitochondria. I forgot what the name was.
Get on TED Talk. Ago. Kids, y'all need to be watching TED Talk for kids. They got a lot of stuff, good stuff for kids. Get on TED Talk.
Yeah, the programming for kids.
Well, you know what I'm saying? It's the science. Whether because you always got to back, y'all know this will go. You always got to back brief your child anywhere. Right? You got to fill in the gaps where they're already getting jacked up. Let's stop. Y'all know what I'm saying. Because a lot of people don't back brief their children. Y'all know what I'm saying? They just roll with it. What you learn in school today? Oh, they taught you the what? The Star Spangled Banner. The Pledge of Allegiance. What? We don't do that over here, little Jimmy. No, we got to see that flag over there, that black flag right there. That go over there. Matter of fact, go stand in the corner and look at it for a little while. So I can detox you. No, I'm just cutting up. But y'all get my point. Look, if you wonder if these things going away or they're not going to be able to sustain, in Moderna, the top dog. We know the top. I don't know what to say. As investors, that's why we don't have implicit biases. Just right there. Just knowing that this is why we don't have implicit biases, and this is why we study the way we study, and we sacrifice the way we sacrifice.
Objectivity.
See, next level with this stuff. Y'all next level with this here. See, again, hey, look, this is the point, this is the moment when I pause, right? And say what? If you don't want the producer, right? Or the hype man dancing all in your videos, right? Right? You come where you come to, over Chris? Right?
Yeah, what happened?
If you don't want the producer or the hype man dance all in your videos, you come to where?
Death Row Records.
Over Brandon, where you come to?
Death Row Records.
Death Row Records. Right? Look,
All
over here. Right? We work over here. We connect dots. And there's no echo chamber. Because you have to move and think like this. You have to. It's imperative. This is how you stay ahead of the game.
Type in a resource name. Let's type in
right? So, look, again, for what it's worth, gain a lot and you will grow a lot more from it. By putting yourself in these environments where you improve on your what? On your knowledge bank. Make sense? So, you know, we've been hearing, you know, a lot of people today, in terms of what we've been listening to some of your broadcasts, you know, Dr. Fauci snitched on it, you know, Fruity and Slip earlier, and now you got Steve Wise here is what? Laying it out there. Hey, look, yeah, we're prepared for this. Matter of fact, we want this to happen. Buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. Not that they can't go lower, but they still thinking long term. See what I'm saying? Long term. Again, if the stock can go up another if the stock margin value on the book can go up 1,000% from 20 to 200 for a peel, imagine what the stock would do. In the same, like, let's say if the stock does that from a perspective of where it went from 18 to the 500, let's just say hypothetically, it can produce another 5x move off the fact that they raised the margin value up to that much. They can increase that much value on the stock. Let's say, let's be conservative. I'm finna even be conservative. Let's just even say 250 or 250 to 300% more off the fact that they get a chance to raise that. They come out with the quadrivariant therapy for all those different things y'all heard them saying. How much y'all think that stock be worth? What's the extra? What's 200? Let's say I'm beefing to even go more conservative now. What's 200% on $300? What's 200% on top of 300? So that you got to add what? 300 2 times, right? What's 300?
600.
So that makes what? So 200% of 300 makes it what?
600.
No, add the other 3 because now you got to go with your principal. Your principal is 300. Your principal is 300. You got to add the extra 200%. 200 plus 300 plus 3 is what?
900.
So you talking 9. So 9. So it has the potential to be up there. How much share price potentially? Y'all just said
close to 1,000.
Close to $1,000, basically $900. Now they could do forward splits. All that stuff is possible. We get how that stuff works, right? But we're talking about margin value here. This is all hypothetical and speculative. Trust me, do your own research. But we're using the basic understanding of how these fund managers. This is how they work, guys. This is how they work. This is what they do. They price in future valuation based upon, you know, debt. And so a lot of our people are confused by that. They're thinking too short-term and nearsighted. They're not thinking long-term because they're too busy in the here and the now. Again, look, and you can buy fractional shares. Stop playing. All right, let me move on. Joker finna start thinking I'm advocating for Moderna. As if I wasn't advocating for it back January, February last year when it was like 18, 15, I was getting 18, 20 bucks a share. All right, now it's up here $300-$400. Joker like, but yeah, I missed that train. All right, move on, brother Afurakan. If I can get out and go get me some dinner early tonight.
Their quadrivariants, which really is going to be enormous. Then you've got next year, you'll get you'll get phase 3 on their quadrivariants, which will be flu with 90% efficacy versus 40-60, RSV, H1N1, and COVID, of course. And in between, you get a birth defect vaccine, so there's no competition on the market. CMV, that's $2 to $5 billion market. So it's high.
I'm just asking, is anybody hearing that? He said, what, the birth? Okay, one last thing. I got to stop doing this because I got to go. Seriously, I got to go. Right? I got to go. All right. Let me do this here because I know y'all heard it. Let me rewind just for a hot second. One hot second.
CMV, that's $2 to $5 billion market. You get a birth N1 and COVID, of course, 60, which will be flu with 90% efficacy versus 40-60, RSV, H1N1, and COVID, of course. And in between, you get a birth defect vaccine, so there's no competition on the market. CMV, that's $2 to $5 billion market. So the pipeline has almost doubled year over year. And it takes them a lot shorter period of time because it's technology. It's not putting a dead virus in you or a live virus in you. Mm-hmm. It's not the J&J. So nothing's changed except the price, which
Pfizer went on one set of tires on the bus, and who just went under the other set of tires? Johnson & Johnson. Mm-hmm. Did y'all catch that? They threw Pfizer on the one set of back tires, and Johnson went under the other set of back tires.
Did they say birth defect virus? I mean, vaccine? Did they just say birth defect?
See, that's why we listen. See, this is why we death row records.
So the pipeline has almost, and in between, you get 90% efficacy versus 40-60, RSV, H1N1, and COVID, of course. And in between, you get a birth defect vaccine, so there's no competition on the market. CMV, that's $2 to $5 billion market. So
this is not cool, man.
Can't make this up.
Could not make this up. Jokers ain't feeling y'all when y'all be trying to school them a little bit and share with them.
We need the Jack Nicholson meme, the code.
You can't handle the truth.
We need the frozen. We need the frozen meme.
Oh, when he well, even worse when you get that bag, you're telling people about this stuff years ago, and you show up, with something, like, man, what this is? What is this? But I was trying to get you on board, and you just spin off from, and then when you spin off from, they're gonna be looking at this right here.
Don't kill me. That's funny.
He told me. They told me. They're gonna be screaming. And all the time we've been trying to get people to what? Use it. Use it. And right now they ain't listening because they're too busy caught out there being distracted. We just looking at them like this right here. we didn't gave you the blueprint. We didn't gave you the information. We didn't gave them the information. You know,
he looked like if birth defect was a person.
right? They ain't did. Because all we know is that our position right now, cooking. We in the kitchen like that right here. All y'all right now in the kitchen like that right there. They don't feel me. They don't feel me.
Y'all not looking at your screen. Oh my God.
All right. So next level with it, y'all. Next level with it, right? So let's finish out here. So let's finish out so we can get out here.
And in between, you get a birth defect vaccine, so there's no competition on the market. CMV, that's $2 to $5 billion market. So the pipeline has almost doubled year over year, and it takes them a lot shorter period of time because it's technology. It's not putting a dead virus in you or a live virus in you. It's not the J&J. So nothing's changed except the price, which is a severe overreaction because it doesn't impact whether you take a vaccine or not. As I said, so much whether you take a flu vaccine.
I'm going to leave it there. I appreciate you stepping away from the tee box and calling in because it's an important story today.
Yeah, great story. I appreciate you taking away from tee box on this particular hole.
What is a great story today for Merck? Maybe not so much in terms of the stock performance for Moderna, but we'll continue to follow it. Steve Weiss, thank you very much.
That was loaded, man.
Heard from Fauci. Hear it from the other side. See what I'm saying? See? And it's one more. Then I'm out y'all here because I got to go. I got to get me some dinner. And I got to go up and enjoy my little household, right? Right? But it's important. It's important.
Join us now, Dr.
Right?
Scott.
It's important. Right? Because you heard from the somewhat the Merck side, the advocate to a degree, a little bit from Fauci, but he also the jab. You heard from the Moderna side, right? Now there's only one other piece on the chessboard, right? What's the other piece that we'll talk about? Who are the premium players on the chessboard in terms of this vaccine race right now, this vaccine stuff, or this help meet for COVID? We named what? We already know what? Moderna. Who's the other one?
Pfizer.
Come through over, Chris. See, this is why we rock. I'm in the dark over here. I ain't even got my lights on. I got my window open here in my office. I'm gonna stay in the dark till I get this information. I don't have a hot flash. I don't have the luxury to cut lights on. I'm going in for the moment right now. Right? Y'all with me on the YouTube side? Y'all with me on the YouTube side, family? Thank y'all for being patient too. Y'all with me? Y'all rocking on YouTube? I see you over there, family. Brother Richby, Brother Snotball, the family, P Smooth, right? Brother Divine, y'all with me over there, everybody on the YouTube side. Brother Sonny, everybody, all right? Everybody with me? Okay. We got some Facebook family watching too, so y'all, thank y'all on the Facebook side of the house too, right? So yeah, let's finish this out strong here, right? Let's finish this out strong right now, right? Because this is important. Again, it's important to realize exactly what's going on, right? Right? It's important, right? So really quick here, let me finish up here. Let me go over here, and I want y'all to get this part right here. Now we hitting all the key players. We hitting all the key players, right? And moving on out of here for this evening. So right here. So roll some of that beautiful bean footage.
Join us now, Dr. Scott. Conveniently, it's your choice. It's the far of the NBC computers and also screws on board of Pfizer and Illumina.
Who's that guy right there?
Scott Godley.
What was his previous position before he became an analyst?
He was on the board of Pfizer.
He's still on the board of Pfizer, but what was he doing before even that? Even if you ask me, that's a conflict of interest. But what was his previous job before he became analyst and now advisory board or being on the board of these advisors? He was the also for the F. He was
the commissioner of the Food and Drugs, FDA. Yeah.
So you know he's definitely pro farmer. He's Dr. Fauci a little bit on steroids, right? And he getting paid. So again, when I say Pfizer vaccine approval was politicized, this is why. Because why? He's been the one. I'll leave that alone. That's another conversation another day. I'll be about another 3 hours. Let me stop. I'll do that on the flip side. Let me just roll the footage.
Conveniently, it's here for us, a former FDA commissioner. Joining us now, Dr. Scott Gottlieb. Conveniently, it's here for us, a former FDA commissioner, CNBC contributor, also serves on the board of Pfizer and Illumina. His new book, Uncontrolled Spread, Why COVID-19 Crushed Us and How We Can Defeat the Pandemic, is out now.
The mic is down.
Yeah, I think you're
the New York Times bestseller list this week. Here for us, a former FDA commissioner, CNBC contributor, also serves on the board of Pfizer and Illumina. His new book, Uncontrolled Spread, Why COVID-19 Crushed Us and How We Can Defeat the Pandemic, is out now and debuted at number 5 on the New York Times bestseller list this week. And got a couple of things, Doctor. So we just heard, I thought the same thing Becky did. It's like, you know, wow, I had a placebo, now I'm dead. I'm not signing up for that next trial, I don't think. So that's a problem. And you have pointed out many times, we can't find, there's going to come a time when we got no one to test it on because there's going to be no unvaccinated people. So somehow they found 700 people that hadn't been vaccinated to do the test on. But as we go forward, it's going to be hard to do some of these tests.
Well, look, this is a global trial. I'm not worried about the fact they stopped it early. They have a big data set. They can continue to collect a large safety data set by just administering this to people. This is a phenomenal result. I mean, this is a profound game changer to have an oral pill that had this kind of effect, this magnitude of effect, in patients who are at high risk, who are already symptomatic. There's every expectation based on just how this drug works that if you moved it earlier in the line of care on patients maybe who were exposed and aren't symptomatic yet, or patients who aren't at great risk, you're going to see even a greater result. So this is quite profound. And the other thing I just would point out is
that answers that question you asked about earlier, Sister Angie. Asymptomatic or not, if you just can't think that you may have it, you can possibly pop that pill.
That $700 pill.
The $700
pill is not, the course is
morning
$700.
after pill. You know, that's the new name I'm called, the morning after pill for COVID. God dog it, boy, they people again. 700, look at, all right. Soon to be what, 1,400, you know, in the next year or so is that. Because you know the price going up. All right.
We need a piece of that.
Right. See, we get on the what? We get on the backside. We get on the what? On the stock. Is that how that work? Love this stuff.
Patients maybe who are exposed and aren't just how this drug works, that if you moved it earlier in the line of care on patients maybe who are exposed and aren't symptomatic yet, or patients who aren't at great risk, you're going to see even a greater result. So this is quite profound. And the other thing I just would point out is the team behind this drug. So Merck licensed this drug. The team behind this drug, Wendy Holman and her husband Wayne Holman, were the team that also invented the first successful antibody against Ebola. That was highly successful.
Did y'all hear that?
Oh my gosh.
So really quick sidebar to the main bar, but very important right here. I already got it queued up for you. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, wrote a song about it. Here you go.
Oh, wow.
Coming right here.
Propaganda.
They developed it. Merck eating off it. These people that really put in the work, course, you know how Merck do, they always get ahead of these bigger companies or these smaller companies. But these were the people on the front line that came up with the COVID, the backstop for the Ebola. It's just a wife and a husband team too. It's just two scientists, wife and husband. Small little company called Ridgeback Bio. Right? They do a lot of these stuff obviously in Africa, you know, whatever, because they, you know, Ebola, whatever. But you see very unassuming little what? Little website.
Mom and pop
little operations, essentially. They're not publicly traded, but Merck get a lot of right to their stuff as being a purveyor of being able to manufacture and pump these stuff out. See how that work? But they stock right now on the private side is about to go through the what?
Oh my God, through the roof.
These people are the ones responsible for this morning after pill for COVID. Ridgeback Biotherapeutics. So when somebody roll up on y'all talking about something, no, you wrong. It's Merck. It's Merck. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, brother. You don't know what you're talking about. It's Merck. You don't know what. See, this is what makes us different. We therefore records over here. We listen with the intent to learn, not to respond. Because we're looking for what? Can we make some money off of it? Are they publicly traded? First thing, let's go see if they're publicly traded. See how that works? So now you know Ridgeback Bio is responsible for this, not Merck. Ridgeback. Merck got something in hand in it, but they came up with the formula. Mom and pop, wife and husband team.
Mm-hmm.
Which also got a Ebola drug out there. And whatever. So just saw it, but I thought I'd just throw that out there. Matter of fact,
Whenever I see an African picture this way and this wife is this missionary type wife and husband team, I'm thinking of Halliburton.
I mean, you know how the business is out there. You know the business. Yeah, I'm familiar with red agri, brother Snotball. You know that's definitely my lane. I get beat up all the time. From my squad side of the house. They don't like when I come up with that that nature side. So red
Doctors
agri.
Without Borders, Halliburton.
That's you know how that stuff is on Sister Angie. It's always hidden hands somewhere. Some might be in good intention, others may be a little right. But we understand this. This is the game, right? This is under the umbrella that we have to now operate underneath, right? In this country. But we have to be smart enough to know how to differentiate between what's what, right? Because we do have a privy to understand this level of information now. We know how to dissect it a little bit better. Make sense? We're all individual scientists to a degree. We're individuals, people who understand, commodities and all these different things. We learn it. We're getting all this data firsthand. We're adults. We got common sense too. Simple, right? So again, we're gaining so much. We're gaining so much by being in this industry. It's just crazy. We're leaps and bounds a lot of our peers. Nothing against that value that they own, of course. It's just saying that we're in tune with trying to figure out what is coming, right? Innovative value, technology, bio, whatever. And also from an investment perspective, we can also get ahead of the game and make some money off of it too. Because like I said, either they're going to be going into your pockets or you need to be trying to go into their pockets. Ain't no middle ground in that. They're either going to be going into your pockets or you need to be trying to go into theirs. I'm about to spend the rest of my time on this planet going into their pockets. That's just me. That's just me.
You got the medical screening applications, of course. That's why you have to have that the little technology inside you so that the medical screener on your app can read you off your computer.
It's they're making it everything in the country definitely going to be they finna automate everything and put you in the box if they can. Right, so we're gonna be on top of it. So they roll some more of that bean footage, right? Because we know what's going on here, right? So again, we hearing from all the horsemen tonight, right? On this side of the game, this Merck conversation, right? This morning after pill for COVID.
And the other thing I just would point out is the team behind this drug. So Merck licensed this drug. The team behind this drug, Wendy Holman and her husband Wayne Holman, were the team that also invented the first successful antibody against Ebola. That was highly.
Y'all see him right there? The picture of him right there.
Yeah.
Two little unassuming people right there. That's who they are right there. Ridgeback Bio right here.
Yep, just seen it a while ago.
That's who responsible for this morning after pill for COVID.
I'm sure they preferred to keep it that way too.
You know what I'm saying? You already know how to do. Like, bruh, we were just chilling. Now y'all, we told Merck we didn't want all this. Yeah, all right. Dang, we got to do a press run. Oh man, the president said we need to do a press run. Oh, right.
Mm-hmm.
But they finna get paid. Ooh, they finna get paid. They're already getting paid from the Ebola one, right? How much of the Ebola? Man, they got paid off that Ebola one. But this one here, they finna get paid. Because the government already saying they finna do what? They finna buy what? Y'all just heard it on the other one. The government finna buy I think it was 150 million pills, something like that. Some crazy number. 150 million worth or something like that. Some crazy number. The government. Right? See how two and two together. Right?
You mean the 700 the 700 courses that they're gonna buy?
But guess what? You know who slapped that number on it. You think they slapped that number on it, or you think Merck slapped that number on it?
Did I say the right number?
You know that was Merck that slapped that number on there. Merck got to get their cut. It's been licensed out.
Yeah.
Merck is being licensed out to be the manufacturer, right? Because they're gonna do the manufacturing. This company can't, and they got that markup on it. They probably like, we don't want no more. Maybe just $100 for the pack. Merck like, no, we're gonna make it 700. You get 250, we get the other for 450. Anyway, let me move on. Because see, look, boy, these people, all right, Wall Street. All right, if you come out there like these people out here, look. Hold on, let me share my screen. Sorry about that. And this the last one, guys. And again, I'm out of here after this one. I know I've been saying that, but I think we're getting a lot accomplished tonight. And I think we're learning a lot tonight, if you ask me. It's my opinion. Right? It's just my opinion. All right, hold up. Let me hold on, I hit the wrong one. 1 second. Sorry, guys. Sorry, family. All right. Where we at? There we go. All right.
Highly successful. I was at FDA at the time. Wendy Holman and her husband Wayne Holman were the team that also invented the first successful antibody against Ebola. That was highly successful. I was at FDA at the time, so I became familiar with them. So this is a very good drug development, drug hunting team that was behind this therapeutic here. But this is a phenomenal result. And remember, we have two other drugs in advanced development, one by Pfizer, the company I'm on the board of, and one by Roche.
You heard that plug? So he plugged that in there real quick.
Second word, the Broche. I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, Roche. They call it Roche.
Oh, okay.
Make drugs.
Roche. Roche. Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, you can mute one of your devices to take out the echo, or is this just the full machine?
No, I was saying that earlier. I need to get things to suppress the echo because I just set my system up. So, but I'll find.
Yeah, because it's hard catching. It's hard catching everything they saying because the echo is drowning it out.
Drowning out. Okay.
Yeah, this one is more than the other.
And a lot of it is because of frequency. Because the microphone is picking up all them little small
sounds.
Yeah. I need to cut the mic down or something, and maybe that'll help. So let me start. Let me see now. Let me back it up a little bit.
Or you could just mute your mic while that's playing, or would that work?
No, it's not because it's set up.
Because you need the mic for it.
Yeah. Until I get the thing, the suppressant for it. It's coming. Y'all bear with me. It's coming. I have it right before it's over. But I'm gonna cut the mic down a little bit more. That may help it not be so sensitive to all that, the high pitch. All right. Y'all let me know if it's better or not, though, of course.
Quite profound. Were exposed to non-symptomatic yet, or patients who aren't as great risk, you're going to see even a greater result. So this is quite profound. And the other thing I just would point out is the team behind this drug. So Merck licensed this drug. The team behind this drug, Wendy Holman and her husband Wayne Holman, with a team that also invented the first successful antibody against Ebola. That was highly successful. I was at FDA at the time, so I became familiar with it. So this is a very good drug development, drug hunting team that was behind this therapeutic here. But this is a phenomenal result. And remember, we have 2 other drugs in advanced development, one by Pfizer, the company I'm on the board of, and one by Roche. We may have multiple therapeutics that could be taken at home to prevent COVID disease.
What does the side effect profile look like? It looked good. And what's the most common thing to worry about? Anything?
Look, there were some things that came up preclinically in the animal models, but in the human trials, as best I know, the side effect profile looks pretty clean. I have not seen the underlying data set, but all the top-line reports are that this looks pretty clean. But also remember, this is going to be a short-term administration. You're not going to be taking this drug for 6 months or 12 months. You're going to be taking it for 5 days, perhaps even shorter if it's used in post-exposure prophylaxis. So typically, if you're taking something over a very short-term administration, the safety profile is generally pretty good. The margin for safety issues is much broader.
Right. Hey, Scott, fair or unfair to compare the efficacy of this to Regeneron? Obviously, you need to go to a hospital to get Regeneron, but it looks in that case that those rates are, the efficacy is 70% plus. This is 50% plus. Is this an apples and oranges situation completely, and we shouldn't even have that conversation?
Well, you can always have the conversation. I think clinically it's apples and oranges. We will have monoclonal antibodies that can be delivered in a doctor's office subcutaneously. So that's going to change the administration of those drugs and make it much simpler. But the bottom line is these are targeting very different mechanisms. So you could even use them together. If you have a high-risk patient who comes into the hospital with COVID disease with a lot of symptoms and risk factors, you may use this drug and the monoclonal antibody and get an even more efficacious effect from the drugs in combination. So it's going to be a real therapeutic advance, give a lot of optionality to doctors. I'm sure they're going to be studied in combination if this drug is eventually authorized. I believe it will be in high-risk patients. And so it's just another arrow in our quiver, and it's really, from a top-line result,
see, him and Scott, Dr. Fauci, we already believe it's going to be what? Approved. Dr. Fauci just slipped a little bit more than Scott Gottlieb did. All right. Already.
It's a phenomenal result for an orally.
Look at Regeneron stock price. look at Merck. It's crazy out there in these streets.
Available drug that can be taken at home that appears to have a good safety profile.
Scott, this is really exciting. The biggest downside I can see to this is that we've purchased 1.7 million doses of it.
They've already purchased 1.7 million doses of it, meaning the government. Somebody knows something. As the saying goes, somebody knows something. Right? Somebody knows something. Where's my, somebody knows something.
Everybody's going to want this. If you get sick, you're going to think, this is what I would like to take. It's going to be hard to get, just like it's hard to get some of the other monoclonal antibodies and even Regeneron at this point, if there are shortages of these things. All of the things you talked about sound amazing, but it's not going to be given to patients who have just been exposed, because there's not going to be enough for the people who really need it, at least not for a while. The other thing is this study was only done on unvaccinated people. Does that mean that the FDA will only approve it for use in unvaccinated individuals? And is that almost offering an additional incentive to people who haven't gotten vaccinated yet, saying, I don't want to, it means that I can't get this great pill?
Yeah, I think depending on what the safety profile looks like and the FDA's confidence around the safety of this product, you could see a broader authorization based on this data set. There's no reason that would just be authorized in a narrow population in which it's studied, because you'd be willing to extrapolate that the efficacy of an antiviral in one setting will be appear in other settings as well. I don't know how broad the agency would be willing to extrapolate from this data set, but they have been willing to extrapolate in similar circumstances. In terms of the supply, Merck has said that they'll be able to produce 10 million doses this year, but they'll be able to ramp production pretty aggressively. This is a small molecule drug that's produced through traditional manufacturing means. It's not an antibody where you need special facilities that are hard to find domestically. So I don't think that there'll be a shortage of this drug. I think now that Merck has this result in hand, they'll start partnering with other companies to produce a lot of the active pharmaceutical ingredient to make this drug.
That part. So we just did the what? The triangle, right? See how that still work? So
yeah, boy.
Again, it's a lot of things that go into this stuff. We get it. As the title of today's conversation, to Merck or not to Merck, right? Right. Try to be a little crafty with my little titles here and there. To Merck or not to Merck. That's up for the jury to decide. But if I just had to say, based upon my esteemed colleagues, which is you all, from an investment perspective, yeah, we see some short-term gain here. That could potentially be even whatever. Because they have, a potential to do just what Pfizer did. Pfizer got the vaccine and they got other stuff. I've heard Scott Gottlieb going on about it. You couldn't wait to plug it, plug the little dust, the little Pfizer. Again, us and Roach, we got some other stuff going too, and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, all right, man. But now these are companies that have been going nowhere fast for the longest, and now they have a new lease on terms of investment life. New capital inflow coming in because of the need that they got something that making what now help that make already shareholders want to buy more of their stock now. Potentially, because of that's $700 a pill. Oh, and they probably gonna raise the price at some point. Oh, okay. And they got all the other stock, other drugs in their pipeline already, of course. Keytruda, of course, in another scenario. So our data points are pretty much, obviously, lucid, right? Data points the morning after pill for COVID-19. Merck will seek U.S. approval for a pill as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Next bullet point, if approved, will be the first oral antiviral COVID-19 drug on the market. The first. So you hear stuff like that, the first, right? Stuff like that. See. Third bullet point, Merck shares rally, some vaccine makers fall. Last bullet point, U.S. government to buy 1.7 million courses of the $700 at $700 each. So at courses, they say what? You take what? It's a 5-day course regimen, right? Yeah, that's what he said, right? 5 days. So one course is worth $700. So that means that's either way you look at it, that's cash flow, right? Into Merck and from Merck back into Ridgeback. If Merck ain't already kind of cut them a big check and say, whatever, we just licensed it out, we pay you royalties after the fact, but we're gonna cut you a big check and then we'll just pay you royalties going into the future with this drug. This is how the game works, guys. This is how this stuff works. So yeah, so a lot of information was given today, a lot of good stuff to kind of, so again, in getting ready to close out here, the last thing we always do, like we always try to do, is we go over to what? Our best friend, right? We're going to go right on over to our best friend before we close out here. And we're going to look and see what the numbers hit like, right? What the numbers hit like. This is for, obviously, that Friday close. Call to put ratio through the roof. Call to put ratio through the roof. Look at the gains came off that move, guys. Y'all see them gains right there? Do y'all see them gains right there?
Yes, sir.
3,000%, 6,000%, 5,000%, 7,000% dang there.
Crazy.
Y'all seeing them numbers. And so that means, again, stocks typically have 1 to 3 days worth of kind of, energy and blood people chasing. Whether they do or not, we don't know, it's speculative, but in the day, people still going to look at this and say, okay, what's the long-term, picture here? What's the long-term, value in this, right? So that's this Friday expiration. Next week's, I'm curious. Already doubled the call volume. That means people bought that Friday. They bought a lot of those contracts Friday into this week. Look, they load up on the 77s. And they were not that expensive, 300, 400. Well, I'm saying that because of what the stock already ran. Right? Some premiums be a lot higher after they ran like that, right? The 81 in the money is sitting at $1.73. Or, the 82, a little bit out of the money is sitting at $1.27. All of them right now still up over 1,000%. Crazy. The 84, they bought 4,300 contracts of those at sitting at what price? 73 cents a contract. They up 1,300%. From previous, meaning if you held it Thursday into Friday, going into this week, of course. And if you bought more, that it just made the pot bigger. Right? It stops at 90. I'm curious to see what the $100 strike look like just on GP real quick before we get out of here. It's not even one. So it's at gamma squeeze at 90. Could make this stuff up. It's at a gamma squeeze at $90 a share. That's why them contracts went up that much. When you see 6,000, 7,000%, that means there's a gamma squeeze. Contracts terminated at $90. Anything above $90 at that point becomes a gamma squeeze. See right there, they got 11,000 contracts sitting up there. If by any chance it can make such a crazy run like that, that's a big stretch, but doesn't matter. Longer term, they're thinking how we can play this thing and make money off of it. But that's just for the sake of conversation and training. What we're doing here is to get you to see all these different perspectives, how they're looking at this stuff. That means all these stuff right here was bought Friday. They went on the buying spree, buying in for potential next week. Now, whether it can move or not, again, short term, after making that move already, biggest move Merck ever had on one pop like that. Yeah, at some point, people gonna take the profit, right? They're gonna, it's gonna have a pullback at some point. But then after that, they're gonna come in and start putting the floor underneath it, putting some support on it, and they're gonna start building the case like they did with Pfizer. All right, so
got them calls, baby.
They starting to get ready. And again, at the money or eat the money, a little out the money, not that bad. Dollars and change for some of them. Clearly, as you guys see here, right? And so, yeah, this is the market on. We might be going back to what in their mind, like the question was asked several times from different commentators. Are we going back to some kind of form of possible normalcy? Because guess what the other companies did. All right. This is what the other side of the coin, as they say. The other side of the pond did. Those value stocks that we talk about.
So they're gonna get people to come back to work, but they're making people pay to come back to work because they're gonna have to pay for that medicine.
I don't even take none of it. This vaccine stuff is just funny. It ain't finna solve inflation. I don't care how many pills you take or what you sell.
Cat's out the bag.
Inflation. You're not finna get around that. I don't care what kind of vaccine you got.
They got to come up with something quick to kind of keep it from getting out of control. And so, again, they waited. They, as they say, they kicked the can for too long, for too far, and they got some other problems, right, to deal with. But again, as investors in their perspective, these outliers, we're going to use them to our advantage because that's what they're going to do.
About the money.
Right? We're going to get our bag. We're going to let them, let them keep, it's sad to say it, but they're going to keep lying to Main Street, right? But, we're going to try to help educate them as much as we can. That's a part of our, our little duties too, right? Because they need to see this stuff. They need to hear it, see it, and being able to make sense of it all because a lot of people, this is not their lane. naturally, which it should be, of course, if you ask me, because it's your money, right? How you don't want to know about your money? I just think about the time in my life when I done messed over a lot of money, just did all kind of crazy stuff. Like now, like bro, not ironclad now, not never, not going forward. Right. So CCL Carnival Cruise Line, gap up on that news. Gapped up on that news. Right. Big run for them. Airline companies, same way. Right. Look at that. Look at the airlines. Woo, look at that gap up. That move there. Oh, we back now, Mortimer. Delta Airlines, DAL, Delta. Look at Delta.
Same thing. Gap them.
American Airlines. Y'all got to see this. I ain't making this up. Look at that.
Gap them.
Oh, Chris, what you say? What you say? What them puts at?
Huh?
What you say? What them puts at?
Like Moderna puts.
Puts.
Yeah, no,
puts.
Johnson & Johnson puts. Merck, not Merck.
Yeah,
Novavax puts.
All them dudes on Weeble be talking a lot of smack, man.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Cheesecake Factory. Cheesecake gapped up. But we go back to the restaurant now. I'll get that pill, but cheesecake gapped up.
This stuff funny, man. It's funny how it's just reactional like that. It's reactionary.
Look at that. Dave and Buster.
Wow. I was just talking about cheesecake.
You can't make this up.
Look at Dave and Buster. Like, oh, we back now. We can get some. We can get the clients in here, and we can probably give them a pill with their little lunch. You get you some Perrier water and the pill. We got you.
And pop it out when you're ready. You good.
See how that work? All these value stocks. These are value stocks I'm doing right now. Party City, right?
They
Look at that. Look at Party City. Party City bounced out 7, rolled out.
Dang, that's crazy.
Value stocks.
Yep. People definitely going back to work now. We got the pill, guys. We about to put all the money in on the pills.
Joker's like, look, we don't have to worry about barring you out of our little stores because they trying to make us force y'all to get out, not come in if you don't have a vaccine passport and all this other stuff. Like, man, look, we got that pill, bro.
Yeah. I wonder what Jerome Powell did when he found out. He was like, oh yeah, now cocaine operation can go back to business without him being on the hot seat.
They're gonna keep doing what they can as long as they can with that side of the house. But one thing that they can't, that's gonna make this scenario again a little bit more strenuous and tedious is the fact that if more people if more people go back to work, that's bad for them even more. Because we already, quote unquote, hit this level of maximum employment at some point to a degree where there's more jobs than people taking them at this point, and then there's only more people gonna go back because this pill possibly, or just people going back because unemployment ran out, right? Yeah. It just makes it more of a case that this is why you need to stop all this madman tapering. So either way he look at it from his perspective, he got it behind roasted this week. From a data perspective, this is definitely not good for the feds in terms of their mandate stuff. Because again, if it makes people, again, if it's even at the most basic mundane level, it makes people feel good about these situations. I mean, American people got to, went through this horror show of this pandemic, which we're still in the middle of a pandemic. Not don't get it twisted, but if it makes them feel good about this situation, guess what? That's confidence. That's a confidence booster. Manufacturers are going to try to meet these people at their need to be fulfilled, right? Yeah, you can come on over. We got you. Come on, get on the plane. Yeah, we take you on the cruise. Let's see if we can get this pill thing really going, though. We sorry for trying, kind of isolate you, right? So this is right up their alley. Corporations are gonna milk this like they do anything else. Right? Mm-hmm. So we're just gonna make sure we're on the right side of the money history, right? When these things shift and move, we just rotate from one to the next. If value stocks gonna pop on this because they see this is the play back on, then guess what? Let's go. I mean, who knew? Party City, who knew? Cake, who knew? Right? That's how you gotta look this stuff up, right? Royal Caribbean, right? RCA, all that stuff, man. Y'all look, right? That's what Royal Caribbean is. What is Royal Caribbean? It's yeah, it is. Yeah, it's yeah. Look at it. All them stuff like that pop. Norwegian Cruise Line, again, all the airlines, all that stuff like that. Restaurants, stocks like that, some of the retail stores, they pop. Because, you know, even with that, you come back in the, come back in the store, right? To a degree, right? Some of them just got bad books though, right? They only do so much, right? But for the most part, it's a small lease on their little life that they can say, oh, yeah, we're working towards getting y'all back into the stores. All right. So yeah. So again, a lot of good stuff out of that, guys. Hope y'all took away from the bill today. Hope you got some out of this. We went a little longer than necessary, but I think it was necessary to kind of really cross those bridges thoroughly and not just kind of, hint at them, but really cross them. So I think our discussion was very helpful and very edifying. I hope y'all got some out of it. Got you some ammunition, right? Going in the next week, right? And we're going to be prepared, for whatever comes, right, in the future, per se, with any of this, because this is part of our game, right? This is a part of our game plan of let me get this mic set up here. Sorry. This is part of our daily bread. Again, as I keep saying, right? We're trying to be better at focusing on, how to track the money, how to find the money, right? How to utilize it, right? To our advantage, right? So when these little moments happen, and people are like, man, what's happened to my stock? It's getting beat down. Well, look, they just offered up a good opportunity for this thing to kind of, give you some good dollar cost averaging in. Because if the thesis ain't changed in terms of the overall bigger picture of a lot of these stocks, even though some of the other stocks are rallying, like the value plays like that, that's fine. You can trade them too. Get a little bit of those for the upside to turn around, use that cash on to buy some of the ones that dipped on the backside. See how that works? Recycling money. Right? Take your profit and move it around. Right? That's part of diversifying for a reason. Right? And so this is all good, it's relevant, and you can go out there again, help other people be a little bit more educated on this stuff as well. Right? So I'm excited for that. So yeah. So I'm getting ready to get out of here, guys, so I can go enjoy the rest of the little evening I got here inside of my little household here. I hope you guys got something out of this. Thank y'all for y'all patience and allowing me to come into you guys' airways and your homes as well. My best to you all and your families. And so anything in closing, guys? Y'all have anything in closing? All right. Anybody on the panel side, the YouTube side of the family, thank y'all for tuning in as well. All right, everybody on the YouTube is getting it in, all of the family on the Facebook side, so y'all popping in and out too. Thank y'all for for tuning in as well. Hope y'all got some out of this as well, as we like to say. Anybody got anything on the way out the door? Or everybody's good?
Just thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Only pills you should be popping is these Merck pills when they come out, if you can get them.
See, man, hey, they gonna make them pills. They gonna hide them pills in the closet, boy. But you got to shoot a joker to get them little dusty little pills.
Yeah.
You got to run up in the FDA or somebody's house to get them pills. Cause I mean, just like she said, because look how hard it was to get the Regeneron, right? The monoclonal antibody thing that Trump got, right? Like they couldn't even get that stuff, right? Like y'all know people it was a good help me. Why not ramp up the production and do that? Why not use the Defense Act to produce what they need to have that also as a backstop? See, these people be playing. They be playing games with y'all, man. They be playing games. They pull the Defense Act for all other stuff, but they can't do it to kind of ramp up, helping Regeneron have a lot of their therapeutics on hand, right? Now they get smart. Now, okay, we're not going to play that game because we're just going to buy 1.7 million, doses of the what? It ain't even got approval, no emergency use, no nothing. And the U.S. government already said we're going to go out and buy 1.7 million doses of it already at $700 each. So what does that say? That means they already cutting that check before they even hear about all the other stuff. They ain't going to miss, this one. They ain't going to drop the ball on this one, right? Because just like but that lady said, she was like, look, why haven't y'all been advocating some of this other stuff? Y'all just been jab. Why not the Regeneron? Why y'all just to ramp up getting the therapeutic stuff for the Regeneron? Why y'all didn't pull a Defense Act to get the stuff y'all need for that? Now here's something that's even supposed to be better. It's a pill. It's not even a cocktail like Regeneron. It's not even complicated. It's a pill, right? Why y'all ain't beating the drum on that? So Dr. Fauci, he was very hesitant. Knows that his bottling, he was very hesitant to talk about it. He liked it, but he was hesitant because he still want to push push pro jab, right? What did Scott Gottlieb do? He did the 100% opposite, didn't he? He was over there about to cheerlead, like he was about to explode, right? Like, we got a pill, we got a Merck, right? Because he probably getting a little kickback too, right? But he was excited about that little Merck pill. Y'all heard his voice? That dude was like,
yeah, they told him that his lotto ticket, he got the
think
ticket.
about it. He was like, this is a game changer. And everybody over there was like, yeah, this sounds like this about to be the bomb. Right? So now I ain't got to worry about fighting my husband because he don't want to get the vaccine.
Look at Mo acting like she paying attention.
Can y'all send me someone in the mail? Y'all know we on the same team. Just send me something early. I'll be a trial. I'm gonna get something to get to my little husband in there.
Chris, I've been
right
all day, even while hustling.
Hey, Brandon, you see Mo? She act like she paying attention.
Mo was listening.
She was on the grind today.
She distracted, probably. That's why she got that new hairdo right there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Get him.
They're gonna try to get you on the way out the door. Right? So, where you been, guy? We ain't seen y'all all day. Like, y'all been grinding.
Yeah, I was at the market. I was hustling.
Beautiful weather day. So
how do you feel about the Merck coming out with its pill for COVID? Would you rather take the pill or get the jab, another jab?
I ain't getting no more. Listen, I had enough of them darn shots. That's enough of that. But provided I didn't have no adverse, I can't go after the fact, right? I don't, one way or the other. I don't know, man. I don't know. For some people, some people making it, some people not making it is a gamble, regardless. To me, I just lost somebody who died because they didn't want to give him that. He caught the COVID. He went to the hospital. The doctor was like, "Oh, you so young. You should be able to, fight it off." 2 days later, he caught pneumonia, and pneumonia, took him out. So, I mean, darn if you don't, he's only 44. I don't know what works, what don't work. All I would say is, listen, if you're not healthy, you better get healthy. But get off all those bad food, those sugars, and that. Cause direction you're gonna go in. Be honest with you, I'm playing it like you all are playing it. I'm listening to see how much money I can make from them because health wise, I'm not on the side. Unc beat me up all the time. I was like, you beat me up all you want to, but I know what worked for me.
Now, hold on, say it like you're supposed to say it. Not work. EDING. That
you're right.
Still working.
Yes. Right, because I'm still. Baby, I listen. I was showing at the market. I showed someone it's crazy because it's been a year, and I was showing someone a video from me a year ago, and even when I see it, I'm like, wow, I can't. So someone roll up on me. They was like, yo, where the chair? You ain't in the chair. What? Like you walking? I was like, yeah, and it was like, give me some of that.
You earned that. You earned that.
Factor, yeah, just working.
Working hard.
Yeah, from
this is good.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm glad we on that subject because I was trying to find some replacement. I was trying to look for what was I looking for? I think I was looking. Where do I find Spelt? Do I have to order that online? I have not seen that.
No, they have it. It just how slow the stores is. They still late. Because Walmart been trying to get on board with some of the stuff, but not. Of course, you got to go to the specialty ones like Mom's or Trader Joe's or Whole Foods on average. But of course, you can definitely order online, right? Same way, like look at this, because Bob's, right? Red Mill, Bob's, right? They carry a lot of the specialty grain stuff,
right?
You ever see a lot of this stuff? But they do carry that in Walmart, right? But the Spelt one you got to look for a little bit. But if not, you can definitely order. Cause we order a lot of it in bulk, right? We be getting like the big bags like this.
Yeah, that's what. Let me ask you. So I've been having a lot of people that come up to us in reference to cancer. I have some peers who have cancer, and they were. So I guess it depends on what stage they are. They were they were doing the smoothies, and one of my friends, she had stage 4, and she was working out fine, but she got to the point where she was regurgitating the food. So I guess the thickness of the fruit was too thick. So I was trying to learn how to juice. And Angie, you probably can give me some.
Well, I used to do that, because when I was doing my thing, like on the average, like when I do my weekend thing, because I had both. I had the smoothies, and I also had, if you want to call it an elixir, I had the soursop boosters. I had the soursop juice booster with just pure soursop, coconut water, and I added moss to it. But it wasn't viscous and thick like the smoothie. That was to help meet the balance on top of the power of a soursop, which is already phenomenal, right? And of course, that was good because it was thinner, like in the elixir site, right? Almost like a tincture, but it's in the drink form, right? And I had those in like 1 ounce, not 1 ounce, 8 ounce little jar, and they just threw that back, right? For people who were, kind of on that level, because soursop has phenomenal enzyme value for being able to retard and deal with cancer cells. I'm just gonna call it from what it deals with cancer cells at a high level. That's some science in that. So I don't want nobody to cover me. The antibody of the properties within the soursop fruit is phenomenal for retarding cancer cells.
We had another guy friend who had cancer, and his wife gave him soursop twice a day, and it shrunk his tumor.
They don't want you saying that online these days, because they don't want you to take away from Merck dollars and that June book, them dollars on that.
We not living on, I'm not saying no one, everybody go do your research and figure out what works for you. But I know that, my buddies, they at tails end, they like, yo, I'll try anything. When you're in pain, you ain't concerned about what's pseudo and what's not pseudo, because you at the doctors, you're with the pharmaceuticals.
You're already there.
Out, you just like, listen, if that will help me, let me get some. And hey, listen, if you get some favorable results, it is what it is. After that, that's a done deal. She ended up having to go get some liquids because she was depleting. She wasn't really eating, but the soursop, I had gotten some soursop, the liquid. So I should probably seek to find some fruit and then juice it. Is that what you're saying?
You can do both. You could do both because let me say it. Because y'all know I've been doing this for the longest, right? And I used to I'd be having this stuff like, what that brother got over there today? What you drinking on that? But the ideal of when you become more, I should say, in the space, right? Because that's what this is all about. It's see, everybody got their little culture or their cliques, right? But ultimately they're not balanced. A lot of some of them they're just not balanced. They're just too one-sided. You see what I'm saying? That's problematic. Like I say, that's why I say we don't have implicit biases over here. I love that. We can think and use logic and be educated and do some research too, right? To see both sides. And then we can play within the middle to help us make better decisions. Because a lot of this stuff, the science or the data is still out to lunch in a lot of ways, right? Look what they're doing with the COVID stuff. That's case in point, right? So you say to yourself, okay, well, the one thing that you have on a basic level is what? Nature's the first backstop. After that, then you can move into the synthesizer, whatever. But it starts with preventative maintenance first, period. You can't be 2-liter Pepsi Cola, go to the party with no mask on, right? Fried chicken, all that after the club, show up tomorrow at the hospital, y'all got that after morning pill for COVID. Like, bruh, you want some mess with that too? We got some extra pills. You want to pop a pill for you? Take that, get it all out the system. Go real E pill, pop the extra real quick, get the little method coke. I'll just keep it real. You might want to get it all out the system, because what's the use, right? We give you something, and you think you what? Just because you got this false entitlement that you can pop this little pill or get the little shot, you all scot free. What the intracellular level look like in your body? It looks like if they had this little cartoon about this person that chain smokers. They just smoke. They said if you cut the vein of a smoker, what comes out? Blood or smoke? Smoke. It's just black smoke come out their veins, but as blood. Because they just they overly toxic. You see what I'm saying? This stuff
she won't need to fast a little She should try to have it, her juices that you're making, the sour sap and everything, she should try it on an empty stomach instead of, she shouldn't drink it with food or after
Well,
eating a
here's the
meal.
deal. But just basic science already tells you that you should not be. See, even the way we eat is wrong. I know
Yeah,
that
yeah.
people get all out of
Drink
whack
it
with
with
this
our
here, but
food, yeah.
I'm gonna have to start doing these more shows like this.
Yes,
I got off my square from doing this, and it's my fault because it's not because of any outside pressure, just that I really got, I really got so focused on us, meaning collectively getting our money right. I want us to really take this to the next level because we kind of was at it a little bit, but it was peripheral. Now becoming the main course food for a lot of us, right? Meaning, let's get our financial prowess together because when you got a little bit more extra paper, you can sit still enough to make some kind of moves like this, right? Because you don't feel like you stressed, right? You can sit still, think clearly, you can make moves because you got paper, you got money. Health and wealth initiative, hence my health and wealth initiative. Now that those things are starting to come into fruition, people are learning how to use the market to kind of help meet those little extra needs. They can take that little extra profit and buy those things like that, right? Go back to nature and get those little things or do what they can because apparently the FDA didn't got it all together. Look what they're doing, right? So yeah, you need to do your part too. Make sense? So those things become universal and you figuring out how to, again, number one, better yourself intracellularly, because that's where the problem's at, right? We're too bombarded with too much toxicity in our lives. Essentially, on top of stress, that makes it even worse because now you're finna reduce your immune system even more, right? You stress, worried, and you got bad eating habit. Good luck this time to pop a pill, think you just gonna wake up the next day, be Superman or Superwoman. Good luck with that. Life don't work that way, right? It took years for you to compound into that, right? It took years to compound into weight gain. It took years to, for you to compound into, bad this or bad that. Make sense? Well, it's gonna be equal or greater or it could be faster if you get serious about trying to get out of it. Make sense?
Yeah.
For the most people who struggle with what weight, food addictions, this, that, and the third is that they felt like in their mind, they feel like they haven't found the alternative, a good enough alternative to force them out of that mindset, they're having to kind of fall into that craving, right? And so, and then on top of that, they got everybody else saying, no, you don't need to do all that. Don't be doing all that stuff because this, that, the third. Just go get you a pill or a shot or get this cut out or something. Like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
Like,
She could take a baby step and
that?
she could take a baby step and have the most first thing in the morning before she eats anything, right? And then have her regular meals. Every day she should start changing a little bit, like breaking up. If she's having like alkaline water, if she's having a lot of antacids and stuff like that, that could be causing her body to produce more
Like I
acid.
said, this is a very basic, this is elementary. Let me put it as very elementary I can. The body rests at what pH level? 7 point what?
7.0.
No, what's our basic neutrality? We're supposed to be at pH level.
7.5.
Close.
7.4.
7.3 to 7.3, 7.4, around there. 7.35, right? Right. Now that's given the point where again you're trying to, and this is again everybody has different perspective, right? Again, where they at in terms of their metabolism, their metabolic rates, and this, that, and the third. But on average, you're supposed to be kind of, your body got to be balanced, right? With the proper level of acidity and that of alkalinity at the same time. If you over one than the other, you're going to be out of Out of balance, right? Your body's going to be always, and people are like, oh, man, but yeah, how do you stay balanced? Well, again, culturally, yeah, we've been funneled into a gluttonous society. This tells you that, milk, beer, and cheese is healthy. Right? Long as you don't do it in moderation. See, that's how they get you. Right? But ultimately, you realize, okay, if you're going to do those things, what's your flip side to that or your balancing perspective that you add to that now to balance out that stuff? See, that's the part that don't nobody want to talk about. Oh, a pill or a shot, a vaccine, that. So there's no personal accountability for health at all. You just go willy-nilly and go hard and then expect these people hit you with a miracle drug and you just wake up the next day like, see, I sure am straight. Again, the majority of people got messed up because of COVID or what? People had comorbidities or they had excessive weight problems or respiratory issues already. or they were just elderly. That's the part they really don't emphasize, because people, 12-piece chicken buckets in the day, chain smoking, throughout the day, drinking and drugging throughout the day, everything else, but the body was already like, bro, your cells like, we tired, bro. We tired, boss. We tired. At least give us some water every now and then. You talking about sugar water is water. Like, no, bro, that ain't water. Water is naturally by itself water, right? But people will have you convinced that no, see, you got it all wrong, bro. Nobody doing all that herb stuff. And they say that's why I be laughing when people tell you that, right? And then they like, well, yeah, you need nature. Nature is good for this, that, and third. I just be looking at people like, are you serious? Or are you done yet? Right? Because ain't nothing you can say or do to change or move me off this square. Why? Because results and numbers don't lie. And yes, I could be subjected to anything like everybody else. Everything in life has a variable content, countenance to it that lets you know no matter what, you could probably be at odds with potentially what life-threatening situation. But guess what? Preventive maintenance that's the name of the game. Preventive maintenance. Give yourself the best chance you got to be in the best position you can, at least when you come up against something. Guess what? Right? Right? That's the part people keep trying to omit. Or they playing dumb, like they don't understand that. Now I can eat what I want to eat, do what I want to do, drug where I want to drug, and I'll still be good. You talking that crazy stuff, brother. It's pseudo. The foods you eating pseudo. Get out my face. Simple to that. The food you eating is pseudo. Get out my face. Right? So again, people did playing game. It's like anything. People cherry picking, right? They don't want to be held responsible. And they don't want nobody else to tell them that when they know that they're in a position where they feel like, okay, I can play the game as long as I can till I'm forced to change, right? Again, we used to say that a lot. Remember in our early training session? We still say it every time to time, but what was our favorite saying? He that is most comfortable is least likely to change.
Dang, that's a throwback right there.
That's throwback. T-shirted, right? He that is most comfortable is least likely to change. And they more likely to find an excuse, the reason why they should not change. Why they shouldn't change.
Defensive mechanisms is big business nowadays.
It's very much so. People profit off fear and decadence and gluttonous value, and that's all the misinformation. But they would never say that. Why? Because these corporations are paid to what? They pay to play. No, I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Come get this little Miss Slurry. Right? Come get this yeah. I'm about to say it. Right? Come on over here and get this old, El Segundo fake horse meat taco from Echo Bell. Right? Like, what part of the food group is that? Like, what? And we talking about this is stuff that's not even in moderation. It's like, no, anytime, I'm good, anytime, anywhere. So if America is the most overweight nation on the planet, we the most disease-stricken nation on the planet, even more so than Africa, even though they lie try to say it's Africa, that's a lie, right? We're talking about per capita perspective. America is leading on all these things: heart disease, obesity, diabetes, cancer, all that, right? Because gluttonous, decadence, entitlement, those three things alone bombards your community, right? Because everybody has a false sense of security, and no one wants to be that level of change that can spark that we had when we were younger, and we had all this vitality in life, and we had high metabolism, and we was healing like a chameleon, right? You get a scar, so you heal a thing the next day, like, bro, that scar, go on, bro. Now you realize you get older, like, oh, those things ain't so working so proficient. So maybe I might need to slow down and put things that help my cellular level regenerate better naturally now. That ain't coming from a ham sandwich that thick. The bread this thick, and the meat that much on. Shots fired to my Philly people, right? The Philly sandwiches and all that stuff. The meat, the deli sandwich in New York, the meat be about that thick. The bread be about this thick. It'd be all meat, straight meat sweats, right? But y'all get my point. But so
yeah, variety is also like hurting our bodies, like especially with introducing new medication, new all of these stuff. Our bodies have too much variety going on.
It's a combination. It's a compounding effect. That's why I say this stuff ain't rocket science. We just try to make it out to be, or we go, like we said earlier, we go and hang out in echo chambers that what agree with what our laziness. Majority of people that go against health are the most. You look at their bodies, you look at their habits, and you like ask yourself, do you want to get health advice from a person that look like that? No disrespect from them on a personal, but apparently, if they looking like that and they tell you that you shouldn't do this, that, and the third, or do you get health advice from a person that's unhealthy?
Oh,
last time I checked, apparently you ain't living by example. Be telling me that I shouldn't be looking for other things to look at. Just be honest, y'all know what I'm saying. But this is the consensus. A lot of the people that play these games in or around, our sectors and our communities, this, that, the third, is because they're convinced that it's a threat or challenge to their value of change potentially, because apparently they don't know it all, they don't got it all, and they're trying to be forceful and trying to make you feel as if you're looking at it all wrong and you're doing it wrong, as if you don't have the ability to research like anybody else, as if nature is secondary to everything else in life. Like nature gonna outlive you, idiot. Right? It's gonna be here after you. Right? So yeah, it's okay to have an arm on both sides of the lane. It's okay. It's okay to allow science and innovation to have its place. And it's okay to let nature still be what? The cornerstone store for all that, because everything that they go make in a lab is synthesized from what? A natural version that come out of nature. That's why they can't put a patent on nature. That's why pharmaceutical companies hate the ideal of people wanting to go what? Natural, because they can't make money off of it.
Did you hear the guy in the video when he says you're not gonna put nothing, no lie, nothing alive, nothing dead? he was referring to the old-fashioned vaccines.
That's my point about mRNA in terms of Moderna. That was the only reason why I advocated at that level. I said if I'm going down that road, it's gonna be an mRNA nanotechnology box scenario like this. Ain't no way in, excuse my language, ain't no way in hell I'm gonna infect myself with the culture of this stuff to try to retard it, as if my cellular level needs to kind of combat that trash, and natural immunity already has its place, and you kind of moving in a place where you're trying to have a natural value anyway to deal with certain things. Why?
But when you get like a hip replacement or a knee replacement, and they use the metal in the hip replacement or knee, then you have to take a long series of antibiotics.
Yeah, steroids, because you got to make sure you don't, infect, because you're dealing with what? Metal, obviously ptomaine poison. Even though the metals they use now, not still back in the old days, but your body got to be able to kind of be, basically all that means that you're trying to keep any kind of viral outbreak happening from infection value, basically, right? With a foreign object inside of your meat body. It's a metal piece of metal.
The mRNA vaccine, the treatments have metals in it, so it will people will end up
another day, right? Because we know about the aluminum and all that, and but then
no, the guy on the video too, they were mentioning they're gonna be taking, there's gonna be antibiotics, there's gonna be with the boosters, they're gonna have boosters and antibiotics. You have to mention those things.
Depends on the science of knowing exactly what these things are, because again, ain't nobody rolling out to y'all saying, hey, this is the vaccine you're gonna take. These are all the ingredients in it. Have y'all seen, and I'm gonna end on this because I gotta go eat. Have any of y'all seen one press release coming out of the White House, the FDA, the CDC, the NIH, the WHO, New England Journal, Medicine Journal, the Lancer, which is the same equivalent to that in terms of the European market? Have y'all seen any of these so-called institutions or thoughts or authority thoughts come out and say, here's the vaccine from this company? These are all of the ingredients that's inside of that. If you need to feel any kind of comfort or solace, look, here's all the things that's in it. Have any of y'all seen any one of those commercials to date? Go, anybody?
Nope.
Anybody? Anybody on YouTube? Anybody? Have any of y'all seen any of those commercials to date? If they wanted to win the hearts and minds of people to make them feel confident and safe, then the one thing that America is not, they run from all the time, is what? Transparency. They want you to be transparent and dealing with them so they can go into your pockets. But they want to be transparent to you so they can keep going into your pockets, because they keep you what? Having to go equip and buy and worry and this. And you just see, that's a grand opening and grand closing. Get every vaccine company out there, make them list every ingredient. We don't need to know the how much micron, this, that, third, because you might have patent formulas. That's, whatever, subjective. But still, this is a global pandemic. We don't get to play pop shot here, right? List all of them and let people say, okay, because they know if they do that, it's going to kind of, oh, well, see, that's why I'm going to this one. I'm going to go use some over here. They don't want you to do that. They don't want you to have choice in terms of even which one you even choose. They're just going to give you the base stuff. This one here has 98, 97 efficacy. This one here has 95, 92, right? To 90 to 89. This one here has 60%. But yeah, you should still get the one that's 6% too. If you can't get the ones that's 90 and 90, at least you got something. How about you pull that bull crap and put those 90-something% out there a little bit more? Manufacture those, idiots. Because you want to play this all-inclusive game for this company, because they got lobbyists that pay you to keep them in the game so they can get some market share. Greedy. All right, I'm gonna leave it at that. I know I haven't went on these conversations a lot, but I'm gonna get back on my square. I know Sister Monica asked me about that for a minute too. We're gonna start doing our shows again. We could do it on my channel. We could do it on her channel. We could do it on you guys' channel. We don't have to be on other channels to do these kind of conversations. Right? We don't need echo chambers, right? We need real, clear, objective research and people who obviously, whether you for or against, but still come to the table with a level of respect and maturity to realize that the balance in life is not dictated by, again, everything that everybody else is pushing that you can't. Look, I keep telling people, nature is not a substitute to none of this goofiness out here, right? And there's moments where the other stuff has a more heightened sense of use case, because now at a point when your body is somewhat in the emergency state, you need something that's going to be, that knock you back basically to somewhat. But it's what you do before that is what matters. That's the part of the game. Preventive maintenance. Preventive maintenance is the name of the game. It's the medicine of the day. Preventive maintenance. All right, so I'll leave it at that. But we'll get back to doing these shows. We'll pick up where a lot of people left off, because everybody didn't, went off on a rail and had a what they call a campaign, throwing a lot of our naturopathic people under the bus. They threw Dr. Allen Africa under the bus. He died. They threw Dr. Saber under the bus. He died. There's a few of them out there still working that sister actually Queen Mother Queen of Ford, she's still kicking a little bit. Of course, there's a few of them out there. Mother Ma, or Ma, they call her Ma. Obviously, that was Dr. Saber's first wife. I call it real wife, right? There's some warriors still out there, right? They're just not as prevalent as they used to be. But a lot of people, guess what? Since COVID, guess what? They phones ain't stopped ringing yet. When COVID hit, they phones been ringing ever since. But before that, they were, no, nobody remember all that stuff, man. We you know what I'm saying? Now, CMOS on every Instagram, every YouTube, every TikTok, up and down Facebook, everybody got CMOS all of a sudden now. Right? Everybody talking the health stuff now all of a sudden. See how that work? But the people that's been doing it, preventive maintenance style, they're like, yeah, business as usual. Business as usual. Yeah, because you got to have other. I'm finna go eat, right? I'm gonna go enjoy me some dinner, right? And it ain't finna be a 12-piece chicken box from KF kickboxing chicken plate. Now I'm just cutting up. I don't y'all come from me. Enjoy your life, but just do it in moderation and do it with some balance, right? Until you can get to a place where you can do it, effectively to better your situation. Right. So yeah, look forward to it, Sister Monica. We'll get together. We put something together, start doing our show. We'll do one once a week. Matter of fact, I'm gonna even make it even really. I'm finna really mess the scale up. We're gonna bring the ladies back, Sister Monica. Right? We're gonna bring all the ladies back. You know what I'm talking about, right? We're gonna bring the gang back and get all of them involved because they ain't went nowhere. They still around.
Okay.
Right? You know what I'm saying? We can get Cheryl back on too. You know, get the crew up, and we go get when we had the other one, we bring them back.
Yeah, line them up. I'm ready.
Yep, and we try to get a couple other people there too. People like Sister Shonda, because she on the work outside.
Yeah,
right?
she gave me a book because she has the same thing I have. She gave me a book that helped her with inflammation.
Mm-hmm. Especially what she do, because she definitely need that,
right.
To get that regenerative, value. So we'll bring the crew back and bring in others, and yeah.
Okay. Let me know the date.
All right, I'll let you know. So you guys enjoy it. Oprah Chris, any last words on the way out the door? Anybody? I know there's other family that left a little bit.
Stay vigilant.
That's it. 100%. All right. We here, as they say, we here now. All right, we here now. Right. All right.
Keep your eyes to the keep your ears to the streets and your eyes open.
Facts. 100% right.
That's part of my.
Right. 100% right. So yeah, brother. I see that. I just looked on the YouTube side. The brother said, "Man, move on, brother. Before you mess with my chicken right now." I ain't never wrote that. Okay, but y'all know. Look again. I asked a very basic question. Do you think the chickens that come out of Purdue, Tyson's, or any of them are better than the chickens that you get that are yard raised chickens that feed actually naturally out the land and drink, natural waters out? Do you think the chickens that they mass produce is better than those other chickens? And if you're not sure, I'm gonna connect y'all with my brother Ali Dawu El, Black Soul Farm. He's a small operation, but he have livestock, chickens, geese, duck. I think he got some turkeys now, but he got different types of chickens from all around the world. Now these ain't just these little dusty little chicken we used to see in our hoods, right? These ain't them dusty type of chickens. These chickens from all. He got the chicken from Asia. He got chickens from Malaysia. He got chickens from all around the world. These specialty type breed. It makes sense. And he's raising them in a very sustained ecosystem. They're completely a lot healthier than that you're gonna get from Purdue Farms, right? I got to put that out there, right? So sometimes it's about how you source things that matters, right? So y'all might want to look him up. Black Soul Farm. That's an SOL. Black Soul Farm. Brother Ali Dawu. A lot of y'all know him anyway here in our circles. Go look him up. He got fresh eggs, fresh egg. He got fresh poultry, poultry on that level. At least you have a better scenario in that. You may pay a few extra bucks, but guess what? Is that not worth the price? Then worry about all these chemical compounds that go into a lot of these antibodies and RGBHT growth hormone chickens that most people eat and swelling up at, and their kids be looking like they grown folk before they hit 12 years old.
Correct.
So again, sometimes people need to learn how to shop better because a lot of people even lost that, right? Yeah. So Black Soul Farm. Matter of fact, I'll pull the website real quick on the way out the door here. But yeah, he be on the site a lot. In the different circles between the Dak Squad channel, Amarad, a lot of those guys over there too. So it's the family be moving around, right? But let me pull this stuff up real quick here. We had him actually, we did a expose on him for black men getting it in, of course. Him Brother Lester and the whole family, right? Let me see if I can pull it up really quick here. 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, so next level with it, right? real quick on the way out the door. Now my stomach touching my back. Y'all ain't finna starve me out. I'm gonna go eat. Right? Been going long all day. I'm gonna go get me some substance.
Go get you something to eat, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So this is his website, guys. Brother Ali Dawel, Black Soul Farms, and Soul Stitcher, right? Because he also in business with his wife, so his whole family in the business, right? Grizenko and Soul Squad, right? I like, you know, how you got to spell, right? So first thing you see is what? Sustainable. So it's, y'all understand what SOL mean? That means sun, right? Right?
Yep.
So, you know, solid brother, solid, right? They do a lot of different things, right? They merch out there, of course, right? And then they got the good, right? Black Soul, they got the mask, they got other stuff too. Now you might see some of the stuff up here now, but they got birds too, right? But all you got to do is contact them. That's why they have, you know, because they're small operations, but they're growing. So just contact them. As you see, you know, contact them. They got again a lot of different species of different type of birds on both sides, right? Duck, goose, I think turkeys, chickens, a lot of different stuff, right? And so this is just a small, and you probably got another site too. I mean, I just went to the Black Soul one, but if you go to his Instagram, you'll see a lot of his stuff. It makes his whole operation on Instagram, right? How he, you know, goes about, you know, doing this stuff, and he's solid, brother, solid, whatever, right? Brother, solid, right? Brother, just solid, man. So I tell anybody, or you know, if you're not sure about, you know, what you probably need to be doing, or who you need to be probably, you know, associating yourself with, then yeah, you might want to go look into these scenarios. So really quick here, where is it? Oh, where is it? Yeah, excuse me. Where is? Yep, it's right here. Y'all see that right there? See that real. I hate to say it that way, but that real, right? They got that real. Right? Brother Dawel got that real, right? All right, his whole operation. See all that there? This lush. All you see is what? Lush. You see, you know what they about? Family economics, right? See? Them ain't the type of ducks you see at the little dusty little ponds y'all be going to fishing. That little ducks, them ducks be at some of them ponds and they feel like they got rabies, right? See this that real here, right? Yeah. You got the silky chicken. See, a lot of y'all, if y'all know about if y'all really about the culinary game, y'all should know what that right there. Y'all know what those is? Those are silky chickens. Those are some of the most rare, expensive chickens out there on the planet. Silky. They call them silkies, right? They have a very premium meat to fat content, and just, you know, the level of man, look. All right, and I know this stuff still because, again, I still know that a lot of the science is not. See them chicken there? Them chicken look super healthy, right? Yep. Super healthy. When last time y'all bought some eggs that look like that? Anybody? When last time you went and bought you bought some eggs and you had a mixed basket that looked like that? When you see eggs like that, that means that's what that is right there. Is that nature, or is that that stuff y'all be buying at the grocery store? That everything that look Snow White. Last time I checked, carbon is the building molecule of the building molecule of life. Last I checked, carbon-based, you know, look, Jugglers don't want to deal with that right now. They're like, hold on, move on, brother Afurakan. You going there. Right? Right? They don't want that real creative. The egg's supposed to look like this here. Now, them different species, of course, but all of them got melanin color coated on them eggshells. Right. That means that's natural. And they ain't all uniformed in their color. Right? But boy, Jugglers don't want to hear that. Look at them greens. Look at them chicken. Them chickens y'all got around the hood do not look like them chickens right there. Not now. Not now. See right there? You got the own incubation situation. Look at her. He doing this stuff all in-house. This is our brother. right? Right? Look at that kale and them greens and the herbs, all that. And they feed these animals the same stuff he grow. So they getting a daily dose of organics and herbs and basil and oregano. Y'all know oregano is an antimicrobial, antibacterial. You feed your chickens that lessens their parasites and everything else. Oregano, who knew? Oregano oil, yes, oregano. No, but big business, big corporation. No, we just get our chickens a vaccine. My bad, I wasn't supposed to say that. Let's get a chicken a vaccine. A vaccine for the chicken. Nature is vaccine. Dandelion roots and stuff that they normally eat and clean up in the yard, that's the vaccine. Milk thistle. All right, let me move on. Brooklyn want to hear that tonight. See them geese right there? They got geese, all that there. See, this is a one-man operation. Look at that. Look at them chickenlets right there. Look at them greens. Man, jokers don't want to get their work. They ain't ready for Brother Ali. Look at that cat. There's all that there. Look at that. All this stuff look healthy. Everything he post look like super exuberant, super healthy. Right? So yeah, so we got people out there doing the work, putting in the work, and he teach you how to do all this too.
Straight from the mud with it.
Straight from the mud. He teach you how to do all this too. Do your own operation. Look at that bird right there. Now convince me that the stuff that you bought at the store look like that right there. What?
Long denied.
Straight denied. No, the stuff y'all buying out there don't look like that. Look, he even boy, the brother serious. He even serious about the science. Right? Look at the color of that yolk. See, that's what see, people don't know about that. I know about this stuff, though. Look at the color of that yolk. It's not the little translucent yellow stuff y'all be getting out the store. Y'all be buying them eggs, thinking I'll leave that alone. Move on, Brother AfurakanEmporium. Move on, Brother AfurakanEmporium. Right? I'm just keeping it 100, man. So yeah, y'all see it. But yeah, so Black Soul Farm, check our brother out. Hit him up. YouTube, Instagram, he got you. He'll ship it to you. Whatever, right? You give everybody the other stores a premium or your money. Get to somebody that's really about that life. Look at that stuff right there. Premium.
Yep.
Right. So I'm gonna leave that. Then I'm gonna go up and bite me some lettuce or something. I don't know. Just kidding. All right. So I hope y'all enjoyed that. Oh, so yeah, Black Soul Farms. Go look him up on Instagram or hit him up on Facebook. Again, he was in the group in the chat here earlier today. But Brother Ali Dawu L, right? Check him out. All right, so that's it, guys. I'm gonna get out of here. Hope y'all enjoy the rest of y'all evening. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay diligent, right? Because this market is our market too, right? And they owe us, right? So go get your ancestors' money, right? Go get your ancestors' money, right? All right, so Shimo Tep, guys. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace, power, profit, stay safe. I may get a chance to do something tomorrow too. I'll let you guys know if so.
Come on, let's do it. Get back on our game.
Yeah, trying to, bro. We're working now. We're working on this system, so that's incentive. That was the incentive to do it. To be honest, because that really gives me, not that the other stuff wouldn't work. It just, like you're gonna spend some money, you better get the use out of it now.
Thanks.
Work into it. At least work on getting it, up to speed and useful for people.
Sponsored by Spy Puts, baby.
So you ready for next week? Yeah. We're gonna talk about it. All right. So that's it, guys. Enjoy your evening, guys. I'll see y'all on the next one. Stay safe, stay healthy, guys, and look out for one another, guys. Look out for one another. See y'all on the next one.
All right. Peace over.
Peace, family. Peace, everybody. Peace, family.
Peace, power, profit.
Peace, power, profit. Peace, everybody.